Welcome for the first time in a long time to a sunny Clydesdale Cricket Club at Titwood in Glasgow for the first of 3 50-over internationals between Scotland and the Netherlands, brought to you with the support of Prosperity Financial Solutions and Cast Accountancy. It's an absolutely splendid day here in Glasgow, and alongside me in the commentary box is Mike Stanger. And not to be too disrespectful to you, Mike, but we need someone of your age to remind us of the last time there was a day this sunny at Clydesdale when international cricket was taking place. Good morning to you. How are you, by the way?
Good morning, Jack. I'm well, and you're looking well, and the last time was yesterday.
Well, we are ready for the first over. Ali Evans is opening the bowling for Scotland with the Netherlands opening partnership of Zwart and Maibra at the crease. Let's just quickly run through the teams for you. For the hosts, Scotland, Kyle Kurtzer, captains. Callum MacLeod, number 10. Hamish Gardner, 48. Preston Momsen, number 7. Michael Leask, 29. Richie Berrington, numberless apparently at the moment. We'll get some clarification on that for you later. Josh Davey, number 4. Safian Sharif, 50. Majid Haq, 77. Ian Wardlaw, 8, as Ali Evans comes in again. And the Dutch think about a quick single but decide against it. Majid Haq, number 77. Ian Wardlaw, number 8. Ali Evans, 45. And Gavin Main is the 12th man. And for the Dutch, Peter Boren, captain. Wesley Barresi, wicket-keeper. Mudassar Bakari, Ben Cooper, Ashan Malik, Paul van Meekeren, Stefan Maibra, Michael Rippon, Peter Saylor, Michael Zwart, Erik Swasinski, and Van Shelven is the 12th man.
Well, Jack, can I just butt in here and ask you, this is a test for you, who's keeping wicket?
For Scotland, the keeper for Scotland today is Callum MacLeod, by the looks of things.
Well, now, that's...
But that doesn't look like Callum MacLeod.
No, it is Callum MacLeod. I don't think he's ever played, he's never kept wicket at international level before.
So, tell us, Mike, why is Callum starting as wicketkeeper today?
The reason is that Matthew Cross, who was supposed to be the wicketkeeper yesterday, injured himself, and they're obviously not taking any chances. But Callum MacLeod now joins a very select group of Scottish internationalists who have bowled, batted, and now kept wicket. The others being Ian Phillip and Ryan Watson.
Good knowledge. Ali Evans comes in again, and Stefan Maibra just happy to ease his way into this first over.
Well, Ali Evans has had a very impressive month or two. He was very prominent in the North Sea Pro Series between the regional teams of Scotland and the Netherlands, which were covered by Quipu TV during May. And that's a very good ball. It tested even Callum MacLeod's athletic abilities.
I suppose the one thing you can say about Callum MacLeod is he's an excellent fielder, and he has... He's a very athletic fielder, so he's a good choice for wicket-keeper, I think, today, and he demonstrated those reflexes there with the last ball of the over, and the Netherlands yet to get off the mark.
Well, it was a hostile first over from Ali Evans, and the first ball was the obligatory bouncer. The last ball was an excellent one and could easily have got an edge. And it just eluded the diving MacLeod down the leg side. So
from the Meldrum Gardens end, Ian Wardlaw will come on to bowl. Whose form for Scotland has been rather good of late, Mike.
Yes, against Yorkshire he produced some good results. he got 3 for 114. The 114 was less good because Yorkshire's second 11 had made 422 for 9 in that innings in response to Scotland's initial 239. Anyway, here's Wardlaw, and that's not quite short, not quite long, but the batsman went off on his back foot, which is an indication that there's some confidence in the bounce and the reaction of the pitch. But Wardlaw certainly has been in amongst the wickets, and in that Yorkshire game, Yorkshire second 11 game, Scotland scored 400 for 6 in the second innings, which must be one of the highest second innings Scotland have ever scored. That's a lovely shot, which is going for 4 from the moment it was touched. Stephen Myburgh, also a major contributor to the North Sea Pro Series for the Dutch, the Seafarers, who came second to the Scottish Highlanders in both the 2020 version and the 50-50 version of the game.
What was your reflection on the North Sea Pro Series, Mike, in terms of its value? We'll wait for Wardlaw to bowl again, and that's another nice shot by Myburgh, past point, and stopped on the boundary well by Michael Leask.
Yeah, well, Myburgh, I we must check out whether it's Myburgh or Myburgh is what I think.
Myburgh.
Yep. He definitely led from the front for the Dutch the Dutch Seafarers, and the North Sea Pro Series. I think it's possibly a little early to be definitive about the effect of it in year 1, but it's definitely going into year 2. There were 1 or 2 matches that didn't get played because of weather, but on the whole, the players and more significantly the director of cricket for Cricket Scotland seem to be very happy with the outcomes, and there's a dot ball for Myburgh, which is satisfying for both sides, I suppose. Ian Wardlaw having gone for 4 and 2. Here he comes again, 4th ball of the over, and turned off his pads to backward square leg, short square leg, and Safian Sharif, the fielder there, now walking backwards because the left-hander Myburgh has come up to the business end. Nine for 1, the second over. Ian Wardlaw now with his 5th ball, and that's 1 bounce into Sharif's hands, and that's the end of the over. So the score is 10 for no wicket after 2 overs. A lovely day here at Titwood, the sun shining brightly and it's nice and warm. Spectators huddled around the place under the shade of the trees, and people coming in to watch this game over and over again. Some people even sitting on the grass, although there are lots of seats around for people to occupy if they wish. And here comes Ali Evans again. Myburgh just pushes it down the leg side. No run. Yeah, this Clydesdale ground is likely to feature less in international terms in future years, I suspect, if the plans for Cricket Scotland's headquarters to move to Stirling come to pass. A little bit more will be known later this year, and we might be able to discuss that. It's a lovely shot off the back foot for 4 runs through the covers for Myburgh. That takes him up to 13.
Just see the replay of that there, Mike. Great timing again. Myberg's timing in this first few overs, excellent. He seems to be in good touch.
Yes, 13 out of 14 have come from his bat. And here he is again facing Ali Evans, and Evans pitches it on his hips, and he gets a leg bye for that from umpire Eric Young.
So a useful opportunity just to remind you all at home, if you're watching either through the KNCB website, Cricket Scotland's website, or the Quipu TV YouTube channel, that you can get in touch as Evans comes in again to bowl. Tries a bouncer. I'm not quite...
Yeah, definitely a wide.
Not quite sure that was what Ali Evans had in mind. I think he maybe slipped a little. You can see him just... You can just see a quick replay of that now. Just maybe lost his footing slightly, and...
well, it pitched halfway down the pitch and certainly climbed. It was also wide down the leg side, so umpire Eric Young didn't have any choice but to award the wide.
So Evans in again. Much fuller that time, up at the feet of Michael Svart, and clipped away on the leg side just for the single. As I was saying, just a useful chance to remind you at home, if you'd like to get in touch with us and tell us what you think of the match in progress. The hashtag on Twitter is Scotland versus Netherlands, SCOVNED. That's hashtag SCOVNED, and we'd be delighted to read out some of your comments throughout the day as Evans comes in again, and that turned off the hip by Myberg. No run. Scotland and the Netherlands, of course, with contrasting recent fortunes in international cricket, with Scotland victorious in New Zealand and heading to the World Cup, and the Dutch losing their ODI status at the same tournament, but only a month prior to that, the Dutch qualifying for the World T20. And
juggle, and has been definitely the batsman walked. He didn't have to be given out, but it was a juggling catch by McLeod there as he ran towards slip. Well,
here's the replay now, Mike, and you can see just a swing in the slightest of edges, and Callum McLeod moving sharply across to his left. And moment of uncertainty for bowler and for wicketkeeper, but in the end taken by Callum McLeod, and he makes a good start to his career as a wicketkeeper for Scotland. So Myberg, having looked in good touch, departs for 13, and the new batsman coming to the crease is Erik Swartzinski to join Michael Svart. Going back, Mike, to the performance of the Dutch in the World T20, they performed admirably. I thought, bar one game when they were outclassed, they demonstrated that certainly at T20 level, these countries can compete with the full member nations.
The incoming batsman is Erik Swartzinski.
Well, the public address announcer got the pronunciation precisely right, I think, though. Good guess. Yeah, the Dutch, of course, had qualified for the 2020 World Cup and really acquitted themselves pretty well. But then they went on in New Zealand to fail to qualify for the 50-50 World Cup, and Scotland, who hadn't qualified for the 2020, did qualify for the 50-50. So both these teams have got a point to prove against each other. Certainly the Dutch have lost more because they've lost their one-day international status. And here's Wardlaw again to Schwart, and a bit of a muddle there between the bowler and Svartsinski, who's just come in, but they get their single. The leg by, wasn't it? Yeah, it's strange. They both have a point to prove against each other, but the Dutch, having lost their one-day international status, also lost a lot of funding from the ICC at the same time, which will not be very welcome down Amsterdam way.
And of course, and we'll wait for Wardlaw as he comes in to bowl to Svartsinski. Bouncer from Wardlaw. Of course, in the opening match of the World Cup qualifiers in New Zealand, the Dutch beat Scotland before it all turned pear-shaped, in the words of one Dutch spectator here today. So Wardlaw comes into bowl again, slower ball. And the batsman just reading that in time. There's always been a great rivalry, I think, between the Netherlands and Scotland as well, Mike. Two teams very familiar with one another, and the Pro Series, North Sea Pro Series earlier in this year. Wardlaw just, it's a slight edge there from Svartsinski.
Yes.
And the Pro Series is surely only going to heighten this as the players become ever more familiar with each other.
Yes, I think that is right, and that will be good competitive stuff. I think this year perhaps the competition value didn't really gather pace until the last few games, we covered the final 50-50 game between the Highlanders and the Seafarers at the Grange. Only 33 overs were played of the first innings, and that was pretty exciting stuff, actually.
It was. We were both there, and it had the makings of an excellent performance, particularly from the Highlanders, but predictably enough, of course, the rain arrived, and that was that. and when it arrived, boy, did it arrive.
Yeah, so we'll just watch Wardlaw to Schwart, and that's nicely pushed out on the leg side for a single to wide mid-on. Is that Carl Kurtzer picking up? I think, yes it is. And so that's the end of the over. That's the fourth over gone, and the score is 19 for 1 wicket. The scoreboard there gives us only a partial 1 for the wicket side, but they're apparently planning to change the scoreboard for a newer one shortly.
Not before time, Mike. A good investment in this cricket club here in the south side of Glasgow. Bathed in sunshine this morning, and already had a few people on Twitter, Mike. The Falcons wishing Safi and Sharif all the best for this match as Evans comes in to bowl again. And a slightly mistimed pull there will find its way out to the boundary and is fielded by Hamish Gardner in the deep. And at LWB James 98 watching all the way from Portugal.
Oh, that's very good. How did he know that it was on? That was a good question.
Maybe Lewis could answer that question for us. Mon the Jocks, he says. And Crick Moss, clearly a Dutch fan using language that we can't broadcast.
Oh, well.
But needless to say, he is upset about the loss of Myburgh early on. So,
well, I'm not surprised by that. The key man.
Keep your tweets coming, folks. We'll do our best to read them out. And if you have any thoughts on not just this match, but the rivalry that we talked about between Scotland and the Netherlands, the position of Dutch cricket.
Replay on that last ball where Evans managed to hit the pad first, and too low it was, but
too high, Mike.
Too high. It couldn't be low, could it? And this was going under the stumps. So there's his next ball, and this time Svart leaves it to go through.
I'm quite happy to make first things. Nice to see Bill's got a sign on the scoreboard before the camera.
These are the broadcast sponsors.
So Ali Evans from the Kirkcaldy Road end to Svart, and that's another one in the pad, and an appeal. Didn't feel like the most confident appeal there from Evans.
However, he was well supported by his colleagues.
by his colleagues. And Callum McLeod's never shy when it comes to an appeal, so he's a good backup to have behind the stumps as a bowler. But I don't think there was much conviction in Evans' original appeal.
And umpire Eric Young is not easily moved.
No. Evans in again now to Svart, and that one defended. Yes, no from the batsman, but Svart goes back, and sensibly so. We had a tweet from Troy Fryer saying, nice to be watching Quipu TV cricket coverage again. Very pleasing request. Can we show a scorecard between overs? I'm afraid we can't show a scorecard between overs. We have to admit that today's coverage is very much a low-key broadcast, and we're just pleased to be able to bring you live coverage at all, but unfortunately there is not the budget and resources available for live graphics operators in this match. So apologies that we can't bring you the scorecard, but we'll bring you as much statistical information as possible as the innings progresses. As a troop of young Clydesdale cricketers pass the commentary position on their way to the nets, and I think being coached this summer by some of the senior players here at Clydesdale, including Patrick Barber, who opens the batting for the first 11. And Paddy was telling me before the game, Mike, that the pitches, he's been helping the grounds convener Colin Mitchell and the head groundskeeper Cyril in the preparation of the pitch, and said very flat, and that both captains would have elected to bat first had they won the toss. So.
Well, Stephen Myberg certainly made it look easy, but unless you stay in and score a lot more than 13, one will never know. So here we have Schwat. He's facing Ian Wardlaw, and Eric's going to have to practice this. Svarsinski. Is that near enough?
It's near enough, Mike.
Anyway, he's the non-striking batsman. Schwat just prods forward defensively to that one. And Ian Wardlaw on target. He's a very steady bowler, and he's been playing for Yorkshire's second 11 quite a lot in recent weeks, in fact this season. So he has something to prove to Yorkshire as well from this game. And here he is, and that's also on the middle stump, I would guess, slightly short of a length, couldn't be driven. Kind of perfect ball for somebody of his pace. 23 for 1 wicket, and we now have left-hander coming to the business end again. Oh, sorry, what am I talking about? I thought they'd taken a run there. There's Svart still there. Wardlaw to Svart. Oh, well, that's a very, very good ball. Rose suddenly off a length, and Svart was tempted to try and get an edge to it, but pulled the bat away at the last minute. Went through to slips. Majid Hack in the slips, alongside Callum McLeod, the wicketkeeper, in case you were wondering who that familiar figure was with the wicketkeeping gloves on. Matthew Cross, who was supposed to be wicketkeeping, injured himself in practice yesterday. How often do we hear that? And McLeod is standing in. As we said earlier, he is now the 3rd Scottish international player to have batted, bowled and now kept wicket at international level, the other 2 being Ian Phillip and Ryan Watson.
So I'm hearing from our left mic that Matthew Cross has broken his thumb and required a pin to repair it, which is serious for him, and we wish him well in recovering from that injury.
Well, he was certainly in some pain yesterday afternoon when he was looking for a bundle of ice to cool it down. Anyway, that's the end of the 6th over, and the score is 23-1 with Schwartz on 7 and Swarczynski on 1.
Ali Evans to bowl the next over, but before he does, just a reminder that today's coverage is brought to you by Prosperity Financial Solutions and Cast Accountancy. And welcome back to Clydesdale Cricket Club in Glasgow, where Ali Evans is continuing from the Kirkcaldy Road end. Reminder, if you are just joining us, that today's match is the first of 3 internationals here on the south side of Glasgow between the Netherlands and Scotland. The Dutch started brightly. Stefan Myburgh batting well at the start of his innings, but he has since departed for 13, edging behind off Evans to Callum MacLeod behind the stumps. So the batsman at the crease at the moment, Michael Zwart and Erik Swarczynski, and the Dutch on 24 for 1, and we're into the 7th over.
Well, Schwartz is 4 square with his defence, as you saw from that last shot there. Got right behind it, and I think he's only taken aback when the ball rises off a length, as it did in the previous over. Ali Evans seems to have been straying slightly down the leg side. An awful lot of balls have gone onto the hip and away for leg byes. That's better outside the off stump.
That's a lovely drive.
Driven. 4 runs all the way for Schwartz, wide of mid-off, and got to the boundary in double quick time.
Just lent into that, no effort in the shot, all timing. And first boundary of the day for Michael Zwart. You can see here it is again, just leans in and dispatches that to the extra cover boundary as Ali Evans comes back into bowl now to Zwart. And that one a little bit more introspective, but a single nonetheless.
It was quite well played actually, because that did rise off a length, but he was on top of it and he just needed to keep it down. Nobody in the mid-wicket area, so it was an easy single. And that takes Schwartz to 13. Unlucky for some.
12,
unlucky certainly
12,
for...
I think, mate.
Oh, that's 12, beg your pardon. I was going to say unlucky for Stefan Myburgh. Here's Wardlaw again to Swarczynski, and he leaves that outside the off stump. The score 29 for 1 in the 7th over. Safian Sharif giving Ali Evans a little bit of fellow bowlers advice. Very friendly, I'm sure. We'll probably see Safian bowling a little later. And here's Evans now. And that's a full length. And Swarczynski has pushed it away firmly. And Kyle Kurtzer has run around from mid-on to pick it up at mid-wicket. Just a single. Brings up the 30. 30 off most of 7 overs is not bad. 4 runs an over.
So we've got viewers in Portugal. Mike, how much further afield do you think we have to go?
Honolulu?
It's not a tremendous way out. Troy Fryer is on Twitter @Trolley with the 3 replacing the E.
From Melbourne Gardens, a change of bowling.
He has thanked us for a response regarding the scorecard, all the way from Melbourne in Australia.
They know all about scorecards there. We have a change of bowling at the Meldrum Gardens end of this ground at Tootwood, and this is Josh Davey coming to bowl now to Swasinski, and that defeated him, but no edge, so it went straight through to McLeod. And Josh Davey, of course, quite a veteran of Scottish games now. He's currently playing for Middlesex, having started his county career with Middlesex, so he's playing for Somerset now, and enjoying a new spell of invigorated life. Here he is again, and Swasinski didn't seem to know much about that, but he's still got 2 runs.
Going to come back quickly.
Oh, that was a very close call there, but they did get there too.
And the troop of young Clydesdale cricketers goes back in the opposite direction, so I'm guessing that was a fairly short net session.
In fairness, most of them are part of the ground squad.
staff.
That's right. There's not going to be much work for them to do today, I don't think.
Well, they might as well sit back and enjoy the cricket while they can.
Yeah. Another defensive shot from Swasinski. I'm not going to get this name right. I'm tongue-tied by it.
Don't worry, Mike. You've got all day. It's all right.
Swasinski. That'll do.
We're patient with you. Don't worry.
Davey again. And that was a nice away swinger. Swung away enough to elude the batsman's bat completely.
How do we keep him up this thing? Just press that.
One of the pitfalls of being in the outside the junior pavilion as Davey comes in again, and that one just finds the gap between cover and point. And be fielded by Berrington, now of course a member here at Clydesdale Cricket Club in Glasgow. One of the pitfalls of being out in the open here at Clydesdale, Mike, and one of the pitfalls of being Mike just generally, is that everybody wants a piece of you. And we are rather vulnerable to the passing trade, shall we say, and footfall in front of the junior pavilion here at Clydesdale. And so if you overhear anybody chatting in the background and the microphones picking up people left, right and centre, it's simply down to Mike's popularity this evening and his other capacity, of course, as venue manager.
Well, indeed, and apologies if anybody's disturbed by that, but we have a pretty large ground staff here because we're used to covering all eventualities, namely rain. But they won't have much to do today, and so people are constantly wanting to know what they can do. And the answer is watch the cricket like everybody else in the glorious sunshine that we're enjoying today, and the forecast for tomorrow, which is when the second game of this 3-match series is due to take place. Forecast for the third game on Friday is not quite so good, but you never know when the Met Office get it wrong. So here's Wardlaw now to Schwart. And again, that was a rising ball off a leg. Schwart dealt with it quite well, paddling it round to fine leg for a single. Takes the score to 35 for 1. And we have 2 slips and point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. and I don't know who's that being sent out into the distance there.
That's Josh Davey out
right, he's retired
to
the boundary at fine leg now, and that's a ball that's too wide for. That's a no ball called by Eric Young, and it was sensibly left by Svartsinski, so they get the extra.
And they get a free hit as well, Mike, in this particular match.
Yes, they do. If it's a front foot fault, then the free. Did he signal the?
He did signal. Yes,
sorry,
did signal a free hit.
Down at my score. Score remains at 36-1. Svartsinski plays a strange there, and 2 balls.
I'll do it, Mike. I'll do it. So our apologies for that momentary break in transmission. And just a quick look at that chance. You join us again in the 10th over with Josh Davey bowling from the Meldrum Gardens end, and no significant action missed in that break, but we apologise for that.
Well, the batsmen are looking comfortable enough, although the bowling is interesting because it has enough life in the pitch to take either batsman by surprise, either with a lift over their heads or off a length, which is a very difficult one to Josh Davey to Michael Schwart. Michael Schwart, you'll have noticed possibly, doesn't have a number on his back. That's because the number he chose is 0. That's mine.
Oh, and a slightly slower ball by Josh Davey. Swart momentarily caught out. And the ball goes behind to Callum MacLeod. And the danger passes for the Netherlands. The Scottish bowlers varying pace and length with good results so far. And that one just off the hip by Svart to round the square leg fielder. And that brings to an end the 10th over. And the Netherlands on 39 now for 1.
Alright, what was different?
A small crowd has gathered here in the sunshine at Clydesdale.
At the Kirkcaldy Road end.
I'm delighted to welcome families. We're now into the school holidays here in Scotland, and there's a lot of youngsters running about the ground, which is always great to see. And, also some visitors from the Netherlands as well, travelling with the official party. And noticed Rod Lyle earlier on, and we hope that Rod will join us in the commentary box in just a short while. Chance at a run out.
And that was the first ball from the new bowler at the pavilion end, Safian Sharif, who had a couple of seasons playing for Clydesdale on this ground just last year and the year before. So he knows the ground well. Safian is yet another right arm fast medium bowler, of which Scotland have rather perhaps too many. There's rather less variation in the pace department than would be desirable. It'll be interesting to know what the new coach thinks of that. And there's the second ball, outside off stump, left by Swarzinski. No run. Yes, I think Scotland could do with a left armour from time to time, the pace department.
Yes, it's something noticeable about Scotland is maybe sometimes struggle to change it up when under pressure, although that said, Sharif comes in again and much more lift of that shorter ball there from Safian, and Swarzinski just careful to watch it go by, but Sharif there just almost tempting the batsman. Back with the live play, and slightly impatiently Swarzinski leaping down the crease there to that ball, and a bit of a wild swipe, a momentary loss of the head there, Mike, I think, but he gets away with it.
Yes, there's always a temptation for a batsman when a new bowler comes on to bowl, for the batsman to try and hit the new bowler out of the game as quickly as possible. But I don't think that was a very wise choice there, partly because Swarzinski's only got 8 runs himself. Safian was bowling short, that was full of length, and that was glided down to third man. Oh, only a single there, and who's it down at number? The third man there, number 80 in Wardlaw. Lovely throw in back to the wicketkeeper.
I was saying at the start of this innings about Scotland's ability to change it up, and a sameness about their bowling. But that said, in the at the World Cup qualifiers down in New Zealand, actually the bowlers worked very well as a team, with Momsen and others contributing as Sharif bowls again, and Swart happy to shoulder arms on that occasion.
And that's the end of Sharif's first over, 4 runs off it, and that's been the average run rate per over all the way through the innings, more or less. 41 now for 1 wicket after 11 overs, with Michael Swart on 15 and Eric Swarzinski. He's on 9 not out. The man out was Stefan Myberg, caught McLeod, bowled by Ali Evans for 13.
I think there's an opportunity for a good cause here, Mike. I think every time you mispronounce Swarzinski's name, we should operate a system, as Davey comes in, akin to a swear box, where we'll each put in £1, and at the end of the day we can nominate a charity to donate that money to, and I suspect the charity might do rather well out of such a scheme.
I'll tell you what, just to save the trouble, can I just make a donation in advance? Swarzinski, is that better? And Swarzinski's at the non-striking end. Michael Swart now facing Josh Davey, and Josh Davey short of a length, and Swart makes a judgment not to try and hit it out of the ground, so no run. 42 for 1. When you think that Stefan Myberg was out in the 3rd over for 13 out of the first 14 runs, this pair have made steady progress, and their task is obviously to stay there while they build up confidence and presumably a decent score. Davey again to Swart, that's turned around the corner for a single to mid-wicket. Preston Momsen was the fielder there. Preston in his favourite position at short mid-wicket, where he takes some splendid catches on a regular basis. Davey again to Svartsinski this time, and that's looks like a catch, but obviously he didn't catch it. He didn't hit it at all. No edge, and only Callum MacLeod made the appeal. Nobody else supported him, which is a strong hint to the umpire that it was not out. So Davey turns, and in he comes. Nice easy pace, and that's glided to third man very nicely. And there's Ali Evans throwing back to Callum MacLeod behind the stumps. Callum MacLeod standing in for Matthew Cross, who broke a thumb yesterday in training and practice at this ground. It seems to happen so often, which is why they usually bring a squad of 15 for an 11-a-side game these days. Right, Majid Haq's being pulled out of the slips now, and he's being taken to short extra cover, is it? Or is he in the ring? He's in the ring, shortish, as Davey bowls again. Michael Svart lets it go through to Callum MacLeod. And the score stays at 44. 1 wicket down. This time a fuller length from Davey. No run, and that's the end of the over.
And the end of the 12th over. Netherlands are 44 for 1. Welcome back to Titwood, and you can see the blue sky dotted with some white, fluffy and unthreatening clouds. At the start of the 13th over, Safian Sharif is continuing from the Kirkcaldy Road end. And Dutch 44 for 1, with Michael Svart on 16 and Erik Svartsinski.
War in that very first experience of the World Cup, and that indicated that the boy was committed even at the age of 11 to playing cricket for Scotland. And yes, although the scoreboard has yet to catch up with that. Here it comes, yep. Davey again to Svart, and that one pushed out on the offside by Svart, easily picked up by Richie Berrington.
I apologise once again for that short break in transmission. Just a couple of little technical problems here with the connection to the outside world here at Titwood, but resolving them. That's a smart piece of fielding by Preston Momsen, brave piece of fielding as well. So I apologise if the stream has interrupted a couple of times. We're doing our best to resolve that. And with any luck, you are enjoying the coverage so far, as Davey continues and attempts to bounce Michael Svart. Now, mistimed shot out to deep square leg, and that's fielded by Michael Leask.
Yes, Schwartz pulled to square leg at the beginning of this over. Was a really excellent shot. I think it was the shot of the day so far. Well, perhaps not, because there were two very good extra cover drives all the way along the ground, which went for four. But that shot by Schwartz needed a little bit of additional skills. It's Swarzinski now facing Josh Davey, and a defensive shot out into the covers. Majid Haq, who had been taken out into the extra cover position, is now back in the well, he's in the gully place now, so he moves around the place quite a lot, depending on what the bowler fancies at that particular time. And Majid Haq moving the third man round, so there's no overlap in the coverage. So another couple of balls to come from Josh Davey as the field moves round. Generally, another fielder comes across from the leg side to the offside to strengthen the offside as Davey comes in to bowl to Swarzinski, and that one of course is short and on the leg stump and is rather tamely pulled for a single, whereas it should have gone for four, I think.
Just caught out a little bit by the height of the ball. He played that from pretty much above head height, and I think though in missing out for a four, he can temper his disappointment with the fact that he didn't mistime it completely and get out. So a single seems like a happy medium in that circumstance. Troy Fryers emailed us again to say that it's hard to tell from the camera angles, but how much is the ball swinging? What would your experience of these conditions at this ground be?
Well, it does swing at this ground, even under these conditions, and I've seen quite a number of balls swing, especially from this end. Sharif there.
Ali Evans was getting a little bit of the ball swinging back in. We saw that near edge early on in the first couple of overs.
But I think the kind of problem that the batsmen are facing most is the variation in length and the amount of bounce, which is unusual for the Clydesdale wicket. You don't normally get big bounce like this, but there's been quite a lot of bounce off a length and before. There's a perfectly ordinary full-length ball from Sharif, defended by Swarzinski. Score remains at 54 for 1.
We are unfortunately prohibited from putting our camera position behind the bowler's arms. We have to have that slightly offset position to the left of the strip, which is unfortunate, but unfortunately the way it is in this particular series of matches. As Sharif bowls again, and that'll be a dot ball. We'll do our best to keep you updated throughout the day as to changes in conditions, and do our best to cover the action as best we can, only using 2 cameras of course on this stream, whereas normal production for the ICC would be 5 or 6. And I dare say a normal production for England against India or Sri Lanka would be 20 or 25.
Well, it's been a good over by Sharif so far, 5 dot balls, and he'll be looking for, I think, probably the first maiden over of the match if this ball is also a dot ball. Yeah, well, that went straight to Kyle Kurtzer, is it? Or was it Preston Momsen?
Preston Momsen.
And I miscounted the balls. There's still 1 ball to go.
Good over though from Sharif. He can finish it off. I believe the scoreboard on the far side of the ground is currently stuck, although no runs have been added since it was last updated, so hopefully they can
And that is a maiden over for Sharif. Very well bowled indeed. First one of the innings. As the crowd, which looks to me to number perhaps 120 to 150 by now, if you look around the ground, quite a healthy number of spectators here enjoying the sunshine, midweek day. And if you're not working, what better place to be to watch cricket?
Or if you are working, what better place to be than watch cricket, Mike?
At second hand, why not? Have it on your desktop and keep having a sly look when the boss isn't looking.
Even better if your job is to watch cricket.
Right, start of the 16th over, and that's a big hit by Michael Svart. Has it gone for 6? No, it's just 4. One bounce over mid-on. Nobody out in the deep there. Nobody to stop the ball. And 4 excellent runs off the bowling of Josh Davey.
Let's take a look at that again. It's almost premeditated shot that by Michael Svart. Showed intent in getting to the pitch of the ball and launching it over the fielder at mid-on. Josh Davey now will regroup as he comes in again from the Meldrum Gardens end. Good clear communication from the Dutch batsman there on the call, and electing just to take the single. Davey again, and that one just turned down towards Sharif at fine leg by Eric Swarz. Oh, it's my turn. Oh dear. Swarzinski.
That's a pound to the charity of a choice.
Charity of my choice, yes. Swarzinski moves on to 17. Michael Svart takes the strike on 26, and the 50 is up for the Netherlands. We're in the 16th over. And Davey coming back in, and the streaky edge backward of point there, and down towards Ali Evans fielding the Kirkcaldy Road end to our right. Commentary position just below the ball following camera up on the scaffold tower here. In fact, I believe it's on the roof of the pavilion, of the junior pavilion at Clydesdale.
And the score is 60 actually. The number changes rather slowly at the moment in this slightly aging scoreboard. Say, yes. 61, and oh well, that's a good ball by Davey, lifting short of a length, and Swarzinski waves at it as it goes past through to wicketkeeper Callum MacLeod. No run.
Yes, of course, the score now 61 for 1, not 50. That investment in the scoreboard you were talking about earlier, Mike, cannot come soon enough.
Yeah, we've been waiting for over 2 months for the bits and pieces to arrive.
Well, an attempted pull there by Swarzinski, and misses completely. Just showing a couple of signs of impatience. He had a nice cover drive a couple of overs ago, but in a few occasions where he has appeared frustrated by the slow progress. And that kind of frustration can sometimes lead to mistakes. And there are the youngsters again from Clydesdale. Happy to be on their school holidays and happy to be here watching the cricket.
Yes, the club here, Clydesdale, has been waiting patiently to receive a new numbering system for the scoreboard, consisting of LED lights as opposed to the mechanical ones that are here at the moment. As Sharif gets a dot ball out of that, and the reason why it hasn't been managed yet on that scoreboard is that the LED lights are manufactured in China and they're currently running 7 weeks late in delivery. So we thought of it in advance, and unfortunately having to rely on the older type of scoreboard at the moment.
Well, we'll look forward to that next season then.
Or maybe next week.
So Sharif again, and that one better timed by Svart, and just watched the ball onto his bat, moved his body into position nice and early, and 4 runs for Svart. A good shot from Svart, and you can see here Svart just rotating his hips through that shot, and again, as we saw earlier, just using the pace of the ball, no real effort in the shot, just timing, and rewarded with 4 runs, and another well-timed shot through the covers, but this time fielded without difficulty by Leask. Out in the deep. So Sharif in again, and this one launched into the air, and it's going to drop in the gap. I wonder if Kurtzer had a chance of getting to that. Eventually fielded by Hamish Gardner, fielding it deep mid-wicket. A horribly mistimed shot that by Svart, and you can see again here that he just got underneath that a little early, and right in between the fielders, splitting the field positions, and Svart lives to fight another day, but he's showing a little bit more intent and aggression, and that's another shot out to Leask, sweeping round the boundary, the cover boundary. And I wonder, Mike, if the batsmen have just had a quiet word with each other and resolved to try and push the score on a little.
Yes, we're coming up to the first drinks break. I would guess there'll be 2 in each innings, and it's wise to get a few runs on the board before that, because they always say after a drinks break a wicket falls.
Well, we saw that in the final of the North Sea Pro Series, where they lost a wicket immediately before the drinks break and then lost one immediately after as well, and here come drinks in fact, so we'll just take a short break and take another opportunity to thank our sponsors, Prosperity Financial Solutions and Cast Accounting, with the score at drinks standing at 68 for 1.
Here comes Rod Lyle. You want these shades? Jack? You want these shades?
Welcome back to Clydesdale Cricket Club in Glasgow, their Titwood ground, host venue for today's 50 over international between the Netherlands and Scotland. And the ground staff out making the necessary repairs to the ground as the players take the first drinks break of the day. Netherlands 68 for 1, Erik Swarzinski on 18, Michael Svart on 33, and the only wicket of the day, that of Stefan Meiboer, who fell for 13 after a promising start of the bowling of Ali Evans, and caught behind after a little bit of juggling by debutant wicket-keeper Callum MacLeod. who's filling in for the injured Matthew Cross, who unfortunately broke his thumb in training yesterday. And Matthew, if you're watching, we hope that injury heals soon for you, and we look forward to having you back. Mike Stanger's taken a break from the commentary box to resume some duties as venue manager. He's a man very much in demand this morning, and I'm delighted to be joined by Rod Lyle from KNCB, the Dutch Cricket Board. And Rod, it's been a while since you and I have been in a commentary box together, but it's a pleasure to have you back.
It's nice to be here.
How are you enjoying the morning so far?
Well, from a Dutch point of view, it's started pretty well, I think. 68 after 17. Wicket's playing pretty well, pretty true. Quick outfield. Looking forward to a good day.
I'll take a look at that wicket again of Stefan Myburgh, the only wicket of the morning so far. And it was Ali Evans who's bowled well, varied his pace and line, and caught Myburgh out just wide of his off stump, and the edge prompting McLeod to move swiftly to his left, and as I said, after a little bit of juggling, take the catch. Myburgh looked in good touch at the start, Rod. Disappointing to see him get out in that manner?
Yes, but you know that's the way he plays. He tends to play his shots from ball one, and there's always the chance that that he'll go. And of course he was put down before he finally went. But he played some lovely shots before that, and he's been in good nick. But I'm impressed by Evans as well, I have to say. We saw quite a bit of him, rather too much of him, in the North Sea Pro Series, and he bowled very well.
Yes, Ali Evans bowling well for Scotland at the start of this innings. Crick Moss on Twitter had tweeted us to say, watching Myburgh is like watching Veru. Total pleasure when they're out in the middle, and then they get out and you're like, why?
Yes, I think that's a fair question.
I'm not sure that's quite the vernacular that a commentator should be using, but on Twitter it is perfectly acceptable. Crick Moss, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. Please do tweet us throughout the day if you have any further thoughts on the coverage.
That said, I was saying earlier that in one of the Seafarers games, Myburgh made a very, very good 50 and didn't hit the ball over the top at all. So he can do it when he wants to.
So a change of bowling at the Meldrum Gardens end, and Michael Leask comes on to bowl, and we have a change in pace and style, and a little false start from Leask, and Svart is facing, and they'll look for a quick single, and a sloppy bit of fielding there will ensure that they get that single very comfortably. So hopefully, Rod, will have the opportunity to talk a little bit about where you feel Dutch cricket is at the moment, and what the reaction has been like to both the success, I suppose, of the T20, when the Netherlands played very well indeed and won a lot of admirers, I would say, and also, of course, the disappointment of not qualifying for the 50-over World Cup.
Yes, it's nothing if not a roller coaster ride.
It certainly is, and of course in absolute contrast to the Scotland team, who failed to qualify for the T20 when perhaps it was felt they should have done, and then qualified for the World Cup. We look forward to their performances. That's a great ball by Leask, and Svarzinski unable to do anything with that, and the ball eludes both batsman and wicket keeper and runs all the way down towards us here in the commentary position for 4 byes. I suspect, although it was difficult to see with the wicket keeper in front of us, Rod, I don't imagine that missed off stump by a tremendous amount.
No, I don't think so. I think it might have kept a little bit low as well.
So Leask again in the reverse sweep, and well picked up by Svarzinski. Knew what he wanted to do with that, picked his shot, and behind Majid Haq at square leg, and away to the fine leg boundary for, or I should say the third man boundary for 4 runs. confused me with his revert.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And another
Doing it
attempt, and
again.
that one is
A lot
much
closer.
closer to Majid Haq, who looks for the catch, but on the full toss, goes to the same boundary and away for 4. Of course, Majid Haq fielding at backward point, the left-hander, not square leg, as I got myself completely in a muddle with the reverse sweep. And now another fielder being brought over to the offside, and Majid Haq moves round to more of a third man position, and there's a big shout there for LBW as this time Swarzinski looks to paddle sweep the ball round to the leg side. Callum MacLeod enthusiastically appealing as always, but
I thought I had some wood
unmoved.
there, but
It sounded to me
I would,
you
wouldn't
would,
I?
you would, wouldn't you? There did appear to be a noise of some sort.
Eric Swarzinski was one of the successes of the New Zealand trip. Came into the side, missed the first game or two, but then came into the side and made a very good 100, and batted very well in New Zealand.
Well, we were able to see a couple of those, one of those 4s there from the reverse sweep, and a successful over for Swarzinski. So change of bowling, and Wardlaw will be back on, this time from the Kirkcaldy Road end. And Rod, I suppose a chance now to ask you, let's start with the T20s, because the Netherlands did very well and then had a couple of shaky moments in the qualifiers out in Abu Dhabi before finally making good on what everybody expected would be their position in qualifying, as Wardlaw comes into Svart now. And that one just
kept low as well.
Kept low and squirted away to backward point. The T20s, the qualification campaign itself was a little up and down, but having got there, the Dutch, as I say, were impressive in their pool matches.
Yes, and although clearly there were some disappointments as well, the papers blowing around here, the debacle against Sri Lanka, for example, is something we'd prefer to forget. But yes, I mean, the demolition of Ireland was remarkable, and of course to win against England for a second time is always satisfying. And I speak partly as the vice chairman of the KNCB, but also as an Australian. But no, they did very well. They did amazingly well, and arguably should have beaten South Africa as well.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe not could, but should have beaten South Africa.
Yeah, that was a game I watched, and it was tantalisingly close.
Yes.
Wardlaw in again to Svart, and that one just defended.
And they played well against New Zealand, although they never really got on top. But that was a good performance as well against strong T20 sides. But consistency, I think across all the playing formats, consistency is something that we struggle with, to be honest. We also saw that in the CB40 when we were playing in the CB40 YB40 ECB competition, that we would have great days and then a disappointing day.
And the 50 over qualification process, obviously one of those disappointments, although it started well with a victory against Scotland.
Yes. The game against Kenya obviously was the one that was the most frustrating. But that's sport. There are days when things just don't go right, and when the other side gets everything right.
Was there any? I mean, there would have been analysis, but what was your own analysis of the performances? Where were the weaknesses for you? Where were the strengths? Where was that inconsistency?
Well, it's difficult because I wasn't in New Zealand, so I was following it at a distance.
Wardlaw comes in again, this time to Swarzinski, and that again just fielded. Looks like point, maybe a little backwards of point.
But Kenya did to us in the 50-over qualifier what we did to Ireland in the T20. Just battered out of their skins, and on a day when the Dutch bowlers didn't really perform as one would hope, they took the game away from us.
Yeah, it's not really, can't take anything away from Kenya in that performance, because what they achieved and the run rate that they achieved was very impressive and a huge credit to them.
Yes, yes. Although the people who were there would also say that probably the Dutch were 20, 30 runs short of what they should have had in the conditions. So if you don't make enough runs, then obviously it's difficult to defend.
And clearly knock-on effects in terms of ODI status and high performance program at an ICC level. But how has KNZB reacted to that? What's the plan going forward?
Well, obviously, our next big challenge will be, although I certainly haven't seen yet the full plans in writing, but our understanding is that we'll be playing the World Cricket League Division 2 in possibly Namibia, although that hasn't been finalised yet, early next year. And a top 2 place in that is obviously a key priority, because that then puts you on the road to return, although it's likely that ODI status won't be on offer until the end of the next cycle.
The next cycle, yeah.
So 2018. But we've got to build towards that.
Elise comes in again.
We're kind of, I suppose, in the same place that Scotland were in 2009, although you didn't lose ODI status, but
only narrowly.
Yes,
it must be said. Scotland's finishing, I think, 6th in that group, behind Canada, Kenya, the Netherlands,
Afghanistan.
Ireland, and Afghanistan, and it was the UAE finished beneath Scotland.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. But similarly, a disappointing outcome from the Scottish point of view at the time.
Absolutely, I was there for that trip. I remember it well.
Yeah. And what you did was you bit the bullet and said, okay, we've got 4 years to rebuild, and you did. And I think we have to approach things in the same way. But it's part of a much larger picture, because my responsibilities in the KNCB board are for youth cricket, women's cricket and development. And so, top cricket, the international side is obviously an important element in the whole thing. But we also have to grow cricket generally. We only have around 5,000 cricketers of all ages and both sexes in the Netherlands, and we need to grow the game, and we're committed to growing the game. Oof! A big bouncer is caught wide.
One of the interesting matches that I attended last year and that we streamed for the ICC was the women's qualifier, the women's T20 qualifier between Ireland and the Netherlands. Sri Lanka and Pakistan had topped that group, and their match was, I think, effectively washed out, and they ended up sharing the trophy. As Wardlaw comes in again from the Kirkcaldy Road end, and Svart happy to shoulder arms. And I had your chief executive Richard Cox in the back of the OB truck that day, pacing nervously up and down and distracting all of us from the task in hand. Yeah. But the Dutch women had a real opportunity to defeat Ireland in that game, and it was interesting as it was my first opportunity to see women's international cricket firsthand. But there was a nervousness about both teams in the closing overs of that match.
Yes.
and the sort of nervousness that only really goes, or that you can only suppress with experience of more of that level of cricket, and with the rewards online.
Yeah, no, that's right, and that's why taking part in the ECB Women's County Championship is so important for all three countries, really.
It's a quick fielding there from Kyle Kurtzer, and a direct hit might have had Michael Zwart in trouble there. Gets a single, takes him on to 39. Swazinski on 29, and the score on 90 for 1. 91 for 1, is it?
Yeah.
The scoreboard cranks into gear on the far side of the ground from us here. And more women's international cricket in the summer with ICC Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
With the Netherlands. Oh, and that's a big shout for LBW, and he's given it. Eric Young has given it. A very full delivery there from Wardlaw, and struck Eric Swarzinski bottom of the pad, ankle. What was your interpretation of that, Rod?
Yeah, clearly full. And the umpire clearly took the view that it was on, I would say, on Meek's arm. Can't judge from here.
LBW for 29 to Wardlaw.
We'll wait for the replay and take a look. Here it comes now, and the full-length delivery from Wardlaw, and Swarzinski just trying to turn the ball off his ankles, stepping across the line a little bit, and his innings of 29 comes to an end. Some nice shots in there, Rod, and
yes, good knock from Eric.
Be happy enough with the score at this stage of the game.
Barresi.
Yes, up to 20 overs. But this is clearly now going to be a pretty important partnership.
Indeed.
Barresi's another one who's been in good form. Been in very good form in club cricket as well.
Wesley Barresi, the new batsman wicket keeper for the Netherlands.
Another stroke player, likes to hit the ball.
Important too for Michael Zwart to stay put.
Yes, yes, absolutely. But with Ben Cooper to come, Peter Boren, Bukhari, all of whom like to hit the ball, you'd think that the priority might well be for the rest of the batting to bat round Swart. But yeah, there's no substitute for international experience, is there? So the more the Dutch girls and the Scottish girls play on the big stage, the more the confidence grows, and you learn to trust what you can do. And I think both countries have also got a crop of very talented young players coming through.
Well, Scotland's under-19s certainly did very well qualifying for the World Cup out in Dubai.
Yep.
And performed with credit out there. I think the an edge there, and it just don't think it quite carried to Majid Haq and Preston Momsen behind the in the slip positions. Of course, in the can just have a look at it here and see if it carries or not. It does just carry.
Just about was my impression, I have to say.
I have to say that is a chance gone, a chance put down. We saw Preston Momsen in the final of the North Sea Pro Series. I don't know if you saw the highlights of the washed out game at Grange Rod, but
yeah.
Preston Momsen taking 3 splendid slip catches for the Highlanders, and each one seemed to just extend his reach further, and the dives were lower, and he was delighted after the game to be able to come up to the production area and watch. He said, I'd like to see my 2 catches. And I said, you didn't get 2 catches, you got 3 catches. So Leeskin again, and Zwart now with that important senior role in this partnership, on 41 now with that single, and so crucial to Dutch hopes for him to stay where he is and build a partnership with Wesley Barresi.
And of course, in terms of what we were talking about a moment ago, of exposure of both men and women to more international cricket, the North Sea Series has a key role to play for both Scotland and the Netherlands, I think, in terms of bringing on the younger players, giving them the chance to play at a level which is above club cricket.
Yeah. At least coming in now to Barresi.
At least was one of those who was enormously impressive in the North Sea Series.
An interesting call for a run out that. The ball coming into Callum MacLeod, and Michael Svart just dawdling slightly towards the crease and just getting a little bit of a wake-up call from Callum, who's never shy of getting up in the face of the opposition.
That would have been a profoundly embarrassing way to go out.
Well, fortunately for Svart, he has avoided that. Interestingly, Rod, at last week's ICC Europe Division 2, and the chance.
Kiplow again.
Again, is this going to run all the way for 4? And Hack,
yes,
it has run for 4. Just the faintest of edges there from Svart. And an anguished cry from bowler and wicket keeper. Majid just unable to chase that one down. It's a hot day here in Glasgow. It's not often we can say that, but it is today.
In fact, Sufyan Sharif coming across from backward square almost beat him to the boundary.
Well, maybe more of that a little later. At last week before ICC Europe Division 2, which was taking place around Essex, we had the opportunity to speak to Ryan Tendescata about and Tim Brooks, who you can find on Twitter at Cricket Atlas if you don't already follow him. He's a man with many insights into the associate and affiliate game, and we hope to see him here later on this week. Tim interviewed Ryan, and part of the conversation was revolved around the European Division 2 as the 100 comes up for the Netherlands, and his view certainly was that your only aim as a cricketer, and a cricketer that wants to play professionally, should be to find the level above where you are, introduce yourself to that level of the game, dominate that level of the game, and then find a level above that and keep moving yourself up and up and up, and challenging yourself, backing yourself to keep moving up. But he also said that, of course, those opportunities have to exist, and that structure has to exist to be able to do that. And the North Sea Pro Series was obviously is one that people have identified as a way of getting those players from club cricket who show the potential to play at international level that chance to experience a sort of quasi-international cricket.
Yes, absolutely. So that, for example, in the Hurricane side, the side from the northern Netherlands, we had the 3 Zulfikar brothers, triplets, all of whom played at some point. I don't think they at any point all 3 played in the side in one game.
I think two of them certainly played in a couple of the games together.
But they're only 16, going on 17.
So young.
So very young.
But great experience for them.
Tremendous.
Great exposure, and they get the opportunity to travel abroad as well.
Yes, play in different conditions.
Evans has been brought back on to replace Wardlaw, and it just stiffens up a little bit after that first delivery. As maybe a quick word with Eric Young, the umpire, just checking that he is okay.
He's not moving freely.
He didn't move. He just sort of pulled up on his follow through there, and the hand went to the lower back. And I think the physio will be called for here.
Yep.
There's some concern for Evans. Yeah, talking about the North Sea Pro Series, they're Rod, and very relevant to the 2 teams that we see here today.
Yes.
What was your impression of the level of competition? Rain obviously played a factor in maybe dampening our excitement around it, but for those who have an appreciation for the game and a knowledge and an interest in its development, how interesting a spectacle was it for you?
Well, I think given that it was the first year of playing it as a full series, it was a good experiment. I think a number of players have had a chance to strut their stuff at a level higher than they would normally get in club cricket. And we see somebody like Evans and somebody like Leask, for example, from the Scottish point of view. And people like Viv Kingma, who unfortunately is injured and not playing in this game. But on the Dutch side, James Krouters, who had a pretty successful series with the bat for the Seafarers. Yeah, we see players coming on, and hopefully it will grow and attract more attention and become a regular feature of the international program in our two countries.
It'll be interesting to see the development of the program. There's of course chat about whether Ireland would join as well. Do you have a view on that? What's your view on that?
I don't think I can have a view on that.
Are you not allowed to have a view? That's okay. I won't push you too hard. I'll find somebody neutral and ask them the same question later on.
Ireland have their own priorities, and I think they decided that they wanted to invest their time and attention in the three team structures that they're developing domestically with their Interpro series, not only of one day and T20 matches, but also multi-day, 3-day matches. So for them, I think getting that right domestically was more important than taking part in a triangular competition. And you can understand why they would take that view, given where they are. But for Scotland and the Netherlands, obviously the North Sea Series is a key opportunity to do something that perhaps neither of us would be able to do on our own.
So Ali Evans retires to the balcony, and the physio will begin work on him, and what seems obviously is a back injury. And Majid Haq will replace him for the rest of the over, and Gavin Main will take to the field as 12th man.
And the Quipu scoring system will be tested by a broken over.
I'm not sure our scoring system is the one you need worry about.
But it's always a test for any scoring system with broken over. Having done live commentary in my time,
a good start from Majid Haq.
Yeah.
Bowling from the Kirkcaldy Road end, and a player of huge experience, no shortage of caps, and he creeps closer, I believe, to Craig Wright's record of caps in a Scotland shirt, or wickets rather I should say, in a Scotland shirt. He's already, I believe, Scotland's leading one-day international wicket taker.
Is that right? Yeah.
I think so. Perhaps somebody on Twitter can confirm that for us, but I believe he's now Scotland's leading ODI wicket taker. And of course a club captain here at Clydesdale, and a regular performer for Clydesdale's first 11.
These are of course not ODIs, because the Netherlands doesn't currently have ODIs. So they're one-day matches but not one-day internationals.
I think Majid's wicket-taking record is specific to ODIs.
All right.
I think he's the leading ODI wicket-taker. But anyway, chance at almost an edge to strangle himself down leg side, and then almost the opportunity of a stumping. A little bit of a rash attempt by Wesley Barresi, and a wide given by Eric Young.
But all you'll see in the scorebook is the wide.
I know, I often complain about that myself, Rod.
That one definitely bounced.
Yeah. Plenty of.
Well, it seems to me that bounce is a somewhat underappreciated weapon in the spin bowler's armoury.
Just off the hip of Wesley Barresi. I think it's time, Rod, for me to rehydrate a little. The sun
seems
now,
like a good idea. That sun is baking down.
Sun now directly overhead and into our faces here in the commentary position as Majid Haq comes into bowl again, and Barresi squarely behind the ball there, defends that one.
Fielding adjustments in the field. The man going to backward square leg and the man on the boundary coming squarer. Hack again. Driven down the ground for a single. And after 23 overs, it's 105 for 2, with Swart on 48. But Barresi has stolen the strike.
Nice to see our friends at ICC Europe tweeting about the game, providing Twitter updates, and Twitter, of course, is where we'd like to hear from you. The hashtag is SCOVNED, Scotland versus the Netherlands. Ashwin Kumar is on Twitter saying, good to hear at Rod Lyle on comms. It is actually good to hear on comms. It's been some time. Too long, some might say. Too long.
Well, I have been otherwise engaged. But after several years of writing and doing live commentary for Cricket Europe, I certainly being on the board is a different sort of challenge.
Yeah, I was going to ask how you're enjoying your new challenge now, and how much you've found life has changed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm seeing less cricket than I used to. Because
ironically,
yeah. Because well, of course, this year we're no longer in the 40 over competition, but last year as well, I wasn't doing live commentary on the 40 over competition with the English counties. But I still see a lot of cricket because I make a point of travelling around at the weekends. Partly because my responsibilities on the board include youth cricket, so I tend to choose where I'm going by as much by the junior cricket that I get to see as the top competition cricket on the same day. And we're in the process of developing the second phase of our youth plan. This is the last year of phase 1 of our youth plan. So one of the priorities for the year is developing the phase 2, which will run through to 2018, and which will be going to our general meeting in December. And in the same way that we spent a lot of last year and the early part of this year developing a plan for the redevelopment of Dutch women's cricket, which we've completed in the spring.
Michael Swart, 50, came off.
And that's 50 for Michael Swart.
So Michael Swart takes a single, which brings up his 50, and a very responsible innings from him thus far. Takes the total score to 109 for 2, with Barresi on 7. And almost halfway through the innings, and Sharif will come on from the Kirkcaldy Road end. Interesting the broken over that they chose to use Hack to complete the over. When they're now continuing with pace as they would have done with Evans from this end.
Yes. Yeah, but it means that Sharif will get to bowl a full 10 overs.
And he,
whereas if he'd completed that over, then he would have had
9.5.
9.5. Yeah. Maybe that was the thinking. Who knows?
Well, his opening ball of the 25th over almost tempts Svart with a little prod.
That's a good shot. That's a beautiful shot.
And that's going to go all the way for 4 runs from Michael Svart. Caught hold of that cleanly and passed mid-on. And Gavin Main really with little opportunity to prevent the boundary.
The best innings I've seen Swart play was against Leicestershire at Grace Road in the CB40 competition, which is a devastating knock, tremendous knock. And far be it from me to tempt fate. Certainly, the perspective of my orange shirt, I hope that he produces the same sort of form today.
That is certainly doing the right things at the moment. That boundary taking the Netherlands to 113 for 2. And the Scotland bowlers will be well aware too that this partnership is an important one, as Sharif bowls again, and
It's a good ball.
good ball from Sharif. No chances taken by Svart. His technique is very much to get his whole body square on behind the ball.
Yes, yes. After all, he's got a successful career with Western Australia behind him. He played for Western Australia for several years. In fact, the first time I saw him play was for WA against the English touring side 4 years ago, when England were playing warm-up games in Perth, and it happened that I was back in Perth for a school reunion, and I managed to get myself to the WACA for the 3 days, I think it was, of the warm-up game against WA, and Swart played in that. But it was one of the last games he played for WA. Barresi not tempted by that one, bat raised high, letting it go through to complete the over. 114 for 2 after 25.
Are you okay, Ewan?
Yeah, I'm trying to sort this.
Yeah, okay.
Right, okay, I'll just unplug it again, hang on.
And from Meldrum Gardens, Majid Haq.
So my BNC is literally falling apart. Yeah, the DMCs was still falling apart.
One, and I'll never forget it because it was the day Bob Willis took 8 wickets, and in that famous Headingley Test, England turned Australia over after the big Botham 100, and I was scoring in the scoreboard over on the far side, and my Scottish teammates took great pleasure in coming over from time to time to give me an update on the score. So that's it's a bit like knowing where you were the day Scotland lost to Peru. There's no Scottish male or Scottish-based male of my generation who doesn't know where they were when Scotland lost to Peru in the World Cup.
Yes, fortunately before my time. Although for my generation, it's when Scotland lost to Costa Rica in 1990 at the World Cup.
Yes.
Which is, you know, up there with the moon landing and the Kennedy assassination. So Majid Haq coming in again from the Meldrum Gardens end, and again that little attempt at a scoop round the corner. This time though, it just ekes harmlessly out to mid wicket, a single taken.
Well, again, the day of the Peru debacle, I was actually at a cricket match at Irvine. So yeah, a lot of the disasters in my life are associated with cricket.
Well, my last experience of Helensburgh Cricket Club, and for those of you watching around the world who don't know where Helensburgh is, it's on the west coast of Scotland, at the mouth of the Firth of Clyde, and or at the mouth of the Clyde estuary, I should say, on the Firth of Clyde, and it is a town that relies very heavily on the naval base on the Gairloch, where the UK keeps its considerable arsenal of weaponry, and a number of the Navy guys from HMNB Clyde play for Helensburgh at times when the submarines are back in, and my own cricket club, who played Helensburgh here at Titwood recently, this season in fact, and delighted to say that we prevailed despite my single over going for 17. Including 1 6 that almost cleared the hockey pitch away to our right. Others in the team fared better than I did that day.
Well, one of the pleasures of today for me, coming back, is that I've had a chance to chat with Colin Neal, who is the president of Cricket Scotland. And back in those days in the... That's direct hit.
A direct hit, and confusion there between the batsmen, really. Absolutely no need for that at all, Rod, and Barresi just a little slow to turn and get his bat back down, but what a smart piece of fielding.
Looking for a run that was never there, I think, but yes, absolutely a great throw.
Take another.
Michael Spartan run out for 57. The incoming batsman is the captain, Peter Borden.
The public announcer misidentifying the batsman out. The batsman out, of course, was
Barresi.
Wesley Barresi, and not
Batsman
Michael Svart.
was, of course, Michael Barresi.
Apologies now being made.
He's having a little bit of a senior moment, I think, as our public address announcer. Wesley Barresi is the man out,
and Peter Boren is the new man in.
And Peter Boren is the man in. The skipper in.
who's confusing us all by having switched his shirt number with the new shirts that the Dutch have got this time. He's always been 83.
He has, that's absolutely right. He's number 1. I wonder if is that a statement of intent?
Well, you might think so. I think 83.
I meant in the sense that 1 is important and not
Yes.
1 is number of runs scored.
Yeah.
So Sharif to the new batsman Boren, and he's happy just to see that one out.
One of Boren's characteristics in the field is that he has a genius for putting himself where the next catch is going to be. And when you're doing live commentary, either text commentary or audio commentary of the Dutch in the field, you always think you know where Boren is, and then suddenly you discover that he's somewhere else entirely and has just taken a catch. Whoop.
Plenty of lift there from Safian Sharif. And
little welcome to Boren.
Boren whips his head out of the way. Welcome to Glasgow.
Last time Boren came to Glasgow, he won't have very fond memories because he was run out and injured his shoulder diving, which I think was here, wasn't it? I think it was at this ground.
I think it might have been
first round of the
yeah.
North Sea Pro Series.
Yeah, that's right.
And that shoulder injury has he hasn't been bowling in club cricket back home. Don't think he's bowled since that injury.
And that one staying lower from Sharif. He's varying the bounce quite considerably, Rod. There's,
Yes.
Of all the bowlers we've seen today, the low bounce from Sharif has been unique.
You're giving the pitch the benefit of the doubt when you put it like that. But yes, it's been more a feature of his bowling than
anybody
else's. Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Yes, that comes through just over stump high.
More conventional ball to finish the over, but a good over from Safian Sharif. And
Yep.
in case you're wondering, Richie Berrington was the man with the run out, a very smart pickup and directed run out.
A throw from Richie Berrington.
There you go. Yes, so I was saying that meeting up with Colin Neal,
Yes.
who played for Kelvinside Ackies in the Glasgow League back when I was scoring for Helensburgh in the late 70s and early 80s. So a chance to both to reminisce and also to catch up on the many friends I had in cricket in the west of Scotland back in those days. It's been a real bonus of this trip from my point of view. Very useful pace bowler in his day was Colin Neal. He tells me he's still playing for the 40 club.
Oh yes. A famous and a chance there for Majid, and he's taken it
At the second bite.
Oh no, he's put it down. Oh, he's furious with himself. I think we could probably see that again, but
Swart was on his way.
Swart was on his way. The drive, attempted to drive the ball back over the head of Majid Hack, and Majid initially stopped the ball, parried it up into the air, and then was unable to hold on to the second catch. And on that occasion, Swart plays, I think, more of the shot he was intending the first time round. But again, slightly dangerous, and just managing to drop the ball before it goes all the way out to Richie Berrington in the deep. We'll take another look at that chance again at the end of the over. But Hack frustrated by his inability to hold on to the ball there. A difficult chance always if you parry the ball up and it goes behind you, because you have to turn, find the ball, find your hands in very quick order, and obviously that was...
and it was travelling as well.
And it was certainly travelling. Just tucked off the legs there by Boren, and there's an attempt at a run out that was never really a realistic one from Safian Sharif, and fortunately a couple of Scotland fielders backing up on the far side of the pitch. Kyle Kurtz, the captain.
It does look as if Swart has decided to go after Hack, though.
Well, Mike and I did notice in the opening partnership a slight change of emphasis in both batsmen as we approached the drinks break. Seemed to be a little more intent about them, and Svart has taken the edge off that with the introduction of new batsmen, but he does appear to be now ready to move his feet, get forward to the ball and attack. And the over comes to an end, and I think a chance to look at that chance now for Hack. We can see here it was Svart with the drive, trying to get it back over Hack's head, but the parry up in the air just turned behind him, and as he turned around to try and, you can see him turning around, trying to find the ball, juggles a little bit, and then puts it down, much to the dismay of the watching crowd here at Clydesdale, who thought he'd taken it.
Road end, Michael Lees is coming back on.
So a chance down for Scotland. Another life for Michael Svart. And the Netherlands move on to 121 for 3. And we're into the 29th over. And Safian Sharif is going to continue from the Kirkcaldy Road end.
Yeah, Lees measured out his run. It looked as if he was going to come on. And then there was a change of plan, apparently. The game has gone into eclipse because of a group of spectators who are standing in front of us. And move on with a suitable apology.
So a swing and a miss starts the over for Michael Svart.
Yeah, Colin Neal and I were discussing earlier what we thought par might be today. And we were thinking in terms of sort of 250-ish probably as being the sort of score you would be hoping to set.
Bump ball brings out a smart bit of fielding from Sharif off his own bowling.
And the Dutch are maybe not that far off where they'd want to be, aiming to make around 250 off the 50 overs.
Rather hopeful appeal for LBW there from Sharif. I think that ball looked a bit high.
Umpire certainly not interested.
No, I think take a lot more than that for Eric Young to be interested in pulling the trigger. So our friend Andrew Nixon is on Twitter saying it's very rude of the match to keep interrupting Rod's story about Colin Neal. Sharif comes in again, and that's a better shot from Svart. It'll be fielded by Leesk out deep extra cover. Alex Leggett also on Twitter saying the ground looks fantastic at Dale Cricket. Sadly stuck in the office today, but enjoying the coverage. And thanks for tweeting Alex. And Kat Heathcote, who also takes a great interest in women's cricket, but
absolutely
here in Scotland, saying having Scottish cricket in the background definitely makes editing a little easier. So
that's good to hear.
Good to hear that all of you are enjoying it. David Montgomery tweets, sitting watching Wimbledon on the TV and the cricket coverage online, loving the all-day sports, and more to come with the World Cup later. So it is very much, streaming is very much a second screen experience, which is the phrase at the moment within the industry. It's all about the second screen experience.
Oh really?
I don't know if you have much experience of this, Rod, but what the kids do these days, you see, is they watch TV and they tweet using their phones, and that's off the shoulder and taken by Callum MacLeod, and a rather forlorn appeal from the slips there.
No chance.
But I can't imagine that was realistically realistically going to be given out. It just square off the shoulder. Yes, it's the second.
I remember Mike Stanger playing for Clydesdale at Helensburgh as well.
Not within his earshot, Rod, please. So yes, the second screen experience is what it's all about now. So you can, if you're digitally connected, you can be watching 3 different bits of content on 3 different devices at the same time.
I've been known to do that myself.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think that puts you in what they now describe as Generation Y.
Is that right?
I'm not quite sure you call it. But yes, if you're enjoying the tennis and the cricket, fantastic. Enjoying the football later on. Have you been Hoop Holland throughout this
yes, indeed.
World Cup?
Yes. Well, I've been having problems with a bout of bronchitis over the past month. So I've been
coming back on at the Melbourne
lying on my bed of pain and watching the football, which has helped to keep me going, I have to say. Along with the Aurelio Zen novels of Michael Dibdin, which I've been rereading.
So this time it's Least back on
That's
and
right.
instantly rewarded. What a fantastic catch from his skipper, Kyle Kurtzer. Close in, inside the circle, and that delivery to Svart, just trying to manufacture the shot onto leg side and clipped it straight to the diving Kurtzer, but a fine piece of fielding from the Scotland captain.
I have to say that's not the first time I've seen Swart caught at short mid-wicket like that.
A slightly disappointing end for Michael Svart, who has batted well until now, but he has been given a couple of lives by the Scotland fielders, and on that occasion the skipper Kurtzer made sure of the job, and Svart departs for 62 in a generous round of applause from all the supporters here at Clydesdale.
A very valuable innings, one has to say. Not flawless, but
a
very valuable knock.
62.
And Ben Cooper comes in.
So Ben Cooper, the new batsman, tall figure,
And the other left-hander in the side.
taking his guard.
Brother of Tom, of course, who preceded him in the Dutch side.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar, obviously, with Ben Cooper. He's another one who was playing during the North Sea Pro Series, of course. Tell us a bit about him.
Well, like Tom, he has a Dutch passport on the somewhat improbable grounds that their mother was born in what was then Dutch New Guinea. And shortly after she was born, Indonesia moved in and took over Dutch New Guinea, which is now the Indonesian province of West Irian. And she moved as a child to Australia and eventually met the Cooper boys' father. And through her, they're entitled to Dutch passports. So Tom started playing for the Netherlands in 2010, I think, from memory. And then Ben came to play for VRA in Amstelveen last season. Struggled early on, and then hit a very, very rich vein of scoring. Became the first player for VRA to hit a double hundred in a club match in the top division of the Dutch league. And was brought into the side for the games against Ireland in the World Cricket League Championship and the I Cup. Plays in a miss there.
He started slightly nervously against Michael Leask. Continues his over on the far end of the ground.
But he hits the ball. When he hits the ball, he hits it extremely hard.
He's dwarfing the players around him.
Yeah, he's a big lad.
He is a tall player, and McLeod and Momsen, who admittedly aren't the tallest fellows in the ground, look tiny in comparison.
He hasn't played first-class cricket, but he's played quite a high level of club and representative cricket in Australia.
He's encouraged by his potential.
He's played some important innings already. He's also played for the Northern Territory, I think, which is
so. Bertus de Jong from
Yes.
from the Netherlands, who we know has done some scoring for Cricinfo
and Cricket Europe,
Cricket Europe.
and writes now for Cricket Europe as well.
Says Ree Boren's new shirt number, perhaps keeping a tally of top-class centuries.
Yes, because 3 weeks ago, I think Pete scored his first ever century in the top classer, the top division of Dutch domestic cricket.
Mohammed Arshad borrowing lines from Cricket Scotland, I think, on Twitter. Don't take on Berrington's arm. Wise words, and I'm sure Wesley Barresi will remember those in the future.
Majid Haq from this end, from the Kirkcaldy Road end, to Boren.
And it would be remiss of me not to mention Clydesdale Cricket Club, of course, who have been tweeting Sun and Cricket at Dale Cricket as Majid Haq comes in, and that one goes out to a sort of deep square leg. Just for a single. Sun Cricket at Dale Cricket, the bar is open, pop down and enjoy the weather and the match in front of us. And although we'd love you all to be watching the live streaming, and viewing numbers are always important in demonstrating the viability of providing coverage for these matches and increasing coverage of associate and affiliate cricket around the world. It is a beautiful day, and if you're in the vicinity of the south side of Glasgow and you have the afternoon off, then I can assure you you will be most welcome here, and you will have a splendid day out.
And the game is shaping nicely.
And the game is shaping up nicely. One does feel that a partnership for the Dutch is going to be important to put on a competitive total. As Hack comes in again to the tall figure of Cooper and gets onto the front foot and just nudges that through mid-off.
Yes, at 120, 125, 126 after 30, but for 4. It could go either way, really, couldn't it? But that's one of the joys of cricket.
And two relatively new batsmen at the crease now with the departure of Zwart. And a captain's innings perhaps required from Peter Boren.
Yeah, to have lost those 2 wickets just at the point where you might think that the momentum needs to be picked up. And there's some momentum there.
Big shot there, and that's aimed directly at the Scotland dressing room at the pavilion, and the first 6 of the day.
Effortless.
Certainly was.
As I say, when he hits it hard.
Well, with levers like those, one would expect it.
And then straight down the ground, all along the ground for the single.
Let's just take another look at that 6. First maximum of the day dispatched into the spectator seating, holding the pose for the cameras. Always nice to see. I do the same every time I play golf. Hold the pose off the tee, wait for the flicker of the cameras, and at the end of the 32nd over, it's Netherlands progress to 136 for 4.
I think that's 31.
And welcome back. Our thanks to Prosperity Financial Solutions and Cast Accountancy for making coverage of this match and the matches to follow possible. Very grateful to their Bill McCracken and for his continued support of live cricket here at Clydesdale, and also in the past live hockey as well at the club. He's a big supporter of everything Clydesdale.
And coming back on from Melbourne Gardens is Josh Davies.
There's an interesting conversation to be had, perhaps not today, Rod, but an interesting conversation to be had about how more of this level of cricket can be taken to the world. It was obviously one of the big sources of inspiration for us when we started Quipu TV, and Mike Stanger being
well fielded.
Good bit of fielding there by Richie Berrington. When Mike and I started this production company, and but it continues to be a challenge, and particularly in a financial sense for governing bodies, national associations in cricket to find the resources to highlight the best of what they're doing.
Absolutely. And certainly, and the Dutch experience was that when cricket disappeared from terrestrial TV, when the BBC stopped showing it, because BBC can be seen in much of the Netherlands.
Oh, little lift by Boren over the top and away for 4 runs. I think that was quite calculated, actually, Rod.
Entirely deliberate, yeah.
Josh Davey looks slightly incredulous at the at the attempt.
Just angled the face of the bat.
Angled the face of the bat, almost as if to practice slip catching in the nets before the game, but plenty of elevation on the shot and quite comfortably away for 4 runs, as you can see there again. Too easy, says the director in my ear. Who is not a bad cricketer himself, but let's not blow too much smoke in the wrong direction. Davey in again. Boren thinks about a quick single and is quite rightly turned back by his partner at the non-striking end.
That was supposed to run to fine leg, I think, and then it didn't.
Yeah, the challenges of broadcasting coverage are always great. I have to say though, I'm very encouraged by the attitude and the forethought of people like Tim Anderson at the ICC and the Global Development Manager. And Boren tries the same again, and that time just feathers the edge. Didn't quite commit fully to the shot there, Rod, and nope. Callum McLeod, grateful recipient of a catch behind the stumps.
Yep. Yeah, it came off the first time, but not the second. And that's a big wicket for the Scots, I think. Particularly at this stage, 1-4-1 for 5 now in the 32nd. And they'll take drinks.
Players will take drinks. Let's take a look at that wicket again. And Boren just attempting the same shot again, but the precision just lacking.
Peter Boren, John McLeod, Will Davey for 7.
And Josh Davey takes his wicket, and the new batsman coming in is Michael Rippon. But he will have to wait a couple of minutes until the resumption of play as the players stop for drinks on this hot day in Glasgow. Just going back to what we were talking about in terms of coverage, a few years ago when we started this, you know, associate and affiliate cricket really didn't get any live coverage on it. Certainly not very much.
Certainly not video coverage.
Yeah,
no.
Not video coverage. But when you look at the World Cup qualifiers in New Zealand recently, yeah. the final, I think, was sold into more than, between the UAE and Scotland, was sold into more than 150 territories around the world for television coverage.
step. And of course, if I may make the point, this game is being covered live in text commentary on Cricket Europe alongside
the video coverage. Yes,
yeah.
no, of course.
So if we're talking about multi-screens,
indeed, your scoring stats on your phone or your tablet, the video coverage, the live video stream on the other device, and then you can have Wimbledon on your television if you want.
If you absolutely must.
I think we just took a break there as during the drinks break. So apologies if we rather crashed back onto your screens there with our conversation about development of broadcasting for the associates and the development of coverage in other forms, including text commentary and ball-by-ball updates. And those updates are really important to people because as much as we talk about live streaming and in terms of video, it isn't something that is available to everybody. It is in theory available on any device anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
But the bandwidth enjoyed by people or the data packages enjoyed by people through their mobile phone providers often might not be sufficient for them to take advantage of that. And the text updates, and if you look at the updates that online newspapers provide, for example, from the bigger test matches, can be a source of both entertainment and, of course, valuable information for people who are out and about and desperately keen to keep up to date. Because sport, as we often say, it's a statistician's sport in many ways, and
yes,
it's a great service. So Davey again, and the new batsman in is Michael Rippon as play resumes, with the Netherlands on 141 now for 5, and that important wicket of Peter Boren, the last to go just before drinks.
The other point I was making was that the decline in the numbers of Dutch cricketers coincides almost entirely with the disappearance of the BBC from live cricket coverage on terrestrial TV, because people would be zapping and find cricket and think, oh, this looks interesting, and the next thing you know, a lot of people will tell you, players who are now, or ex-players who are now in their 50s, will tell you that it was through the BBC that they first made contact with cricket, and that's disappeared now. So the importance of being able to watch cricket cannot be underestimated.
Hack again to Cooper, and there's a big shout, and it's given, and that's a catch has slipped by Preston Mommsen off the bowling of Hack. It was quite a big swing from Ben Cooper. It evaded Callum McLeod behind the stumps, but a very smart catch by Preston Mommsen. We talked about his slip catching earlier on today has done for Ben Cooper. He goes for 7. And the Dutch innings just starting to unravel a little bit now. Rod, big blow that for
the two of them going, Boren and then Cooper within a few balls is a significant turn in the game, I think. Although it's Mudassar Bukhari now coming in.
Mommsen bowled Hack for 10.
Had the opportunity to watch Bukhari for the first time 2 years ago when the UAE visited the Netherlands as part of the Pepsi ICC World Cricket League Championships, and then of course Bangladesh followed on their tour and played two T20s against the Netherlands and one against Scotland, and that was a splendid trip for us. We very much enjoyed being over in the Netherlands.
Yes,
we had a good time.
Okay, well, I'm about to depart.
We shall bid you adieu for now, but we very much hope that you'll join us again over the course of the week if you are here.
Well, I'm here for the whole of today, and tomorrow morning I'm leaving after the first innings tomorrow. So yes, I'll happily come back.
Well, Rod, my thanks to you, and
it's a pleasure.
We'll ask you just to vacate the commentary position, and in Rod's stead, delighted to welcome Herald journalist and a member, I believe, of the 40 Club that Rod and I were talking about just a short while ago, Kevin Ferry of the Herald newspaper, national newspaper here in Scotland. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you, Jack. Nice to be here.
Good to have you. Good to have you in the commentary box. We're talking a little about how rare it is to have such a glorious day at Titwood for international cricket.
Well, the man I feel sorry for is Grant Bradburn, actually. I think this is a case of lulling someone into a really false sense of security. First day in the job, and a day like this at Titwood. Sorry, Grant, it won't always be like this, but no, absolutely.
Let's enjoy it while it is.
Exactly. None of this will pay for it nonsense.
So in today's, we'll just let that ball come down to main at long on. Majid Haq bowling to the two new batsmen now. The new batsman coming in was Mudassir Bakari, as picked up by Rod, and the batsman at the far end, Michael Rippon. So a new partnership for the Dutch, plenty to be done, and it'll be important for these two batsmen to stay in for some time now, with 18, just under 18 overs still remaining in the score on 142 for 5. Today's Herald, Kevin, you have a big feature on Scotland's new coach. What are your first impressions of Grant Bradburn?
He's done one press conference and he came across as a very affable, knowledgeable man. So here's hoping. He apparently comes with good credentials as a coach. So as I say, let's be very upbeat and positive about it. It's a big job he's taking on, but it's a very exciting time for Scottish cricket. So it's a great time to get this job, I believe. So
what do you see as the main challenges ahead of him as he comes into this new role?
Well, he's coming in with the World Cup to prepare for next year, so it's really working out his best squad, which he'll be assessing. I think they've got a better chance of doing that now that they've got the Pro Series level underneath the international side, and then, as I say, it's honing it all to make an impression at next year's World Cup. The hope would be that Scotland can make the sort of impression that the likes of Ireland have made in recent World Cups. The challenge as ever, of course, for any Scotland coach is that the fixture list makes it pretty tough. We have a situation where a player is deemed to be benefiting more from playing a second 11 cricket match by his county, which I'm not saying is not the case, but that's difficult when you're trying to get the team together for matches like this week's.
Yes, absolutely, and you mentioned that in your article today, and with specific regard to Freddie Coleman, who is playing second 11 cricket down south, and it is always going to be the challenge at any time in any year, but I suppose coming up for a World Cup, when you want to be able to assess it firsthand, the temperament of players, the technical abilities of players, and how the team gels, it's important to get as much time with them as possible.
Well, absolutely, but as I say, the Pro Series is excellent from the point of view of being able to assess the home-based players, and you'll be able to get plenty of feedback on how people are performing. Those who are in the county setup, by definition, they tend to be the ones that have already established themselves as the better or more promising performers. So, as I say, it's a case of keeping tabs on that, but making the absolute most of the opportunities to see the local players at a level substantially above club cricket. I think the Pro Series would have to be considered.
Well, yep, Grant Bradburn will need to develop that network of contacts through the English county scene. It will be an important scouting tool for him, and keeping him up to date with what's happening with the Scottish players playing down south. We mentioned Callum MacLeod earlier, who is playing today, albeit in a slightly unconventional position. And he's made a great start in the NatWest T20 Blast.
Well, he's one of several really exciting talents in the Scotland squad. And as I say, that's I like the look of a combination of what's coming through and the way that the more established performers, like Callum, are beginning to assert themselves at international level. You start to feel that that there's a real nucleus of quality. The sort of thing that we had maybe 10, 12 years ago when Scotland were operating at a higher level in the international game.
And what were your overall reflections of the Pro Series? It's early days, obviously. It's first year, but it was it was obviously slightly weather affected at times. But were you impressed by the level of cricket that was being played? Were there any particular individuals that you looked at who you thought showed promise from an international stage?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't know an awful lot about Michael Leask before this season. First time I really got a good look at him was up at Aberdeenshire when Scotland played against England, and he performed phenomenally well there. And he seemed to consolidate that with his performances in the Pro Series. So he would be one. I mean, he's perhaps showing the kind of promise that we were seeing from, say, the likes of Richie Berrington a couple of years ago when he set the record for the fastest T20 century. As I say, he's possibly the shining star that came out of that. But the Highlanders were, as Andy Tennant, Cricket Scotland's head of performance, pointed out, probably the less experienced of the two Scottish sides, and yet they were the ones that that really performed superbly, winning both competitions. So that's my point about the importance of the Pro Series, is that for a long time there's been a sense that that there isn't an opportunity for young players to make cases for themselves properly. This is a tier of cricket where they really can, and that can only be healthy for both them and for the more established guys, in knowing that they've got somebody breathing down their neck.
Indeed. Majid Haq bowling from the Kirkcaldy Road end and keeping things tight for Scotland. 150 has just passed for the Netherlands, but 6 wickets down. Still plenty of overs to score runs and put on a respectable and defendable total. That shot by Bakari.
Yes, but it looked like it was going to be a lot more at one stage, Jack.
Yes, it did. And Andrew Nixon's been on Twitter actually to remind us, rather mischievously, that the Netherlands, before Rod Lyle came on to commentate, were 68 for 1. And the Netherlands, since Rod Lyle came on to commentate, were 73 for 5. So obviously the Vice Chairman of the KNCB will need to think twice about his appearance in the commentary box in future.
Well, all I'll say is I hope that means that you're not going to invite Cricket Scotland's President Colin Neal, my 40 club captain, to have a stint on commentary, because he could do the same sort of destructive job.
If I was feeling completely impartial about these things, I would probably be insisting on his appearance, but at the moment, I'm happy to lean towards the home side, and we'll see if Colin's in the mood to have a chat about Scotland and their preparations for the World Cup a little later in the day. I know that the Chief Executive, Roddy Smith, is never shy of a role in the commentary box. Roddy, he likes a chat on commentary. I think
no comment.
I think in another existence, Roddy might have quite enjoyed a role as a presenter and commentator.
Nice to hear he's got a few opinions on things anyway.
So turning our attention back to Twitter, just in between overs, Glenrothes Cricket Club is enjoying the coverage and reiterating a point that Mike Stanger made at the start of the game, that Callum McLeod is now one of only 3 people to represent Scotland as a bowler, a batsman and a wicket keeper. And Super Saba on Twitter says, enjoying the live stream, keeping me from my schoolwork.
Fair enough at this time of the term, surely. I mean, I thought school came off last week. Anyway, any teacher that's insisting at this time of the year. I suspect
Super Saba is watching in the Netherlands, where the school year might be continuing. The schools have stopped here in Scotland, and plenty of kids here, and crowd of a couple of hundred at Titwood. Oh. And McLeod unable to stop that one, and it will carry on through to Sharif down at fine leg, and a wide signalled. That ball from Wardlaw, who's come back on at the far end, the Meldrum Gardens end, I'm pretty sure, even though the public address announcer is suggesting it might be the Kirkcaldy Road end. I think the bar might have opened a little too early for him. So Wardlaw continuing from the Meldrum Gardens end. And the Ripon on strike. And picks up a single there. So have you managed to play much this summer, Kevin? Has the 40 club been out?
Played a few games with the 40s. Had a few club games at the start of the season as well. It's been an okay summer, not as good as last year's sensational summer, where we got about as much cricket played in 1 year as we had in the previous three
put together.
But no, it's been a pleasant enough start to the year, and the 40s is all gentle, non-competitive, good fun, and you know that's obviously my style of cricket at this stage in life.
It's my style of cricket at my stage in life as well. Now, I'm a good bit younger.
My tongue's still slightly in my cheek, but we're competitive enough.
Another single there picked up by Bakari, just turning the ball out to the mid-wicket area. Yes, it's been not a bad start to the summer here in Scotland. The weather of a few years ago ruined the cricket season all over the country, and it's nice in the last 2 seasons to have had the chance to play a bit of cricket.
Well, it was getting to the stage that it was a real worry. You're starting to get players drifting away because really the number of times you were asking them to be available and then there was no game for them at the weekend, people got used to doing something else. So last summer was a blessed relief, and luckily enough this year has kind of consolidated that. I think we hopefully will be getting a few more flocking back again.
So Wardlaw in again to Ripon. That one up into the rib cage, and no run. Rod was talking earlier on, Kevin, about the change in attitude to cricket in the Netherlands since the BBC stopped covering cricket, and the fact that a lot of the players who played in the Netherlands played because they, were able to find coverage from the BBC, and I'll just wait for Wardlaw. Much fuller that time from Wardlaw, but again, Momsen happy just to field that one comfortably, and Ripon content to just stay in his crease and no run scored. There was a report, I think, by the Scottish Government 5-6 years ago that said that sports, taking football aside, which in Scotland, for anybody who doesn't know, is a massive statistical outlier, Wardlaw and again, and that one's higher, and it's pulled, and it should go for 4. It's brilliantly stopped out on the boundary by Leask. Watched the bounce of the ball perfectly, and what seemed like a certain boundary is just contained to 2 runs, and fabulous fielding that by Leask. The report from the government said that sports that enjoyed coverage on television, or the more that people were able to I think because of the nature of the sport and the length of time it takes to play a game and the resources required from particularly a television company to cover it, but it's an interesting challenge, I think is my point. But Rod certainly said he noticed in the Netherlands that participation levels dropped considerably.
I'm actually surprised that the uplift is as small as that from getting the right kind of profile. it's absolutely the most important thing for any sport that's trying to develop itself, to make sure that it is seen as much as possible by the generation that it's targeting to bring in. And you know, we have a great opportunity now with internet, with the capacity to stream things.
Oh, and a wicket goes. Josh Davey claims another wicket. The pace of the bouncer just seemed to catch Meekeren unawares, and he tries to pull the ball, mistimes his shot, and Majid Haq at fine leg, close in, takes a very comfortable catch at chest height. And the wickets keep tumbling for the Netherlands. And the changes in bowling, Kevin, seem to be working very well for Scotland.
I think they've mixed it up really well. I think there's been a great combination of bowling actually today. There's been a little bit of hostility. There've been some pretty decent spin bowling in among it all. And as I say, they've mixed up the bowling well. I'm pretty impressed all round by the Scottish attack. It's been, yeah, very encouraging. So
Peter Saylor is the new batsman in, and Meekeren departs for 7. And Josh Davey claims another wicket. So the score on 159 for 6. We're in the 37th over. And the Scotland bowlers with their tails up will be keen to close this out, I would think, in pretty short order. 159 for 7, sorry, as the scoreboard catches up with events. What do you think Scotland would be looking to contain this score to, Kevin?
I think now they're probably thinking in terms of keeping it below 200. 200, yeah. And possibly even tighter than that if they can nick another one out quickly. I mean, once you get down to 9-10 jack, you feel like you've got a chance of running through them quite quickly. So that's yeah, they've got a chance of keeping this very manageable on a wicket that they're pretty confident is going to stay good for the afternoon as well.
So Davey in to bowl again to the new batsman Saylor, and almost tempts him into an old prod there, and we've seen him do that throughout this innings. Davey's bowling very well.
Hey.
And as the passers-by here in front of the Junior Pavilion at Clydesdale continue to wreak havoc with our commentary position.
Just mayhem it is.
It's just mayhem. Davey comes in to bowl again. And that one's off the pan. There's a big shout, and Eric Young puts his hand in his pocket. And there'll be no more of that. Again, one of those appeals, Kevin, that although there was support from the fielders, just felt a little bit half-hearted from Josh Davey, didn't it?
I think so. I think it was probably a wee bit on the high side, but he fairly squared them up. And anytime you see that as a fielding side, then yeah, you're going to give your bowler a little bit of support.
You've got to go for it, haven't you? You've got to go for it. So Davey in again to Saylor. That time he does manage to apply his bat to the ball, but no runs scored again. There'll be one more ball in the over. And a momentary bit of cloud cover has disappeared, and the sun is once again shining brightly on Clydesdale Cricket Club. Here comes Davey again. And that one looked a little bit off the gloves, I think, there, but doesn't carry to slip. And the Dutch will take a single to end the over with the score on 159 for 7. So welcome back to Clydesdale, where the Netherlands are 160 for 7. We're slightly being undone by the slowness of the scoreboard here at the venue, which, as we've previously discussed, is going to be replaced very soon. We just don't know how soon, but very soon, says Mike Stanger.
I think they were just a bit worried about unveiling their new technology today and taking the risk that it would all break down horribly, weren't they, Michael?
Yes. Oh, and a chance for a catch there from Wardlaw. Sailor just popping the ball back up to the bowler, and just his momentum taking him the wrong way and unable to adjust his feet quickly enough to get a hand to that. A half chance for Scotland.
It was a pretty good effort too, wasn't it? I mean, when you're following through as a bowler, those come back pretty quickly, and he was diving pretty much at full stretch.
You just see that there on the replay. Great effort by Wardlaw, but just didn't quite get hold of it. Still encouraging signs for the Scottish bowlers. Keen to wrap up this innings quickly as Wardlaw comes in to bowl again. And that time Sailor deals with it comfortably. Wardlaw fields off his own bowling, and the Dutch take a single. Just to have a look at the bowling figures up to this over. Evans 5.1 overs, no maidens, 19 for 1. Of course, he had the broken over when he injured his back on the first ball of the over. Wardlaw before this over 6 overs, 1 maiden, 26 for 1 as he comes in to bowl again, this time to Michael Rippon, of whom we've seen very little so far. Josh Davey 27 for 2, Safan Sharif 7 overs, 2 maidens, 21 for no wicket. Michael Lease 6 overs, no maidens, 36 for 1. And Majid Haq 5.5 overs, he completing the broken over of Davey, no maidens, 24 for 1. And Josh Davey bowling well, and really quite consistent figures across the board there, Kevin.
Well, it is. I mean, all the way down the line, Sharif's the only one that hasn't got a wicket so far, but he's been exceedingly tight, going to 3 and over, and they tried to get after the spinners, and both of them have picked up a wicket, which has kept things in check. But no, it's been as I say, I like the way that they've mixed up the bowling and never really let them settle against anyone, because they've got enough confidence in the attack to change it round and do it in short, sharp bursts.
So a fuller delivery from Wardlaw brings us to the end of the over, I should say. And the Dutch on 161 for 7. Scotland, as Kevin suggested, probably looking for opportunities to keep this total below 200. Certainly in the early part of this innings, we probably felt that a score of over 250 would have been within the Dutch reach, but they lost wickets, Kevin, at important moments, and they lost them in clusters, in groups, didn't they?
Well, they lost them in a clutch, yeah. I mean, it was, I think they passed the 100 mark going through in the 21st over. So at that stage, you're certainly thinking in terms, in the modern game, you're thinking 250 is well within reach, and they might have even been targeting more than that, because I think they still had 9 wickets in hand at that point. It was, I think it was only 1 down. Yeah, as I say, Scotland stuck to their task really well. You've seen people sticking to plans when they maybe taken a. They've maybe been hit, but it's not put them off. Majid Haq picking up a wicket of the man who'd smashed him into the pavilion, and Josh Davey got chipped over the top of the keeper for a 4. Bowled pretty much the same ball and got him out.
And got a wicket, yeah, that's right. The wicket of Peter Boren, the skipper, who executed the first shot perfectly, but misjudged the attempt at a repeat.
But that, as I say, shows a lot of confidence by the bowlers in what they're setting out to do. That they're sticking to it. That they're not getting rattled by seeing the ball go to the boundary once or twice.
Absolutely. Davy comes back in from the Kirkcaldy Road end. And it's Sailor on strike with his batting partner Michael Rippon at the non-striker's end. So Davy in again on his run up. And he's bowling in all the right places today, Josh Davy. Another player who I saw for the first time I think it was in the Netherlands when Scotland beat Bangladesh in the T20, and I think, unless I'm mistaken, Josh Davy took the last wicket in that game, and he played very impressively then, and he's continued his development. That attempted bouncer just possibly a little too short, not quite getting the lift that he was looking for. It's not the first time we've seen that happen today, and the ball just off the top edge of the bat down to fine leg for 4 runs. So
wouldn't have said the batsman looked that comfortable playing it, Jack, to be fair, so it was worth a try.
I think he probably got away with it because there were no fielders anywhere in the vicinity. Majid Haq having retreated now to a much deeper position at fine leg than the position he was in when he took the catch to remove Bakari. And Josh Davy brings his over to an end. And just to remind you all at home, if you're watching, that the hashtag for this match and for the matches that follow on Wednesday and Friday is Scotland v Netherlands. So it's hashtag SCOVNED. SCOVNED. And if you have any comments on the performance of either team, I should say, or any comments indeed on associate or affiliate cricket in general, we would be delighted to hear from you. So tweet using that hashtag, we'll pick it up and read out the best comments over the course of the day. Davies' figures moved on to 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 32 after that over, and Wardlaw continuing from the Meldrum Gardens end. Quick single, this time from Michael Rippon, and tweets have been continuing to come in. And just on that theme of being able to watch, Ross J80 says, great to be able to watch cricket again for the first time in a few months. It's been a while since he's been able to see the Scotland team in action, so glad he's able to enjoy it. But I know, Kevin, that the marketing of events, run out chance there, that must be out. It's not been given.
I thought it looked pretty out, and I think the Scotland players agree.
No signal there from the umpire, but very good effort from Captain Kyle Kurtzer there with the diving underarm effort at the stumps. It was a direct hit. I'd be interested to see from the replay here if the bat was grounded. To me, it didn't look like he quite had his bat down in time. But
well, I think that's the next step for your technology here, Jack. We need to get the TMO working on the live streams as well.
Having a look at the replay there, that is touch and go, and if it's touch and go and we don't have the TMO, it is. I was always taught the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman, and
no such rule in cricket, by the way.
I know. I think it's a spirit thing, isn't it?
Sort of a convention.
A convention,
which most bowlers aren't that happy with.
Well, it's like offside in football, isn't it? The benefit of the doubt should always go with the striker. I think it's it's the received.
Well, that's
wisdom,
but that's become the received wisdom in football, and as I say, I'm not absolutely sure. I just don't think. I think they should give what they see.
The goalkeepers' union and might have something to say about it. So a couple of shorter balls from Wardlaw. Bring a couple more runs to the Dutch total in that over. Yeah, just that kind of technology, of course, is a step too far in these circumstances. But we had an interesting experience working with Scottish Rugby recently at the RBS Finals Day, which was at Broadwood Stadium, with all the finals of all the cup competitions, and we did use our live streaming cameras on that occasion for a TMO, and with some success, it has to be said. From the limited camera positions that we were able to deliver for Scottish Rugby, it proved very helpful. So it is possible, and the interesting thing, Kevin, is that the cameras that are being released now, you know, not even on an annual basis, but every 6 months, are becoming more powerful, clearer, and cheaper, of course.
Well, it comes back to your same point,
which makes makes everything that much easier and within the grasp of smaller sporting events that otherwise couldn't have hoped to dream of that kind of coverage.
I think we can, you can start to get into a situation where pretty much anything that merits coverage and that you feel you've got an audience for, you can get out there, and the cheaper the technology is. And yeah, it would be fantastic to see a situation. I actually think that it wouldn't be that hard in the case of some of the run-out decisions to get the camera angle right for that. You're not going to have snicko and hot spots and all the rest of it, but you can certainly have the basic technology in the same way that it worked for the rugby. I think that would work for run-outs in cricket, and anything that improves it, anything that makes the decision making better, anything that makes the profile of the game better, anything that markets it better, all of that works, and the improving technology is a big part of it.
Yeah, there's definitely a challenge in the presentation of events, and for a lot of governing bodies. We welcome Safi and Sharif back on from the Kirkcaldy Road end. That challenge exists not just in cricket, but for all smaller governing bodies, both here in Scotland, down in England and abroad.
Well, if you think about it in marketing terms, when you think of cricket's main market being the subcontinent, and we've got a couple of Scottish Asian boys in this team who are outstanding players, that's a big opportunity if you can talk to that audience. If you're able to show them these players performing the way that Safi here and Majid Haq do for Scotland and others, then, as I say, the reach is way beyond a Scottish market, and that introduces a completely different level of sponsorship as well.
Well, it's certainly that's certainly true, Kevin. I mean, I can offer you some insights into the audience that we know tunes into our coverage of cricket and other sports, but particularly cricket. We've noticed that on our Facebook page, a large percentage of our followers on Facebook, as Sharif comes back in again, and there's an edge and it's gone,
and that's why he can be a star.
Terrific wicket for Safian Sharif. He's bowled brilliant tight bowling all morning and is rewarded finally with a wicket and an excellent diving catch to his right by Callum MacLeod, who picks up his second catch of the day, I think. And here we can have a look at it again. Square on to the ball, and didn't really commit to any kind of shot there. A bit of movement, and the edge takes it wide of Callum MacLeod, but super reactions from someone we already know to be an athletic and precise fielder. And Scotland have another breakthrough, and really a huge opportunity now to contain this Dutch innings.
Well, as we were talking about, Safi was the only one without a wicket, and actually he's probably deserved it more than anyone for the way he's bowled. So that was, as I say, that was thoroughly deserved, and a nice piece of work by Callum.
So Ashan Malik comes into the side, and appropriate that we go back to talking about this subject of audience reach, and it's interesting. Facebook, we have a huge number of followers from Nepal, from Pakistan, from India, from Afghanistan, because of our long association with this level of cricket. And I can tell you that on just about any stream that we ever do of cricket ever, India will always be in the top 5 geographies. Oh, and almost that was almost a carbon copy delivery and shot of the last wicket. And India's always in the top 5 for audience.
If you think about it, there's a reason that the likes of Channel 4 or 5's Serie A coverage was huge in Scotland. There's a reason that Sky show Spanish football every week in Britain, because the audience in this country for football is absolutely massive, and people want to watch it all the time, and they want to watch the best quality, and they also want to watch who's coming through, and so that's our taste. When you go to the subcontinent, cricket is exactly the same attitude. They've got the same attitude to cricket that we have to football in the UK. So from that perspective, it's inevitable that that you would have that kind of appeal over there. But actually, as I say, the net is where there's the big opportunity to do that in a way that the conventional, traditional broadcasters probably can't.
Yeah. So Sharif in again, and Ashan Malik is facing, and he's had a couple of rather nervous-looking attempts at the ball. He gets the bat to that one at the end of the over, but no runs scored. And as we approach the last 9 and 10 overs of this innings, that's the end of the 41st over. The score for the Netherlands is 175 for 8. Welcome back to Clydesdale Cricket Club on the south side of Glasgow. If you're just joining us, it's a pleasure to have you with us for the conclusion of this Dutch innings and the first of 3 internationals between the Netherlands and Scotland. The Dutch are 175 for 8. We're at the start of the 42nd over. The Dutch made a positive start to the fine innings by opener Michael Zwart, but have capitulated somewhat since then. They were 68 for 1 and then lost 5 wickets for approximately 70 runs following that. And the Scottish bowlers have bowled with consistency and accuracy. They've varied their length and varied their pace, and have really limited the Dutch batting's innings to just a handful of boundaries, forcing the batsmen really to be looking for quick singles and even quicker twos. There's a big shout for LBW there, and then run out opportunity as well for Leask, who's bowling from the Meldrum Gardens end. These 2 batsmen don't look particularly confident at the moment, Kevin.
No, they don't, and as I say, that's why you've got to think at 176 for 8. Okay, there's 8 and a bit overs left, but Scotland should be confident of keeping this target well below 200, which is a much healthier situation than, as we say, it could have been at one stage.
And there's a chance of a run out here. Oh, and that really shouldn't have been a single there. My apologies, Ashan Malik making an early decision that he was going to take the run there from the non-striker's end. It was certainly his call to make, but the ball in by Hack. Not quite accurate enough. A direct hit might have been interesting, but Leask unable to gather and take the bails. So Rippon survives. and Ashen Malik survives another ball from Leask, which he's attempting to push round the corner, and they'll take 2 here again, and if Hack has a better throw this time, that's a big shout, but Eric Young, umpire, not interested in that. I feel slightly there, I'm a big fan of Majid Hack, but I feel slightly that 2 better throws there might have reaped better rewards.
It might not necessarily be the strongest part of his game, but when you're as good a bowler as Madge, it's a bit like in some other a standoff in rugby. Why should he have to tackle? And I know that's the old school, but I think in the modern cricket game as well, everybody's got to be a top fielder. So Madge will be a wee bit disappointed with those 2 pieces of fielding. But as I say,
another groan as
he's one of the stars of the team.
He certainly is. Another groan as Ashen Malik has a swing at that. The ball bounces over the stumps. It's evaded Callum McLeod behind the stumps. Second ball to do that. I mean, Callum just showing a little bit of inexperience there behind the stumps, maybe committing himself just a little bit early and then being caught wrong-footed. It went all the way for 4, and that will help the Dutch total, which is now at 183 for 8. Leask again to Malik, and that time he gets much further forward and is happy to take a single off the forward defensive shot with the field set much deeper. So actually not a bad over that for the Dutch.
No, just a little bit of loose bowling really as well, and a couple of mistakes in the field.
11 off the over takes it to 186 for 8.
Come on, Stanley.
So Safian Sharif is coming in from the Kirkcaldy Road end, and Malik faces, and that's a good shot by Malik off the hips and out towards mid-wicket, where the lonely figure of Hamish Gardner has been fielding now for the best part of 43 overs with not a tremendous amount to do, to be fair, but that's...
No, you've got to wonder what he said to some of his teammates before the game started.
Ostracised out on the boundary as Safian Sharif comes in again.
Yeah.
A fuller delivery that from Safi, that's appreciated by a few spectators that have joined us in front of the junior pavilion, where our commentary position is set up at the Kirkcaldy Road end of the ground. So we look across the ground, there's some seating set up at the Meldrum Gardens and the far away end from the cameras. Another single there for the Dutch, and smattering of fans and amateur photographers, professional photographers, in the shape of Donald McLeod, father of Callum. And good to see also a couple of TV crews down here early on, Kevin, so hopefully a little bit of coverage for the match on BBC or Scottish television this evening.
Well, this is the thing, it's free entry to the ground, and that really should be very appealing to a wide audience, but because the sport doesn't have the profile, then you know, we haven't got the biggest crowd here today. I'd like to think that might build through the week, particularly if Scotland perform well.
Well, they've put themselves in a very good position here in the first of these 3 matches, with Sharif bowling to Malik. Malik just starting to look a little bit more comfortable. He had a nervy start in his first couple of overs.
Well, it's the thing you see now, isn't it? You can't take it for granted that once you get down to 7 or 8 that you are just going to rattle through them, and that's something, you know, Scotland have missed a couple of opportunities. They could pay for that, but they still shouldn't. But everybody can hold a bat these days. It's not routine to get rid of 10 and 11.
So Sharif again into Malik. That's a bouncer. That's gone down leg side, however, and a little bit loose from Safian. Umpire gives a wide there. Just maybe overreaching slightly there, Kevin.
You'd have needed a tennis racket to reach that one, I'm afraid. That was he's been very tight, Safi. Maybe just getting a little bit over anxious to get rid of this these last couple of batsmen.
And that should be gone, and is.
And then why not?
Has it been given as a bump ball? It has, in fact. Eric Young just explaining that to the bowler, who thought he'd taken that, but the edge onto the ground and then to the fielder it slips. So just another let off for the Dutch. Here it comes again. I think everybody round us thought that was out initially, but the keener eyes among us spotted it. Yeah, you can see there from the replay, definitely a bump ball.
I always enjoy a wee crowd catch though.
So Leask continuing, and that is going to be another costly 4 byes, I would think.
They're just paying a wee
In
bit
fact,
of a
it's
price.
just been given us 4 runs. So umpire clearly felt there was a touch there, which really means it has to be seen as a missed chance by Callum MacLeod.
Well, I think Callum was just disappointed he let it through full stop, and as I said, paying a little bit of a price for having a part-time keeper who's not got a lot of practice in there.
And that time Callum MacLeod does get his body behind it. And Michael Rippon has clearly made his mind up how he would like to score his runs in this 44th over.
I think he's played more reverse sweeps than conventional ones.
Quick single, well run. Both batsmen quick off their mark there. Kyle Coates are fielding from mid-wicket, coming round to square leg. It's costly though, byes and little tickled edges down behind the wicket keeper. I've counted at least 14 or 15 runs that have come from similar circumstances in this innings so far.
It's been a big part of what's let the 9th wicket partnership nudge this up towards 200, and yeah, it looks like they'll might well sneak past that now and maybe add a few more. So Scotland are making it a little bit harder for themselves than they need to, having put in a very good performance up to this point.
Michael Rippon just putting the fielders under pressure there. A quick decision for a single. Half stopped by Leask there, off Rippon. And they'll just take the single, the ball going out to Richie Berrington there at long on. No, he's dropped that one short, and that should be 4 runs. That will be the easiest 4 runs. No, fielded out in the deep. My apologies. I'm going to offer in mitigation there, Kevin, the fact that I looked up, and at the precise point I looked up, the fielder who was standing out in mid-wicket was in the direct line of the blue portaloos that are on the opposite side of the pitch. And in my haste, the blue of his kit just merged into the blue of the porter cabins. Are
you suggesting that you momentarily thought that ball was about to be fielded by a portaloo?
I'm not quite sure that was the implication. It was not my intended meaning. It was not my intended meaning.
Actually, what you said initially was right. It should have been one of the easiest 4.
It should have been one of the easiest 4.
It was a half tracker that should have been belted over the fence probably here, but he managed to pick out the man on the boundary, and yeah, that spared Scotland at least 3 runs, possibly 5.
Yes, it absolutely should have been a 4 from Malik. Terrible ball. A ball so bad, in fact, that I think the bowler had let out an anguished cry before it had even reached the batsman. Very good running there from the Dutch batsman to pick up 2 runs. Hamish Gardner brought into action. Sharif again, and this will be another quick single. Chance at a run out, but both batsmen quick off their mark again, and that looks like it may well be the 200 up now. Yes, indeed it is. The 200 up, and we can just see a quick replay of that shot. And just in the last couple of overs, Kevin, this pair have just settled down. They're running well between the wickets. They're communicating well with each other. Oh, this should be... Oh, it's down and it's just dropped in the gap.
Well,
I think that will be a sore one off the end of the fingertips for Kyle Coetzer.
Well, I think he'll be disappointed there. He was a bit slow to get into his running, and I would normally have expected Kyle to get to that and to take it quite easily, because it was he might have been surprised at just how gently it was travelling. Actually,
I'll just take a quick. Can take a quick look at that again in a second. That time it's a fuller ball for Sharif, and this time there's another effort for a direct hit, which I suspect would have been close, but Malik once again makes his ground. And every single run at the moment is an important one, because having looked to be in a position where they could have perhaps kept the Dutch below 200, which might have been a little bit unkind on the Dutch tail end, they're in a position, Scotland, now where they need to not allow an air of tension to descend on this fielding performance and just keep doing what they've been doing.
well, you're right. They have been put under a little bit of pressure, but by some good running between the wickets. But there have been a few opportunities that they haven't taken, and yeah, there's still a lot of balls left here, so they've got to be careful. This actually could, you know, if it got away from them, they could end up chasing down 220, 230, and it's one of these things that when you've thought you were going to be chasing a much smaller total, what might have started the day as being a target that you had in mind would suddenly looks a bit bigger.
Yes, indeed, and that can at times prey on your mind, which is not what you want when you go into bat. You want to be clear-headed and focused. So, end of the 45th over. Safian Sharif
2 maidens, 1 for 33.
brings his spell to an end. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. A really excellent performance from Safian. Tight bowling throughout, very few loose balls, and he can be very pleased with his morning's work. Yeah, I'm attracting the great and good of the cricketing world. Outgoing ECB Commercial Director John Pereira has started following me on Twitter.
Possibly quite a good contact for the commercial development that we were talking about, Jack. That sounds promising. It's a pity he's outgoing, mind.
I know my timing is impeccable, as any of my teammates would be able to tell you. I don't think. Oh, good shot by Malik. Just waited on that, timed his shot well, and straight through the gap in the covers for 4 runs. And Malik just looks more and more comfortable at the moment with every ball.
Yeah, it was a wee bit of a gift, that one. It pushed up a bit too full outside his off stump, and he took full advantage.
Oh, that was a good ball by Leask, though.
Yeah, good response.
Oh, that's a big shout. And given. Well, a long sustained shout there from Leask, who looks exhausted by the length of that appeal. He had almost run out of breath by the time the decision was given, but a much more flight in that ball, a little bit slower, and just tempted the batsman in a little bit early and didn't get anywhere near the ball.
I think that appeal was inspired by South American football commentary. But it's one of those really frustrating ones as a batsman that you've stood and looked at the umpire for a while and then you've looked away and he finally gives it when you're looking elsewhere. But it did actually look like a pretty good shout.
Yes, a really long appeal. But it brings its reward and an important wicket for Scotland, as Malik had just appeared to be gathering a little bit of a head of steam. And the 9th wicket goes, and Paul van Meekeren comes to the crease. Just over 4 overs remaining now. And the Netherlands have just recovered a little bit of ground. They looked in danger of collapsing earlier on. And another good ball by Leask. The middle order falling in a cluster of wickets that really put Scotland in the ascendancy. But Michael Rippon in particular has come in and bowled, batted rather very responsibly, and his 25 is looking pretty important for the Netherlands right now. It is,
but I think if you said to Scotland at the start of the day, keep it below, as I say, even 250, I think they probably would have been reasonably pleased. They wanted to bat, so they fancied the track. So I think, as I say, that's well within the range they're after. And so if they wrap it up quite quickly now, they will see it as a pretty good job done with, as we've talked about, with a part-time keeper in there in the field, and but the bowlers they've kept Callum on his toes as well as the batsman, I think.
Replacing Sharif after coming on in is Josh Davey.
So Josh Davey is going to swap ends, and he shall resume his spell from the Kirkcaldy Road end, just in front of us, in discussion with his skipper Kyle Coetzer. 2 more overs for Josh Davey to bowl, and that one should, this time I'm pretty confident, go all the way for 4. Just pulled off the thighs, and I don't think Josh Davey quite got that right.
No, he didn't. I mean, halfway down the pitch and down the leg side is not really the way you want to start a spell.
So Davey comes in again. That one's much fuller, up at the feet of Michael Rippon. I think they'll probably turn back for 2 here, and Van Meekeren will have to be quick. And he is quick enough. A shake of the head from umpire Eric Young. Again, I think again they're coming, you know, a direct hit of the sort that we saw Berrington execute earlier on in the innings to get rid of Wesley Barresi is would have been interesting there, but
direct hit always makes a big difference. Yeah. To be fair, it's asking for a lot to achieve that from the outfield. So from that point of view, it was just, I think you give credit to the batsman for seeing the opportunity to run too. And
it's another leg side delivery there from Davey. He just looked a little bit tired in his follow through, and delicately clipped down to fine leg for 4 runs by Michael Rippon, who's batting very well here, and doing just exactly, I'm sure, what his captain would be expecting of him. He's 35 now, not out.
Probably a little bit more than expected coming in this low down the order, but he's done a terrific job.
That'll be a quick single for the Dutch. Takes Rippon off strike for a couple of balls. The Dutch 218 for 9. Rippon with 36 of those now. He does bat at 7, Kevin. I mean, you would expect somebody.
No, you're right enough. But as I say, he's actually been very well supported as well. People have stuck around with him, giving him the chance to score a few runs. So it's been pretty well marshalled at the end of it, towards the tail of the Dutch innings. And as I say, it's probably a few more than Scotland really should be chasing.
Still plenty of balls left. And Meekeren comfortable enough there with a single. Just suspect Josh Davies just looking a little bit tired.
I think you're right. It's quite interesting the way that we do things nowadays. As I say, particularly this level of cricket, the bowlers bowling in these shorter spells. I think it's sometimes quite difficult to just keep coming back on and hitting your straps all the time, and sometimes it was just a little bit out of sync. Davey has bowled really well up to this point.
It's a full delivery and another run-out attempt, and might have expected something a little bit closer there from the skipper, but I think in all fairness to Michael Rippon, he was comfortably making his ground there, even with a direct hit, and getting himself back on strike for the start of the next over.
As much as we like to set standards high, Jack, I've got to be honest, I don't think I want to play in any team that you're captaining, because the number of direct hits you're expecting out of this team, it seems to be you can't miss.
Well, it's not.
I hear what you're saying.
It's not that everyone should, but there were a few in the middle of the innings, and if you can get one, and you can get 2 in an innings, then you're doing very well.
Makes an incredible difference.
It really does.
A great catch or a run out, the lift that gives the team. And actually, in fairness, Scotland have had both of those today. They've had one really good direct hit and a couple of top quality catches as well.
Certainly true. And in response to your previous point, no, you really don't want to be in a team with me. I have a particular bugbear for dropped catches. I hate dropped catches. Yeah, I hate dropped catches.
You must keep in mind that so does the guy who dropped it.
That's true.
Such a trick.
Oh no, I should does go for 4 maybe. I'm not going to suggest for a moment that the fielder should have stopped that. He could have perhaps stopped that. We saw Leask with a great stop in the boundary earlier on, but in truth, a fine shot by Michael Rippon, straight back over the bowler's head and rewarded with 4. Just see it again here.
Yeah, I think Wardlaw would initially have hoped that was actually going down the fielder's throat, but it was just a bit too straight.
And fuller delivery up at the ankles of Michael Rippon. He'll be content just to take a single off that. I suspect probably a leg by. Yes, indeed, it is. And the total creeps up to 225, and the Dutch have got themselves back in this game. Rippon moving on to 41. Our director Seth Edwards is laughing in my ear when you said that you've got to remember that the guy who drops it hates it as well. And
well, I've got to say that Seth will know well just how kind I am to fielders that drop catches off my bowling.
He's
having been one of those
he's dropped some dollies in his time, honestly.
When you can get Seth fully awake, he'll catch most things. But probably one day a season.
Well, he's having some good performances this season for our club, so I'm not going to criticise him too heavily. I'll just dock his pay.
You're fine if you give him the ball and ask him to bowl. He'll be wide awake for that. As I say, out in the field, don't send Seth into the outfield. That's all I'm saying, and probably all he wants me to say.
Our director Seth Edwards is of the parish of Stirling County here in Scotland. Kevin's home club as well, but is currently plying his trade for the BBC Scotland Cricket Club, who play 2020 evening cricket here at Titwood. So a couple of good deliveries by Wardlaw, just turning the screw a little bit after that boundary in the first ball of the over. Rippon back on strike for the Dutch. It's a full toss. Didn't quite make clean enough contact with it. A bit of a juggle in the outfield from Liska, and an easy 2 runs there for the Dutch.
Yeah, Boulder tried to make a wee adjustment there because the batsman threatened to give him the charge, and unfortunately ended up giving him a knee-high full toss to hit, so 2 was probably actually not a bad result for Scotland out of that.
Still a bit of a change in the field. And Wardlaw again with the ball right up at Rippon's ankles. But digging out a good enough shot to get him the single, keep him on strike as he approaches 50, 44 now. And at the end of the 48th over, the Dutch on 230 for 9. Welcome back to Titwood. Glorious Titwood, bathed in sunshine as the Dutch approach the end of their 50 overs in this first 50 over match against Scotland. They're 230 for 9 with Michael Rippon on 44 and Paul van Meekeren on 2, and the number 11 batsman doing a very able job in rotating the strike and supporting his senior batting partner, who has rescued the Dutch innings after something of a mid-order collapse, and moves his feet into that shot. He'll just get the single off it. Van Meekeren will be looking to squeeze out a quick single off the next ball as Josh Davey completes his bowling spell. This is his 10th over, and just had a little bit of a hiccup in the last over, an expensive over by his standards. And interesting, that similar ball to one we saw in his previous over there, Kevin, where he's just not quite getting the ball up, getting the lift that he was getting slightly earlier, and punished again with another boundary.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed at pushing it down the leg side there to the number 11 batsman. He would have been pleased that Rippon took a single early in the over, but because it gave him a few balls at the last man. But yep, that's squeezed away down the leg side, and more runs. It's a bit disappointing for Josh.
See him just clip it there off his hip, and Kyle Coetzer, the Scotland skipper, just having a quiet word. Maybe a word of encouragement, a word of advice. Just keep the heat, as we say in Glasgow, and that's a much better ball from Davey.
Yeah, at this stage you just want to keep your lines nice and tight, and as I say, particularly if you're bowling at 11, you'd be slightly surprised if he's able to do anything untoward to knock you off your line. Whereas bowling at Rippon at the moment is proving quite a handful. He's batted superbly well, actually, for Holland.
So Davey in again to Van Meekeren. This time Van Meekeren attempts a bigger shot, happy to shout for 2, but Rippon will send him back. I think there might have been 2 in that, but
might have been, but I suspect Rippon fancies the last couple of balls of the over, and
hopefully
he'll hope he can produce a couple of
hopefully for him make his
shots.
Yeah, make his 50.
He actually deserves it. I think there'll be a fair few around the ground want to see him get it, but I think he thoroughly deserves it. It's been a really good knock.
So Davy in again, and bowls, and they might look for two here though. Indeed they do. Rippon quickly back, and the ball into the bowler's end is well fielded by Josh Davy. It's a good stop.
That was actually a lovely piece of batting. He saw the field well back. He just softened up the hands and nudged it into mid-wicket, scampered the two, saying which he's not facing the first ball of the last over, so might have been a better bet to take the single there.
So Josh Davy finishes on 2 for 49 from his 10 overs, and figures just got away from him a little bit in the last 2 overs. They're looking much tighter after 8.
Always the danger of being a death bowler. You've got people having a whack at everything, and if it comes off, then yep, your
pay the
figures
price.
Take a bit of damage.
(2 here in the UK. A very hot afternoon in Glasgow. The sun probably now at the peak of its powers, and we're into the last over of the innings. A full ball by Wardlaw, and that is dispatched with some contempt by Van Meekeren, who didn't look at all like a tail-ender playing that shot.
Yeah, so much for protecting number 11 from this strike edge. Possibly Rippon knows something that we don't.
Maybe he does. An excellent strike there by Van Meekeren. Split the cover fielders, goes for 4, and Wardlaw again tries the fuller ball, and there's a big shout as that comes off the pad of Van Meekeren. It'll be fielded by Richie Berrington at third man.
Much better ball this stage of the innings. First one was give the man some room to have a swing at. That one was nice and tight up in the block hole, and yeah, that's what you want to be bowling at number 11.
4 balls remaining in the innings, 243 on the scoreboard, and Rippon gets the slower ball. It's a full toss. They'll probably only get 1 for it. Not a great contact there from Rippon. He was slightly taken by surprise by a slow full toss, but he survives it. He moves on to 48. A few balls left in the innings with the Dutch on 2-4-4 and Van Meekeren on strike. And he moves his feet and goes for the big shot. It should go all the way. It does go all the way. It's 6 runs to bring up 250, and Van Meekeren was looking for that ball before the bowler had even started his run-up, Kevin.
Well, it was certainly in what would be called his arc, and he was very, very happy to see that one. As I say, so much for wanting to bowl at number 11 in the final over. He's taken 11 runs, I think, off it so far.
So Wardlaw again, and the feet move again there from Van Meekeren. That one a little bit streaky, takes a thick edge and goes down to Majid Hack at third man. I think there's 1 ball remaining in the over.
And that 250 target's there, so Scotland will have to do a bit of work with the bat.
And a single for Van Meekeren from that brings Rippon on strike. I think he has 1 ball, 2 balls remaining, 1 ball remaining. We think 1 ball remaining to get his 50. Wardlaw's there. He's hit it hard, but he's not hit it quite hard enough. Not the best contact, which means his innings will end on 49. He doesn't get his 50, he falls 1 short, but what a vital innings for the Netherlands from Michael Rippon. That 49.
Rippon just missing out 50 from 47.
That 49 has brought the Dutch innings to a close at 50 after 50 overs at 252 for 9. And from being in a position, Kevin, of looking to restrict the Dutch to maybe 200, 210, 252 is a very respectable total for the Netherlands, given the position they were in.
It certainly is, and as I say, the way the innings ebbed and flowed, actually, they'll feel really good about not having been bowled out, about the fact that Michael Rippon has just fallen short of a half century there, but batted superbly well towards the end of the innings. So yeah, they're probably coming off the pitch feeling a little bit better. But Scotland, if they look at their overall bowling fielding performance, there was a fair bit to be pleased about, and I don't think the new coach is going to be overly upset with the way they performed there. Albeit they should have probably polished them off a good bit quicker.
He is warmly applauded off the field by this audience, of spectators from the local area, who will have appreciated, even if they are supporting Scotland, will have appreciated that innings, and helped in no small measure, of course, by the cameos of Van Meekeren and also Ashen Malik, who both came in and did their jobs in supporting him.
Well, that's it. He can't do that without the support from the tail enders, and it was the point I was making earlier on, that nowadays everyone can hold a bat. Well, Van Meekeren certainly did a bit more than that. There's not too many number 11 batsmen that you'll come across are going to be striking like that in the final over, and it's made a decent difference, as well as Rippon. He's another one that's got them walking off the park feeling pretty good about themselves.
So we have a match on our hands. It's good total for the Netherlands, as I say, recovered well to 252 for 9. And that will give Scotland a competitive total to chase later this afternoon after lunch. We are going to take a break for the lunch interval. My thanks to Kevin Ferry for his company over the last hour or so, and also to Rod Lyle and Mike Stanger before that. But before we go for lunch, last week our cricket correspondent Tim Brooks had the opportunity to catch up with a former Dutch player at the ICC Europe Division 2 Championships, which were taking place in Essex. And appropriately enough, it's Essex all-rounder and former Dutch player Ryan ten Doeschate. And we've got that interview for you now. See you after the lunch break.
Thank you very much.
Ryan, we're at your home ground in Essex. Let's take you back to your roots in European cricket. How did your experience for the Netherlands help to set up your career?
It came along at an interesting time because I was still finding my way at Essex, and I think the exposure to a different type of cricket kind of helped me to develop, and obviously gave me a bit of exposure on the world stage, so it was crucial in helping me become better as a player. The Netherlands used to have an academy based out in Cape Town when I was at university. I used to play against them and obviously got to know a few of the lads and some of the coaches out there, and information obviously filtered through that I had a Dutch passport, so that link's been there from, I'd say, the age of 18 or 19, and then I went over to play club cricket in the Netherlands. What
role can tournaments like this play in the development of a young cricketer?
I think, like anything in life, the onus rests with you. If you want to achieve something, 95% of the stuff has to come from your own side. So again, this is a great opportunity to maybe measure where you are as a player. I think if you're going to be playing professionally, you would really want to dominate a competition like this. But I don't think the amount of cricket that some of the associates are still playing at this stage is enough to help you develop into a fully fledged professional cricketer. So you need to take advantage of these type of tournaments, obviously the higher tier tournaments, and then you have to do your own work on the side as well, and try to get yourself to countries like Australia, South Africa and England to play at a better level.
So based on your experience, how do you think that bridge between domestic cricket and international cricket at associate level?
The structures are all in place, and I think every time you play, it's a good way to assess where you are as a player in relation to everyone else. So you might be starting out, playing for Gibraltar, for instance, and as a 19-year-old, you're good enough to play second division cricket in England, in league cricket. You might be very good at this level, which means you're probably good enough to play second team county cricket. So it's up to you to keep assessing where you are and then trying to find what the next step is and getting yourself into that form of cricket. And then again, you need to start from the bottom and try to dominate that level of cricket.
Test cricket's often seen as a pinnacle for a player's career, but then T20 has been cited as one of the main opportunities for an associate player. So where does that balance stand between pushing for tests and making the most of T20? Do you have a view on that?
I do have a view on it. I think, that's a cliche. I think it's frowned upon if you say anything else regarding Test cricket and the purer form of the game. Of course, it is still the sternest challenge, and you'll find the best players, and when I say best, I mean technically and people who can adapt themselves mentally, will be good at Test cricket. But unfortunately, there are only 80 people in the world who can play Test cricket at any given time. So I think it's very narrow-minded to keep emphasising that Test cricket is, the pinnacle, and you can see by the type of cricket that people go out and watch, it's clearly not. The audience is there for one-day cricket and 2020 cricket, and I think it's also it's foolish to assume that you're going to grow cricket in these sort of countries by playing Test cricket. It's very obvious that the audience is geared to shorter format, shorter time periods of enjoying a day out of sport, and bringing those things together, you'd say that 2020 cricket is the way forward.
You get contracts across the world, maybe a performance at an international T20 qualifier, which is televised perhaps, maybe go on to the IPL or in Bangladesh. Do you think that's the kind of shop window for them personally?
It is a shop window. I don't think it's something you can fake. If you're good enough, you will get picked up. But yeah, certainly when you are on TV and the eyes are on you, and it's become a statistical game, and there's analysis all the time, and people are watching out for rough gems that you can pick up and mould into a professional career. So these tournaments, and obviously the higher up you go, the more exposure you get, are key for individuals to progress.
And what are some of your career highlights in Orange?
The victory at Lords obviously stands out, as a team performance, and what we achieved that day was very special. I think that was, apart from Holland beating South Africa in that warm-up game, which was a few years earlier, that was the first major victory for the team, and that was just an incredible night. The guys who put their hands up that night on that stage is something that they'll never experience again, probably. And then personally, I'd say my 100 at the World Cup in 2011 in India against England. Certainly team performances stand out, and that first victory at Lords is very special.
Well, welcome back to glorious Titwood in the south side of Glasgow, home of Clydesdale Cricket Club, and today host of the first of 3 internationals between the Netherlands and Scotland. Let's just remind you of what happened earlier on today in the first innings. The Netherlands won the toss and elected to bat, and have set Scotland a target of 253 for victory. Their 252 for 9 came as follows. Stefan Myberg bowled Evans, caught McLeod for 13. Eric Swarzinski, LBW Wardlaw for 29. Wesley Barresi run out a fantastic direct hit by Richie Berrington for just 9. Then came the main performance of the innings as Bakari sends that ball down the leg side. The main innings for the Netherlands was that of opener Michael Zwart, who was eventually boldly caught Kurtzer on the leg side for 62. He was followed by Peter Boren, bowled Davey, caught McLeod for 7. Bakari comes in again. First runs of the day for Scotland. Bakari now bowling on your screens was bowled Davey, caught Hack for 7. Peter Salar bowled Sharif and caught impressively by McLeod, diving to his right behind the stumps for 11. Ashan Malik was LBW to Leask for 12, and then performance which from Michael Rippon, which at the time it came was much needed for the Dutch, who were struggling and looking like they may be bowled out for around the 200 mark, maybe 210. Michael Rippon not out 49, and Peter van Meekeren not out 14 with a useful cameo as well, all of which rescued the Dutch innings and, as I say, took them to 252 for 9, setting Scotland a target that they may not have quite expected at one point of 253. Bowlers for Scotland all bowled with a fair degree of accuracy, in particular Safian Sharif, whose 10 overs went for just 33 runs. Definitely the standout performer. Strangled appeal there from Bakari as the ball rattles off the pads, but too high, and I think he knew that. All morning we've also been enjoying your contributions at home, and a reminder that the hashtag, if you'd like to contribute your thoughts to our coverage, is hashtag SCOVNED, Scotland versus Netherlands, SCOVNED. And if you can tweet us using that hashtag, we'll do our best to read out the best of your comments over the course of the day. And a very welcome point on a very warm day. Ginger beer and lime has just arrived in front of me, courtesy of one of the youngsters here at Clydesdale Cricket Club, who are looking after us very well indeed. And Bakari continues his first over, bowling to Callum McLeod, who just chops that one down off the inside of his bat into his pad, and brings the first over to an end with Scotland 2 without loss. I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box by somebody very close to Callum McLeod and with probably a greater insight than many into the inner workings of Scotland's opening batsman brother. Alan McLeod, also reporter for BBC Alba here in Scotland. Good afternoon to you, Alan.
Good afternoon. Very nice afternoon indeed here in Glasgow. Much better than some of the previous times we've been here at Titwood. We've had games rained off, but definitely the ground's looking in great condition, and a good number of folk here, especially during the week when folk might be expected to be at work or whatever. It's great to have a decent number of folk here in the ground itself, and I'm sure watching online as well.
Well, you yourself have been down here in a professional capacity this morning, cutting a package for BBC Alba for the evening news.
Yeah, we'll have a piece on tonight. We'll have a short piece on about the game. We'll find out after the viewers online, obviously, we'll find out who's won, but also we'll have a chat with either the man of the match or Grant Bradburn as well, his first game in charge, fully in charge at least, of Scotland. So it'll be interesting to hear what he thinks of it at the end as well.
Hopefully we'll get some insight into the new coach from Cricket Scotland a little later on in the coverage, but for now, delighted to have Alan with us. And for those of you watching internationally, you might not be familiar with BBC Alba. That is the Gaelic channel here in Scotland, and that ball down leg side will be called a wide, but that stayed very low, unusually low from Malik. And in fact, I'm right in thinking, Alan, that Callum is the first Gael to represent Scotland, is that right?
As far as we're aware, yes. I can't think of many other Gaelic speakers who have played for the national side. It might have been a couple at youth levels, from what we're told, but certainly for the full team, he's the first, we reckon. Yeah.
Well, it's his skipper Kyle Kurtzer that's taken first blood. We can see a replay of that now. Pull shot to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Not a bit of a shorter ball, just sat up for him. Here comes Malik again. That one's shorter still. Take a quick single off that. Good running. One thing you can certainly always say of these two batsmen, McLeod and Kurtzer, they are alert and quick. Always alert to the opportunities, and the clan McLeod generally is ever present at Scotland home internationals, because of course Callum and Alan's father Donald McLeod is a photographer who chronicles the ups and downs of the Scottish cricket team, both here and abroad.
Yeah, he seems to enjoy following the team around. Obviously, since Callum's come into the team with us, there's been a bit more to it, but he enjoys the photography side of it as well, and he definitely has followed some ups and downs, but I think the current feeling anyway seems to be on the up, not just kind of from the Clan MacLeod point of view, but also from the Cricket Scotland point of view, seems to be fairly positive at the moment. So they'll be hoping that keeps going a good while yet.
Callum gets himself off the mark with a splendid drive past extra cover for 4. He just opened the blade of his bat there, opened his stance, and that's a fine shot from Callum to get him off the mark. Take a look at that again, Alan.
Yeah, he's been fairly good form this year already. Obviously down at Durham now, playing some T20 games down there, and been doing fairly well. In fact, would have been playing against Kyle, and the game started, although it was rained off at the start of the week, and then by the end of the week playing an opening with the batting with him. So it kind of shows the way of international cricket now, where you've got guys who'll play against each other one day and with each other the next week.
Yeah, he's had an excellent start to the T20 Blast. I was talking about that just a little earlier on. It was down at the European Division 2 Championships with ICC Europe, and there was a lot of discussion about the T20 Blast format, as he just catches an inside edge there, Kyle, down to the fine leg boundary. In fact, the ball just a few yards away from our commentary position there as it crossed the boundary for 4. Very profitable first 2 overs for Scotland, and they'll be encouraged by those early boundaries for both batsmen. Interesting action, Ashan Malik. Ball seems to be able to get the ball to stay very low. We saw that as a feature of Safi and Sharif's bowling earlier on. Amongst all the Scotland bowlers, seem to be able to vary the bounce of the ball tremendously.
Yeah, I think it's something that almost more than lateral movement, kind of sideways movement, the bounce seems to be the thing that catches the batsman these days. I know there has been a bit of work done by a number of bowlers bowling kind of cross-seam deliveries and things that sometimes if they do catch the seam they bounce a bit more. Another couple maybe staying slightly low off the pitch as well. I think the one earlier to Kyle Coetzer definitely stayed a lot lower than he expected, even had it kind of pitched on the shiny side of the ball and skidded through. I think it was more the pitch to blame for that one, but yeah, the variation in bounce definitely, both in trying to maybe find the top of the bat and get some catches out of that, as that's a no ball and a free hit for Scotland now, overstepping at the front foot there. But as I said, trying to get catches if they can make them pop a wee bit and catch the top of the bat, but also the staying low, and you're looking at the bolds and LBWs if you're keeping it nice and straight.
So Callum MacLeod with a free hit now, and we only saw one no ball and free hit in the first innings. Weren't able to capitalise, and in similar circumstances, or no, I shouldn't say similar circumstances, completely opposite circumstances, Callum is unable to take advantage of the free hit. It's really interesting seeing two completely different approaches from the bowlers who'd bowled a no ball. Ali Evans in the first innings and Madassa Bakari there. So Evans' strategy for the free hit was to bang it in as short as possible, and managed to get away with the fact that it's cleared. I mean, it cleared the batsman quite comfortably. Bakari's strategy, very different, goes for the full length delivery up into the block hole and to try and prevent the shot. Both that would appear equally effective.
It would seem so. I think Bakari's gone almost what they would call kind of going death with his bowling, the way he would bowl at the end of the innings, looking for that Yorker, and as you saw there, incredibly hard to get underneath it and to try and get that away, especially a free hit. Your main aim is the boundary. You're not looking for a 1 or a 2 off a free hit at all, and you could see Callum doing that there. He was winding up, I think, from the top of the run up, never mind when the ball was released, to have a go at that one.
Talked a bit with Mike Stanger at the start of the innings about your brother's interesting journey from bowling to having to reconstruct his action to would have said probably what happens here today. Should be an interesting chase. Van Meekeren in again, and that one a little bit wider, and MacLeod with some space to lift the ball over the infield. He'll pick up 2 runs from that.
Yeah, good bounce from the bowler there. He's tall bowler, tall action as well, so he's definitely putting the work into the pitch to see what he can get out of it.
So just apologise for the slight break in transmission. A couple of minor breaks in the first innings. We hope it's not disrupting your enjoyment of this match too much. We've been off here for about 90 seconds. You haven't missed anything. Scotland 25 without loss in the 4th over. And Van Meekeren bowls to MacLeod, who ducks nimbly out the way of that, and that brings the over to an end. Have you never played yourself, Alan?
Yeah,
play a bit.
Don't manage to play quite as much as I would like with work at the moment. Although I'm playing between Nairn County when I'm based up in Inverness, playing with them in the North of Scotland League, and also when I'm down in Glasgow, I've been down a fair bit with the Commonwealth Games coming up and a few different other things. I've been playing in the Uddingston Seconds as well, so it's
Uddingston.
Yes, Uddingston Seconds. Don't want to say it too loud.
Not around
these
parts.
No,
not
definitely not.
Uddingston, or whisper it in the Dale.
Well, it's quite good. Callum and I have played a couple of times, not that often together, but it's always fun when when and our younger brother Neil, the three of us are in the same team, there's always a good bit of a laugh going about, and if one of us can outscore or do something that maybe kind of gets us one up on Callum, it's always a handy one to keep in the locker for future reference.
Good stuff. Yes, played at Uddingston myself, and of course former Scotland international Paul Hoffman has been at Uddingston for a couple of seasons, and Kyle just heaving that off the upper thigh, but no result. Straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. We have a good number of people here at Clydesdale. Meekeren in again, and that's a little bit more space for Kurtzer there. Just be the single. A good number of people here at Clydesdale, but we can always accommodate a whole lot more. There's free entry here. The bar is open, and there's some food, I think, available as well, and a good crowd of people of all ages here enjoying the sunshine and the chance to watch some international cricket on their doorstep. And this, of course, is just the first of 3 matches, and that looks like it will be 4 runs. I'm not going to say that was the most elegant of shots by Callum, but it was certainly effective, and he picked his spot in 4 runs.
Yeah, looking at the field, they've brought one of the man out of gully, put him in at short cover. You've also got a man deep on the offside, so there's a fairly obvious plan to bowl outside off stump, and it's, I suppose, a little bit of testament to kind of the way that 2020's moved things, that it's always a case of looking for where the gap is, wherever
it is on the pitch. Yeah,
wherever the ball comes down, it's a case of not necessarily, obviously you're playing the ball on its merit and doing that, but your option is always right. Where's my boundary option? Where's my 1 and my 2 option? Instead of necessarily just saying, oh well, that's a good ball, I'll block that. You're always thinking, well, it's outside off. Doesn't matter if it's outside off these days. It can be whipped through the leg side for 4, like that one was.
That ball was certainly considerably outside off stump, but no matter. It was dispatched for 4. A good over for Scotland. They move on to 31 for 5, and as the bowler changes again at the Meldrum Gardens end, a chance to remind you of the generous support of today's sponsors. Welcome back to Clydesdale Cricket Club in Glasgow. Meekeren now bowling from the far end of the ground, the Meldrum Gardens end, and drawing a little bit of a squirty leading edge there from Cal MacLeod, but it fell outside of any danger. Quite an aggressive field from the Dutch, loaded the offside, trusting their bowlers, and just take a look round the field at the positions. There's a fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, and a mid-on the leg side, and everybody else on the offside, with Peter Boren, captain, at slip, playing sort of second slip, and difficult to tell from this angle, but it looks like Svart at gully. And then we have point, cover, and a mid-off as well, and a man down at third man as well.
Yeah, the field in a way almost drew that leading edge from Callum, I think, at the start of the over, looking as he did the last ball of the previous over, just to nudge it into the leg side, but obviously not quite playing it with the full face of the bat and drawing that leading edge. It does seem to be doing a bit though. Kyle obviously having a bit of a struggle with that last ball, and it's definitely the wickets keeping the Dutch bowlers, all of them so far, interested.
There's a bit more space for Kyle Kurtzer to play that ball, and that does indeed go down to right down to the third man boundary, where it's fielded by Michael Rippon, who had such an excellent innings at the tail end for the Dutch in the first innings. And he fields that on the boundary, just adjusted his step to keep himself inside the boundary rope.
Yeah, an important knock there at the end of the innings. Just took the score. I think when there were 7 down, it was what, 160 for 7, 175 for 8, 159 for 7. Sorry, and it just maybe looked a little bit like they might end up a bit short of where they wanted to be. But the 252 total for 9 definitely going to be challenging. I would suggest for the Scots. Another change of bowling here again. We have Van Meekeren, change of ends for him, now coming on from the end nearest the pavilion here at Titwood. Going to be bowling to Callum MacLeod. They filled in the gap on the leg side. They've got a short mid wicket now for MacLeod. Off his feet there to cut from MacLeod, just possibly slightly close to him, slightly closer to him than he would have wanted, but with seeing that, then the man's been moved from short mid wicket to a fairly wide gully, almost a short backward point as he's in, and just that extra bounce that we've been talking about, taking it over the edge of the cut shot there, and definitely, as we've mentioned, the wicket, enough in it definitely to keep the Dutch bowlers interested and keep the Scottish batsmen on their toes.
I apologise for my absence there from the commentary box for a minute, Alan. I'm struggling with a very sore neck, which I managed to injure playing with my 1-year-old son in a soft play area this week. So I was just getting a couple of ibuprofen to try and ease my discomfort somewhat.
Yeah, I'm not sure with the soft play areas that the health and safety of the parents was
really ever considered.
No, not at all.
So with the bowlers having swapped ends, Van Meekeren is now at the Kirkcaldy Road end, and a similar bash towards Cow Corner there by Callum MacLeod goes for 4. Similar ball, similar results, Helen.
Yeah, just back of a length and outside off. The ball it's been successful for him earlier in the over, the one that flew over the top of the cut shot, but I think Callum maybe saw that one a little bit earlier and just managed to, I don't know if there's a polite way to say he swiped it away on the leg side through the Cow Corner area, but maybe not the most classical and textbook of cricket shots, but nonetheless effective.
So Van Meekeren in again, and that one just cutting back in on the batsman. MacLeod doing well just to adjust his stroke, and happy to see that one out. Wait for the wide ones, I think, and make the most of them.
Scots will be happy with the run rate here. They'd started round about 6s so far, so they'll be fairly pleased with that. Although more balls like that, kind of flying over the top edge of the bat, will definitely, as I've mentioned, keep those Dutch bowlers interested.
It's a good ball by Van Meekeren to finish the over, just drawing the shot from McLeod. A swing and a miss. The Twitter sphere has gone quiet, so let me remind you again that you can contact us, hashtag SCOVNED, Scotland v Netherlands, if you'd like to tell us what you think of today's game. And if you can, try and make it down to today's game. Afternoon innings is likely to be an interesting one.
You mentioned my own playing earlier on. When I do play, I tend to keep wicket, so it was somewhat of an interesting chat this morning when I heard that Callum was going to be keeping wicket. He had done it previously in Hong Kong, but doing it.
Did he ask you for any advice?
He definitely didn't ask me. I think there's more than a few in the dressing room who were happy to pass on a few tips. But I think it's one of those that, in a way, like everything else, he's just happy to put his hand up and do whatever to help the team out. He did mention that he didn't think it would be quite the same as the under-12s when he would then take the pads off and come on and bowl at some stage, but that would have been probably a step too far.
Firm cover strike there by Kyle Kurtzer, fielded very close in by Michael Svart as he shakes the sting off his fingers. Imagine that was a sore one. Good fielding though, because that shot was out of the middle, as they say. Bakari in again now to Kurtzer, and that's quite full again, and Kurtzer drives it on the half volley, but this time just as far as mid-off. He's picking out the fielders there for the last two balls.
It does seem slightly like the Scots have almost got stuck at the relative ends. There don't seem to be too many singles. There's been a few fours and things, but I think Kyle's.
And that should be out, and is. Big edge by Kyle Kurtzer, just looked off slightly towards the toe of the bat, and Wesley Barresi behind the stumps takes a terrific one-handed catch, diving down low to his right. Kyle Kurtzer looks back towards the umpire just momentarily, but no doubt in the umpire's mind, and no doubt in mine from our commentary position, that there was definitely an edge there. He just reached for that a little, didn't he, Alan?
Yeah, he almost followed it. I think we've seen Bakari's caused a little bit of trouble with balls moving a little bit, and we've had leading edges from both batsmen previously, and we've seen there that one's just left Kyle Kurtzer a little bit. He's followed it, and a great grab by Wesley Barresi behind the stumps. You mentioned earlier that Boren standing almost at second slip, quite a wide slip, and Barresi made the ground between the two of them, and a great grab.
Yes, super take by the wicketkeeper. And new batsman is Hamish Gardner, from whom we've seen very little today. He's been stuck out on the boundary rope for most of the first innings and called into action on very few occasions. One of the features, I thought, Alan, of the Dutch innings, there weren't that many boundaries, certainly not until the last few overs, and they were made to run a lot, but they ran well, they ran quickly, and they picked up a lot of twos where maybe, you know, slightly more sluggish batsmen might not have picked those up.
Yeah, there were a few times you could see kind of the Scots looking at each other, kind of thinking, well, how did they manage to there?
Yeah. So Bakari again, first ball to Hamish Gardner, and he survives that. And yeah, but it's important to do that when you're under pressure, when the bowlers are bowling a good line, a good length. and you're maybe starved of opportunities for boundaries, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and then you never know what can happen. And you know, they did that even though they were losing wickets. The total didn't stall at any point, and then they found the innings at the end from Ripon that was made the difference for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's an interestingly shaped ground here at Titwood. There are kind of some quite square corners that always lead to some fairly long areas in the boundary. Maybe not the longest straight or square, but the square corners do tend to give areas that you can knock the ball into and get the twos, just as I think someone's wandered in front with the sight screen, but they're away now. I have a funny
feeling it might have been the Dutch manager, Ed van Nierop, actually, who wandered in front of the sight screen.
Oh dear.
He's out the way now. Hopefully we'll get Ed into the commentary box at some point this afternoon. Just a bit of light cloud cover, stifling the heat of the sun a little.
Almost the perfect day for cricket though here in Glasgow. Not too much wind, but enough just to keep it nice and manageable, not too warm.
The bouncer from Van Meekeren, and that's been given as a wide by the square leg umpire.
Yeah, Gardner ducked there. I'm not sure there was too much need for it. It definitely flew a fair way over his head as he ducked underneath it, and Alec Dowdall's there at square leg, just kind of suggesting to his colleague that it was a little bit too high.
Another tweet from Paul Downey, who tweets in saying, listening to Quipu TV, and Alan MacDonald watching the cricket on the iPad with Wimbledon on TV before World Cup 2014 and playing fives later, hashtag sports day.
Yes, definitely.
Which is great to see. I mean, for anybody that loves sport, you know, this summer is just a feast.
It's a brilliant one.
Van Meekeren goes back in, and soft hands there from Gardner. Take the ball down to third man, and a single lifts him off the mark. Sorry, you were saying, Alan.
Yeah, a brilliant summer for sport. Obviously in Scotland there's the games like these that people can come down to. Then you've got the Commonwealth Games later on this month, and then the Ryder Cup, all happening in Scotland at the same time as we've got Wimbledon and obviously the World Cup going on in Brazil. It's you're almost spoilt for choice, and definitely these days of multimedia and multi-platform, I think
it's not so much about the second screen experience as the third or fourth.
Yeah, I was chatting to a friend up in Inverness who mentioned the tennis on the TV, the football on the iPad, and I can't remember what else he was watching, but something else that he was watching on his phone.
On the phone.
And we reckoned that his downloads on his internet might be taking a bit of hit at the moment, but I'm sure he was happy enough with that, with the great sport that's going on this summer.
Full toss there by Van Meekeren, but McLeod unable to capitalise.
Did you say that was Paul Downey on the Twitter?
It was Paul Downey, yes.
Yeah, a neighbour of ours in Steps, and many an occasion he's thrown a ball back over the fence after the various Inter-McLeod games maybe got slightly out with the confines of the back garden, but I don't think we ever broke anything too serious anyway. Scoring rates just slowed up slightly here after the wicket. Gardner off the mark, but Callum also, despite kind of moving around a little bit in that last over, didn't manage to take too much advantage of it, as we've now got a slip and a gully for the next over.
A Big swing and a miss there from Gardner, and there wasn't a lot good about that shot, Alan. He was off balance, his head was up. He mistimed it. I think we'll just move on, shall we?
Yeah, possibly best to move on after that one. Eyeing the big gap on the leg side between the short fine leg and the mid-on, with only the boundary rider out at deep square leg, but played better that time round. A similar ball, maybe slightly shorter, but chose just to play it defensively down in front of him. Although got, I think, slightly big on him, and he took the bottom hand off the bat just to kind of ride the bounce slightly.
A bit of buzz about the Dutch outfield at the moment. You know, they've had a good few overs, and they have the upper hand at the moment. And Bakari coming in again to Gardner, and that's a little bit uppish from Gardner, but he finds the gap. It'll probably just be one. Callum MacLeod certainly showing absolutely no interest in turning round for a second there.
Yeah, they've been, and they're switching it back now again. They've been switching between the gully and the short cover. Now for Callum, I think they're going with a short cover and a short mid wicket, and doing away with the slips and gully altogether. But it's been one of those, as we mentioned, the pitch has been slightly up and down and causing trouble for the batsman. Nothing up and down about that though.
That though is dispatch, and you wonder if he just had it in the back of his mind as he was looking. Gardner looked to turn for that second, and Callum was facing in entirely the opposite direction, thinking, no, do you know what, I want the next ball. Stay where you are.
Short and wide, and Callum's just cut it away through the gap between cover and point, and decent shot to tick the scoreboard over again. As we've mentioned, it's slowed up slightly after the wicket.
Yep, just 10 runs added in the last 3 overs or so as we approach the end of the 10th over. A little bit of a slower ball from Bakari will bring a single, and the end of the over with Scotland on 46 for 1. Welcome back to Glasgow. 10 overs gone in the innings of Scotland. That's this first international of the week. 2 more to follow tomorrow and again on Friday. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far today. It's certainly a pleasure being here commentating on this match in beautiful conditions. Scotland 47 for 1. Kyle Kurtzer, the early victim, edging behind to Wesley Barresi off the bowling of Bakari, and Barresi taking a fine catch behind the stumps to hasten the departure of the Scotland skipper. My words have gone. Callum MacLeod facing on 23 as Van Meekeren comes in, and MacLeod makes a little bit of space and goes for the quick single, and that's an easy single. Right, quick thinking and good running, bringing Hamish Gardner on to strike, who's currently on 2.
Yeah, Callum just moving outside leg there, and pushing a straighter ball up to mid-on. The important thing there, obviously, making sure that he's steady and set before the ball's bowled after moving. You don't want your head still to be moving as that one's dropped into the leg side, and despite maybe looking for 2, no chance of it there, as I think 4 Dutchmen converged on the ball to make sure they didn't come back.
Well, all Hamish Gardner has to do really is stick around those singles just to keep things moving along. Will be all that should be required of him, and you saw that with Zwart earlier for the Dutch innings. It wasn't a particularly emphatic innings, but it was a solid innings, and he took responsibility on his shoulders to push the Dutch score on run by run. Though he did also have a couple of lovely cover drives in there. Van Meekeren goes for the bouncer again, and that probably just about chin height as it goes past Callum MacLeod.
Yeah, Hamish Gardner, a while since he's been in the team, wasn't involved over the winter in the various qualifying tournaments. But I think just an opportunity here to settle back into it and get some, as you mentioned, 1s and 2s on the board, and kind of relax into the game.
Into his innings.
Yeah.
Yes. Van Meekeren now into MacLeod, who just drops that into short leg. I think probably looking for that ball to go down more towards fine leg, but not quite getting the contact on it, maybe just coming off his underside of his gloves.
Yeah, I think possibly even a slower ball or a cutter of some kind from the bowler there. Just saw Callum kind of suggesting to Hamish that he'd rolled his hand over the ball, and that's what had maybe slowed the ball up a bit and caused the shot to be early. But
that's a good ball by Van Meekeren. It just traps MacLeod, but he defends it well, and the ball squirts away down to third man, and that brings the over to a close, and MacLeod back on strike at the start of the next over. The scoreboard momentarily telling us that Scotland were on 90, which I would have said would have been very impressive after 11 overs, but I suspect what it actually means is 50, and there's just there it is. They've managed to fix it.
We got there in the end.
We got there in the end.
I think in a way both sides will be quite happy right now. The Dutch have pulled it back. I mentioned earlier Scotland were going at 6s, they're now under 5s, so with the wicket the Dutch have pulled things back a bit, and we're going to see spin coming on now as well, as they try and maybe take advantage of that with the change of bowling, and just maybe keep a bit of pressure on the batsman.
So a change of bowling at the Meldrum Gardens end, and Peter Saylor coming on to bowl for the Netherlands.
On the far end, Peter Saylor.
Colin Mitchell of Cricket Scotland and Clydesdale's grounds convener strolls past their commentary positions here, and Callum looking to reverse sweep the first ball from Saylor. There's a few shots he has, right, Alan? There's a few shots he has, and some of them to me look positively suicidal sometimes, and there's others that he definitely hits very well. That one, he tries a more conventional sweep, and maybe just a fraction lucky not to drag that onto his own stumps there down leg side, but comes to nothing as Saylor comes in again, and more conventional shot there just to the fielder, extra cover. He loves a sweep.
He does, to the extent that Neil, our youngest brother, has nicknamed him the janitor with the amount of sweeping that he does. But we saw there he's just come down the wicket to that one. But yes, he likes to be, I think the word these days is inventive in his shot making.
So he's got the cut where his bat is on the ground and he's cutting a Yorker, which I find baffling. And he's got the other shot that he likes, of course, is to step right across. That's a nice shot by Hamish Gardner. That'll give him plenty of confidence. He's just picked a spot wide of the cover fielders, and that goes all the way for 4 runs over to the hockey pitch, over to far to our right. And the other one he likes, we'll just take a look at that again from Gardner. Nice shot, good timing. And Saylor comes in again, and again he looks to play a straight bat to that, and again goes out to the fielder out in the deep, and he likes to step across his line and play the ball down leg side towards fine leg. And I saw him in Dubai in 2012, early 2012, at a World T20 qualifier against Ireland, and he had Boyd Rankin bowling at him, full tilt, and he decided he would try and sweep a Yorker, took a line outside off stump and tried to just paddle a full-length delivery from Boyd Rankin down leg side. And I thought, that's crazy talk. Crazy talk.
Yeah, he's
he sometimes gets a little carried away with his inventiveness.
He does, maybe,
as opposed to invention.
In the T20s this year, he's also played a few kind of scoop shots and things off some of the county bowlers, to the extent he was playing, I think 2 weeks ago now, and Charlie Shrek was bowling at him, and he'd tried to scoop or paddle sweep a full-length delivery, which he'd missed, but he jumped outside off to try and do this. And when I texted him later on, I said, you seem to miss a straight one there, Callum. His response was, I thought I was A.B. de Villiers. Now, sadly, I can imagine that was exactly what was going through Callum's mind at that time, was that I've seen A.B. de Villiers do this, I'll try it. And having kept wicket today, I don't think that's going to help matters at all.
That one is up in the air, and not absolutely the cleanest contact there from Hamish Gardner, but safe as houses, into big space out at deep mid-wicket. Is bounced onto the hockey pitch, and the cricketers are not allowed on the hockey pitch, which is because of their spikes.
Yeah, new hockey pitch here. The end of the start of the last hockey season, and definitely after paying a good chunk of money for it, I can imagine they wouldn't want the cricketers on there with the spikes.
I personally have never managed to get the ball onto the hockey pitch, much to my dismay, so I wouldn't know what it's like waiting for somebody to go and retrieve the ball. But I do know that I do know that it can be a bit of a pain in the neck when it's 8 o'clock on a Wednesday evening as Van Meekeren comes in, and that one beats Garner. A couple of good balls in this over from Van Meekeren. Yeah, it's a pain in the neck if it's 8 o'clock on a Thursday evening and you're trying to get through the remainder of your T20 game, and the ball disappears over to the far side of the hockey pitch, and you're either scrambling around to find a small child to go and collect it for you, or the shoes have to come off and you have to go over, and then you come back and then the shoes go back on.
No doubt with wet socks afterwards.
Absolutely, as it is a water-based pitch. So Van Meekeren again. And that one better defended by Gardner.
Great response there from the bowler after being pulled away over the leg side. One bounce and onto the hockey pitch, as you mentioned. The first ball back after that beat Gardner, just back of a length outside off, and again he's forced him to block that ball there down in front of him, and a really good response from the bowler.
So it had. Wait for Van Meekeren to come in again. That one's down leg side, and there's a half appeal from Slip and the wicket keeper for a catch down leg side. It's not given, so umpire Eric Young signals a wide. Pollock Cricket Club have tweeted to say, though it pains to say hashtag Toy Town looks an absolute picture for Cricket Scotland versus KNCB cricket today. Good job. I should explain that there is a great rivalry between Clydesdale and their neighbours just down the road, Pollock Cricket Club, and Titwood is affectionately known as Toy Town to those of a different persuasion.
Yes, the Pollock Twitter account is definitely one of the more, shall we say, active Twitter accounts in Scottish cricket.
Active's a good word.
Between it and I know the Uddy cricket account also likes to get involved in debates about various Scottish cricketing matters.
So Van Meekeren again to Gardner, and that one's pulled away. Maybe stopped on the boundary. Yep. Good bit of fielding out on the boundary by Barresi, because that ball was travelling. But they've taken 2 runs, and just good over that for Hamish Gardner. He's just managed to claw a few runs out and get the scoreboard starting to tick again.
Yeah, he's got things ticking over. He's jumped on anything short there, anything back of a length, and especially slightly straighter. He's been quick to be back and try and pull that into the leg side. Didn't maybe connect with the second one there at the end of the over as well as he did with the first one, but it has forced a field change, and they had pushed a man out onto the boundary. So he's opened up another gap for those 1s and 2s.
So Seelar in, and the slip back in the form of Mickey Svart, and then there's a direct hit from Michael Rippon at the non-striker's end. Callum MacLeod comfortably in his ground, considers coming back for the second after the stumps were split, but I think on reflection a good decision to stay where he is. So Michael Svart back in at slip, and looking around the ground, there's that one's a much fuller delivery from Seelar, and he'll travel down to the fielder at long off. Malik at long on. And Svartsinski is the short mid-wicket fielder. With Van Meekeren at fine leg, quite a square fine leg actually. As Seelar comes in, again floats that one up to Gardner.
I think we've seen Gardner quite happy to get in the front foot and try and drive the spinner, maybe where Callum's tried to play the sweeps and things. Gardner's looking to play it straight, and as he does again, find the man at long off and just take his single and keep it ticking over quite nicely.
Full length again from Seelar. Sorry, I should have said it's Van Shelven who is short mid wicket, and it is Svartsinski who is out in deep mid wicket. So reverse sweep from MacLeod, and that one does find the gap past Michael Rippon. It might go all the way to the boundary. The chase is on. It's a good chase by Rippon. Ball just slowed up towards the end. So they'll take 3 for that, and well timed shot from Callum MacLeod will take him back on strike for the next over. So 14 overs down and 70 up for Scotland, and just with a loss of 1 wicket, and that'll probably be the most pleasing aspect of it for them, Alan.
Yes, definitely. I think wickets in hand is always very, very advantageous when you're chasing a total, and it's not that they've got there slowly either. They're ticking over, probably slightly above the rate that they require for the to get the 253 to win. And it's as we see in all games of cricket now, once batsmen are in, they manage to accelerate again. And I'm sure, although maybe Gardner's had a few more dots than he'd like, the singles and things are coming in now. He's relaxed into the match, and he's had the boundaries over the leg side, and he's now putting that bad ball away.
Ashan Malik's taken a good break and returns now from the Kirkcaldy Road end, or the Pavilion end as our public announcer has opted for. There's just a little bit of a breeze getting up here at Clydesdale, and the papers rustle about the commentary position. Westerly breeze.
Interesting field here. We've got the shortish cover and a long on, so it seems it's going to be quite full.
That's a poor ball though by Malik to start the over, down to fine leg, very fine, just tickled away there by Callum MacLeod, and that brings 4 runs and takes Callum's score to 35. I think the scoreboard will tell us when it finally crunches into action. Yes, it's another field very heavily weighted towards the offside as Malik comes in again and again. That one is veering towards leg, just a little bit of bat and pad there from Callum as he tried to turn it probably towards square leg. Not really a catching opportunity, but encouragement nonetheless for the bowler.
Yeah, definitely. We've got that man at mid-wicket for the ball popping up. The rest of the fielders on the leg side all out on the boundary. And again, another very, very straight delivery. Looking at this field, you've got the third man, the fine leg, mid-on, and a deep, a square deep mid-wicket, kind of, rather than necessarily a cow corner as such, and obviously looking to cramp Callum slightly in terms of any width at all.
Again, a little bit of a leggy delivery from Malik. That one will be a leg by. Interesting, Alan. The field is set very much for the offside, but Malik straying down leg side with every ball of this over so far.
Yeah, they've packed it square on the offside in terms of inside the ring, but the protection, as it were, on the boundary is on the leg side. So maybe the bowler's kind of keeping that in mind and thinking, well, if it's only maybe a 1 or a 2 or a dot, while he fires that one right down the leg side for another wide. But if he can get away with bowling straight and getting away with a 1, worst case a 2, he'd rather do that than bowl outside the off stump and have Callum maybe push it through one of the gaps and away for 4. I think yeah, the wicket keeper coming up now to maybe stop Callum MacLeod wandering about his crease quite so much. He'd trying to get over into the offside, so he's Barresi now up to the stumps for this next ball. Doesn't change the line though from the bowler at the end of the over. Another straight ball, just a small inside edge onto the pad. Left arm spin to continue, and just a couple of steps down and pushed into the offside. Again out to long off by Gardner there for another single, moving him on to 18 and the Scottish score on to 78 for 1, just after just slightly more than 15 overs. This time slightly shorter, and Callum MacLeod onto the back foot and just pushes it out to point there. Where it's tidied up. Getting quickly through this over.
And Good contact by Cal MacLeod, but matched well by the fielder down at fine leg in the deep. There was a moment there I thought that Ben Fox's dog was going to escape its leash and chase after that ball. I think it might have got a rude surprise had it got in the way of it. That one though is in danger. It should be caught. It is caught by Van Meekeren. And that is the end of Callum MacLeod's innings on 37. He went to sweep the full toss. Got a bit of a top edge, Alan, and he'll be disappointed at leaving the game in that manner.
Yeah, very disappointed. I'd imagine. I think he's made good contact with the ball before, and maybe just tried to go too hard at that one and put it over the man, deep backward square leg. But all he's managed to do is pick him out as he goes for 37, leaving the Scots now 80 for 2.
A good wicket for the Dutch to take, and not the greatest shot from Callum MacLeod, and I don't know, maybe just perhaps a little bit of over exuberance on his part. But Sailor gets his wicket, courtesy of the catch by Van Meekeren, and we turn our attention in this little break back to Twitter, and Ashwin Kumar is asking, again, I think it was the manner in which it happened again that was particularly galling for the Dutch in the defeat to Kenya that Rod Lyall was talking about earlier, and the manner in which Kenya attacked and secured the win was what was most disappointing for the Dutch after such a positive start. And here comes Malik again, and it's Gardner, and that one just lodging briefly in the indescribables.
Yeah, he's taken a bit of a blow there, but again we're seeing Gardner quick to jump on anything short and trying to pull that away into the leg side. Still got a man out at deep mid wicket, but the field definitely a lot tighter than when Callum MacLeod was facing.
So Malik again, and important now for Scotland that Gardner and Momsen just consolidate. The big feature of the Dutch innings, of course, was how quickly they lost their middle order batsmen in a cluster of wickets that really put them on the back foot. And if Scotland were watching and paying attention, and I'm sure they will be keen to guard against a similar fate for their own.
Yeah, losing wickets in clusters can always cause issues for any team, and I think the Dutch, when the middle order went quite so quickly, it's caused them a number of issues. But as we said, Rippon with that 49 not out managed to take them onto a very challenging total, and one that the Scots will definitely need to rebuild quite quickly in order to keep on target.
Well, it's the end of the over, and Scotland are 82 for 2. So we're back after that brief commercial break. Our sponsors for this match are Prosperity Financial Solutions and Cast Accountancy, both Glasgow-based financial firms, and we're very grateful to their support, without which this coverage wouldn't be taking place at all.
just driven away out into the offside there by Preston Momsen for a single before Hamish Gardner tucks that one for a relatively easy single in the end. Maybe at one stage looked like it was going to be tighter, but I think Preston will be very comfortable here, and he's another one who likes a sweep.
Peter Saylor continuing, and the bar here at Clydesdale beginning to fill up as the afternoon progresses and people's working day begins to come to an end. Delighted to see people here at Clydesdale enjoying this glorious weather and excellent cricket. Saylor again. Bit short of that time, and that was set up for the sweep and perfectly timed by Preston Momsen. You will struggle to hear a sweeter sound of ball off bat today at this ground. Super 4 from Momsen. Yeah, great shot there, and just swept it round all along the ground and split the fielders there behind square on the leg side as the players and umpires all take a drink in what is definitely by Glasgow standards a very hot day. So drinks have been called. If any of you were watching this morning and managed to catch the Ryan Tendescata interview with our cricket correspondent Tim Brooks, you can let Tim know what you thought of the interview on Twitter. You can find him at Cricket Atlas. And you can let us know as well by tweeting us using the hashtag for these three internationals. It's Scotland versus Netherlands, SCOVNED. Scotland versus Netherlands. And if you missed that interview, then I'm happy to tell you that it will be uploaded to our YouTube channel later on today, and we'll tweet out a message when that interview is published and available to you. Dutch fielders just keeping limber during the break, and some welcome rehydration for the batsman as well. Drinks break over. And delighted to say that we'll have a new guest in the commentary position. So I'll say thank you to Alan for your company over the first part of this innings, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been good. Thank you.
So Alan vacates the commentary position, and I'm delighted to welcome into the commentary position in his place the Dutch team manager Ed van Nierop, who's been enjoying the sunshine and from the pavilion terrace, and the game in an interesting position at the moment. Ed, a good wicket for the Dutch in removing Callum McLeod, and with a competitive total on the board, everything to play for both teams.
Yeah, it's very much in the balance. Hello, Jack. Glad to be back. And looking forward to a lovely afternoon of cricket.
Just ask you to reflect on the Dutch innings.
Michael
There's a
Rippon.
flurry of wickets in the middle order, but a really determined and important innings by Michael Rippon at the end to post what was a very good total in the end.
Very handy cricketer, Michael Rippon, and the tail can hurt you, as we've experienced in New Zealand during the World Cup qualifiers.
And it is Michael Rippon, in fact, who is on at the Kirkcaldy Road end to bowl. And just a little bit of loose fielding. Bowler encouraging his fielders to pay close attention, but no harm done there. 2 runs for Preston Mommsen, who moves on to 7, with Hamish Gardner at the non-striker's end on 20 at the moment, and Scotland on 89 for 2. We're into the 19th over. And Rippon to Mommsen. Oh, a good ball, beats the bat there. Tell us a little bit about Michael Rippon. He's not a cricketer that I'm particularly familiar with.
He joined the Netherlands setup when he was like 16, when he joined coach Ryan Meekeren for a stint of a year in Amsterdam, and then later returned to Amsterdam again with Ryan Meekeren. We sort of kept him in the mix, a little bit on the background, obviously being a little bit too young to be involved in the squad, but is doing well now.
He played with a very level head this morning, which must be pleasing to see in a young player.
Yeah, he did well also playing in Amsterdam against Ireland when we needed 6 off the last ball, and he managed to score that huge 6 that got us a tie, which was very valuable at the moment.
Here he comes again, this time into Gardner, and just dribbles out onto the offside. The fielder round at a point. As the army of ground staff persist in convening in front of the commentary position. That one a little bit shorter from Rippon. And the batsman will take 2 runs.
Bit too much width offered by Rippon. Usually he's pretty much on line straight away.
And then he comes again, and good way to respond with the final ball of the over. And Gardner forced just to dig that one out. Good length. And at the end of the over, Scotland move on to 91 for 2. If you're watching at home, you have any questions for Ed or any comments on the match, then we would be delighted to hear from you. Reminder that the hashtag is SCOVNED, Scotland versus Netherlands, of course. And plenty of support from our friends at ICC Europe, who've been tweeting about the game today, which we're delighted to see, and our thanks to them. You can still catch up with highlights of ICC Europe's Division 2 Championships by visiting the ICC Europe YouTube channel, where you can see highlights of those games that included Germany and Austria, Gibraltar, the Isle of Man, Belgium, and the tournament victors Norway. And it was a splendid week of cricket down in Essex, with weather not dissimilar to this for much of the time. Peter Selar is on at the Meldrum Road end again, continuing, and Preston Mommsen on strike. Good ball from Selar. Mommsen right forward, almost on his knee to play that shot. Taking no chances as Selar comes in again, and Mommsen squares up onto that. Has a slightly unusual stance when he squares up to the ball, with legs splayed wide.
A little bit of a fumble by Stefan Myberg with an opportunity of a run out there.
Yes, a little bit of miscommunication between the two batsmen sent Hamish Gardner scurrying back to the non-striker's end, and maybe a cleaner pickup might have resulted in more for the Dutch fielders, but Selar continues, and a very good over for him as we end the 20th over, and the Dutch are, the Scots I should say, are 94 for 2. Sure, should be have a chat later on. So we're back at Titwood, Clydesdale Cricket Club in Glasgow. And welcome if you're just joining us to a glorious day here in the west of Scotland. The Netherlands putting on a total of 252, a target of 253 for Scotland, who are currently 95 for 2. And we've just started the 21st over with Michael Rippon, and he's bowling to Preston Momsen, who is on 9, with Hamish Gardner at the non-striker's end on 24. The wickets down so far this afternoon. Kyle Kurtzer, as that ball is just cut late and gently down towards the third man, and Momsen will take 2 runs. The wickets this morning, Kyle Kurtzer, who was caught behind by Wesley Barresi, a super low diving catch to his right hand side, full stretch, great take by the keeper, and Callum McLeod, who had been batting well, who went for 37 off the bowling of Peter Selar, as Momsen sweeps that one behind square leg and runs down towards the fine leg boundary, and a misfield actually out there from Mudassar Bakari, who had that ball well covered, has given Momsen 4 runs. Yes, the second wicket of which was Callum McLeod out for 37, sweeping Peter Selar, got a top edge, and Paul van Meekeren, fine leg, grateful recipient of a fairly straightforward catch. Ed van Nierop, the Dutch team manager, is with me in the commentary box, and your head just dropped a bit there at that misfield by Macari, which shouldn't have happened. What's your reading of the state of play at the moment in this game?
Well, Jack, I think the game is pretty much in the balance. We were running a pretty tight couple of overs, and then you don't want a misfield happening, which is always a bit of a letdown for the, especially bowler, of course. But yeah, we do lay a lot of emphasis on fielding, fitness, and it's always tough for the squad to see something happening like this. But it's a lovely day, so let's not think about it too long. It's much better than the last time we were here when we played Bangladesh. It was pitch dark.
Yes.
And this is actually one of the first times I see a blue sky here in Scotland, which is magnificent.
Yes, it's impossible to play cricket in Scotland in the summer and not talk about the weather, unfortunately. People always think the British are obsessed with the weather, but it really, if you had British weather, you'd be obsessed by it too. And Glasgow in particular falls victim to the Gulf Stream coming off the Atlantic, and we have seen a great many international matches here at Titwood rained off over the years, and none more spectacularly than in 2007 when India and Pakistan came to play a match here in Glasgow to commemorate 60 years of since independence, and the sun shone beautifully for the pre-match team photo. The His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales was in attendance, and he was enjoying the sunshine, and the players went in from the photo, and no sooner had they done so than the rain started, and it didn't stop for 3 days.
We had a similar experience in Amsterdam when India played Pakistan in 2004 during the Videocon Cup. There was a huge storm cloud immediately above Amsterdam. The rest of the country, bright sunshine. And we had to postpone the start of the fixture like 3-4 hours, but then got a game in a shortened game. But it was a magnificent event, and it's always a pity when the hard work is done by the organisers, and then there's no cricket possible. Terrible.
It is unfortunately the nature of an outdoor sport that relies on dry weather. But when it's played in conditions like this, it is quite wonderful. And Peter Saylor now to Hamish Gardner, who just cuts that behind the fielder down towards third man position, and it's fielded by Ashan Malik.
Yeah, it's really brilliant to be able to play these 3 fixtures here. Hopefully we'll get them all 3 in. Fantastic of Cricket Scotland to invite us to play here. The little international cricket we've got left with the Dutch. It's brilliant to be able to play here, and then there's the sunshine, which is even better.
Well, one of the questions I wanted to ask you, and a question I put to Rod Lyle earlier, is obviously the reaction since losing ODI status, and you must place a tremendous amount of value now on being able to play fixtures like this as frequently as possible in the period while you rebuild and aim to get that ODI status back.
It's good to see KNCB is investing in the players still, so we can keep the squad together for as long as possible with the financial means we still have left, I should say. And it keeps the squad together, and hopefully we can build towards a better result for us in January when we need to hopefully re-enter Division 1, wherever the tournament is going to be played. But it's great we can still keep the squad together, and Anton Roux, the interim national coach, works hard with the squad. The weather gods have been very in favour. We could do a lot of practices outside on the Amsterdam practice block, and it's good to see the boys haven't lost any of the spirit, obviously on the back of a brilliant tournament in Bangladesh.
Well, that's so important, of course. Spirit within the team always crucial, as Hamish Gardner just rocks back outside leg stump, and a back foot drive down to the extra cover boundary, but an absolutely super piece of fielding there by Eric Swarzinski on the boundary. Best piece of fielding we've seen this afternoon. Let's just take a look at that again. I think to everyone in the pavilion that was a certain 4, but very determined fielding there by Swarzinski to prevent the boundary.
Nelson on the board.
Yeah. 1-1-1. Just a single there for Mommsen, who moves on to 18, and Hamish Gardner has very quietly and slowly crept up to 31, which is precisely what Alan McLeod and I were discussing earlier, that he needed to do, is just stick around, and he's done that and kept the board ticking over. 1-1-2 for 2 now, 23 overs into this match, and it's brilliantly poised. It could go either way. A couple of wickets for the Dutch, and it's very much game on for them. A partnership for these two, and Scotland would be in the driving seat. So hope you are glued to the coverage at home, whatever you're doing. Maybe you're at work. It's quite nice when this is your office, Ed. I'll say that much for the day.
I can't complain. It's been
not wanting to rub it in, rub anybody's nose in it if they're stuck inside in an office on a day like this. But when you finish work at 5 o'clock, the bar is open here at Clydesdale. Please do come down and enjoy what remains of this match and the lovely weather that is accompanying it. A delicate late cut there from Mommsen. They might think about 3. Are they going to challenge the arm of Malik? They are. And that of Barresi, who quickly turns to look for an opportunity at the non-striker's end. There was just a little slip by Malik as he picked the ball up, and just that extra half yard can make a difference. Good running from the Scots though. Obviously paid attention to the performance of the Dutch batsmen, who ran very well and were quick off the mark in setting their target of 252. Target of 253, I should say. Svart now bowling, and Hamish Gardner plays that out to deep cover. Good ball by Mickey Svart. A seasoned campaigner for the Dutch.
Very handy cricketer, obviously a brilliant batsman, and his offies wasn't very successful in Bangladesh, but he's done well for us in the last couple of years.
And that pick up and turn by Ashan Malik, much smoother, very quickly getting the ball back to Barresi and preventing any thought of a second run. That's a wee bit shorter from Svart, and Hamish Gardner looking for that spot again. Down the leg side with sort of half sweep, but once again the fielder down to our left, very much in control of the situation.
He's having a good match, Paul van Meekeren. Scored a few lusty blowers at the end of the Dutch innings. Fielding well, bowling well. Good effort so far. After 24 overs, the score is 119 for 2, and it's Michael Rippen with the ball.
So Rippen to Mommsen, and Mommsen takes the single. Michael Van Os has tweeted us to say, what happened to the term dot ball? Is it not or rarely used in the Scottish cricket lingo? I can assure you dot ball is very much used in the Scottish cricket lingo. I wasn't aware that I had been underusing it, Michael, but thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'll address that as quickly as possible.
Good to hear Michael Van Os following the Dutch closely always.
He does, you know. Michael was, I think he was one of the first, I think he must have been one of our first followers on Twitter a long time ago. I think we were in we went to Dubai to cover an associate affiliate 11 play a warm-up match for England when they were in Dubai to play a test series against Pakistan, and I'm pretty sure Michael Van Os was with us on social media even back then. He's been a long-time supporter of the live streaming of associate cricket, and thank him for that support, and his support for the Dutch is always obvious.
After all, Michael was involved in the communication business, so probably that's the reason why he was one of the first to start using Twitter.
No run, shouts Hamish Gardner. And there you go, Michael, a dot ball. that ball outside the reach of Erik Swarzinski, and will be 4 runs. Good shot. The ball didn't seem to be travelling that quickly. I wondered, my view, of course, is perspective, I should say, slightly skewed, but the ball didn't seem to be travelling that quickly towards the boundary. But nonetheless, there was not a fielder close by, and 4 runs brings to an end the 25th over. 125 for 2.
Exactly halfway, and also runs-wise pretty close to being halfway. So not much we can say about the result of this match. It's a pity the Dutch are 1 bowler short. Captain Peter Boren injured, shoulder injury. Actually had to walk off the park to get some treatment done.
Yes, we had a tweet about that earlier. Maybe you can shed some light on it. Is it just a strain, do you think, at this stage?
His shoulder has been bad for a while. Actually, he needs an operation there, and obviously being the captain, valuable in the field everywhere, basically, with the bat. You don't want to not field him. But today he also picked up a sore neck, so he was not in good shape, so that's why he came off. And Thijs van Schelven is the substitute fielder. Late cut seems to be a popular shot today.
Yeah, it certainly does. Preston Mommsen's played that shot a few times, and keeping Ashan Malik on his toes. Another 2 runs to the total, and Mommsen moves on to 13. Seelar balls again, and flatter delivery. I'm not wanting to overuse the term now, but another dot ball for Seelar, and Mommsen just waiting for that ball, timing it well, and unfortunately, unfortunately on that occasion Swarzinski unable to prevent the 4. He made a good effort. He seemed to have it, and then he seemed to land on the ball, and it bobbled up from underneath him and went over the boundary rope for 4. So a slight bit of loose fielding. I have a little sympathy with the fielder there, but I think probably should have stopped it.
Another 4 of the last ball, which is exactly what you don't want when you have a decent over and finish off with a boundary. It's hurting the Dutch at the moment. Bowling change.
Van Meekeren coming back on.
Paul Van Meekeren coming back on at the pavilion end.
Promising youngster in the Dutch squad. He's got some pace and looks on target today. Gives a lot for his cricket, as do all the Dutch boys, must be said.
And here he comes into bowl to Hamish Gardner, and just a little tickle by Gardner, then towards third man for 4. I'm not sure how intentional that was, Ed, to be honest. I think he half committed to the shot and got a little bit lucky.
No comment, Jack.
So Meekeren again, and that one wicket to wicket, which Gardner is happy to defend. Gardner's on 40 now, with Mommsen on 34. Talking about Anton as an interim coach, how's the search going for a full-time coach?
Don't think there's much searching going on. Obviously, with the uncertain situation financially, the Dutch board finds itself in. And in saying that, Anton is doing a magnificent job with the limited resources we have, keeping the boys on their toes. Obviously, I forgot to mention just now the support of our sponsor, ABN AMRO. The bank is going to leave us in April next year, but they have been a magnificent partner over the last few years. So maybe good to mention the Dutch are looking for a new sponsor.
Looking for a new sponsor, if anybody's listening.
With the billions of TV viewers, we managed to serve some brilliant cricket in Bangladesh. Hopefully that will soon be resolved, that problem.
Yes, it's the harsh commercial reality, but ABN AMRO indeed have been an excellent partner for Dutch cricket over the last few years. And the support of sponsors such as them cannot...
It seems an easy task, but in practice
it's not. Sailor comes in, and there's that late cut again, but this time Malik's just adjusted his position slightly from the last couple of balls, and Gardner manages to find him with that shot. I know from our experience early on it's a better shot from Gardner, a square leg, just take one. Our experience of looking for broadcast sponsors in the early days when we were covering associate and affiliate cricket, it's very difficult, and with that exclusivity of the ICC global commercial partners, you know, you're very, very restricted in the industries that you can look to for support. But
obviously you shouldn't forget that, or you should mention that all the travel the associates do obviously benefits from the sponsor pool, so you shouldn't.
Oh, of course, no. It's not to denigrate any sponsors at all. Absolutely, and their support, but you know, particularly when you think about Pepsi's naming rights over the development program and the money that generates for the development of associate and affiliate cricket is not in question at all.
No, it's just a problem that the Dutch companies you probably think of first are ruled out because of it. Yeah. Good finish to the Swart over. This time, no boundary on the last ball.
Yes, I think I said Sailor a minute ago. Of course, I didn't mean that. I meant Michael Swart. And does indeed finish it off more tightly than the previous overs had gone recently. And
5, 4, 6, 6, 4.
Change of bowling again, and it looks like Stefan Myberg is coming on to bowl from the Kirkcaldy Road end.
Change of bowling for the Road end, Stefan Myberg.
Reason why he is bowling is the fact that I just mentioned, Piet Boren unable to bowl. Still not in the field. Thijs van Schelven, the substitute fielder, still on the park. He looked in bad shape, Piet Boren. Hopefully he'll be able to play tomorrow. The physio Jan Stappenbelt is working hard on him. And he's a sturdy character, old Piet, so hopefully he'll be back tomorrow.
I think that's a good word to describe him. So Myberg in for his first ball, and unfortunately a little bit short and a little bit wide for him, and a baptism of fire as Hamish Gardner times that ball beautifully through extra cover. We'll take another look at that now. Here it is, and a good crisp connection there from Hamish Gardner, and pushes himself on to 47 as Myberg comes in again, and this time Gardner creates the space for himself by stepping back onto his leg stump and is rewarded with a single through the covers. Moves on to 48. Preston Momsen readies himself for the new bowler, and Myberg comes in, and that's a better ball, but a bit more length on that one. And that one a little bit wider. Past point, and Momsen this time able to take the 2 runs.
For Gardner, 42 for 3. There's no 7th placement, is there? Cheers.
So the 150 up for Scotland in the 29th over, with Momsen on 40 and Gardner on 48 off 56 balls, and there's a single for Gardner. And not bad over from Mybra once he got into the swing of things, but hurt by that boundary on the first ball. Myberg, I should say, not Mybra. Distracted by the mispronunciation by the public address announcer. Anyway.
Okay, Armand's taking over now.
So, mentioned it a couple of times, but I was very impressed with the Dutch at the T20 in Bangladesh. I thought your team played some great cricket, and I thought we're possibly unlucky not to have done even better. There's sometimes a could have, would have, should have. You can say, you know, or ifs and buts might be another way of saying it with hindsight. But how do you reflect on that now with a couple of months?
It was obviously a magnificent experience. Team played beautifully. Preparation was good. Flying start against the UAE. Last ball defeat to full member Zimbabwe. And then obviously the cracker against Ireland, which hurt many international records. And then back on earth with the terrible
Sri Lanka
match, which obviously you can explain what happened there, because you don't often play the likes of Malinga, and when you, as a batsman, see the likes of Malinga run up, then you tend to watch the bowler rather than the ball. And then obviously the South Africa match with 30 runs needed off 5 overs with 8 in hand.
Yeah.
Was a bit of a letdown by the middle order and the tail, who went for big shots rather than work around, and that should have been a match in the bag. You can't take Imran Tahir's bowling away from him, but we should have won that game. And looking back, hindsight obviously easy. We probably would have made the quarterfinals if we would have won that SA match. And then New Zealand, another close call, and then finish off with England, obviously in style, winning at T20 World Cup for the second time of 2. But it's been a long road to the form this team had in Bangladesh. The preparation was on song. Anton Ruin, Ronald Lefebvre, who is now high performance manager, did a lot of work, and obviously the rest of the support staff with analysts, and it was like an oiled machine. Bukhari back in the attack.
Yep, and that top edge over the wicketkeeper gives Hamish Gardner a very well-earned half-century of 60 balls, and he's just done his job quietly and efficiently, Hamish Gardner. Nothing particularly outlandish. I would actually say that that last shot was probably about as careless as he has been, but he gets the single down to third man. And that's enough to bring up his 50. Mommsen, of course, on 40 as well, as Bukhari comes back in, and just a little bit of space there for Mommsen, but straight to cover fielder. Yeah, tremendous experience that T20 for you. And I was talking to Rod earlier about the interview that Tim Brooks did with Ryan Tendescata, and when we were down at Essex for the ICC Div 2, and one of the things Ryan said is he was asked by Tim about how much he valued the test status as against, say, for example, playing more T20s, and Ryan was quite clear that although he had a huge amount of respect for Test cricket, he felt that for teams like the Dutch, for teams in the affiliate world, and teams like Scotland and Ireland, T20 remains a really potent tool for them in raising the profile of cricket in the Netherlands and Ireland and Scotland, and also, getting more TV exposure and profile from the games. How much would you agree with that?
I'm with him there. Obviously, player availability, mentioning Ryan Tendescata, is a huge thing. If you would only have him available, Alexei Kavesi, Dirk Nonnes, to name a few, then you would have, then you've got a team that
becomes a different team.
Can hurt a lot of international sides. So, not taking away anything from the squad that we fielded in Bangladesh, who did a magnificent job. That makes quite a difference if you have a all-rounder like Ryan Tendescata in your squad. That obviously would have helped a lot. But he's made up his mind, and it's behind us. We're looking forward, and we should be very grateful of what he's brought Dutch cricket, and I'm pretty sure that he's pretty grateful what Dutch cricket
has done for him.
Brought for him, and
no, I think so, and he acknowledged as much. But I thought his point about T20 was interesting. He focused very much on what fans of cricket, if you're wanting to develop the audience for cricket and attract more people to the sport, then you need to be able to bring something to them that's easily marketable, that's manageable for people's time as much as anything else. And I thought he made his points very articulately, and it was interesting to hear his view on this. Now Malik's back on from the Kirkcaldy Road end. He's dropped that one in just a little bit shorter. He's a tendency at the moment, Ed, just to veer a little bit down leg side. The last couple of overs we've seen from him.
He's not bowled for a while. A bit of a nagging injury, and he's. It looks like he's missing some rhythm here, but knowing Malik, he'll be back soon. He had a fantastic tournament in Bangladesh as well, taking off the pace most of the time, and it was quite clear that particularly the English didn't know what to do with the likes of Malik.
Speaking of Tim Brooks, I'm surprised we haven't heard from him today. That one just lifts a little bit, and the Scottish batsman will look for two and challenge the arm of Bukhari over on the far side of the pitch, and on that occasion his arm is found wanting. A little bit of a wild throw back into the keeper that's instead fielded by Stefan Myberg. So Scotland take two, and Malik comes in again, and That time Momsen squares up to that with that trademark stance.
Little under 100 needed at the moment, with 19 overs to go after this over. Scotland looking good here. Dutch needs some wickets quickly to break this partnership to start with. Otherwise, the Scots will run away with this game. Malik finishes his over with a dot ball. 31 overs gone. Scotland 155 for 2. Bukhari gets another over.
So welcome back from the break. Our thanks again to Prosperity Financial Solutions and to Cast Accountancy for their support in ensuring this match happens. Not that this match happens, that this coverage of this match happens. Our thanks, of course, also to KNCB Cricket and to Cricket Scotland for releasing the rights, obviously, to this game and allowing its live streaming, and we hope you're enjoying it. Mickey Svart with a good dive down to his left there from backward point.
It's important these matches do get streamed. If you look at the Dutch situation, when the BBC lost TV rights way back when to Sky, we used to be able in those days to watch Test cricket on via the BBC, and the number of cricketers in Holland dropped dramatically after BBC lost those TV rights. And obviously pretty simple to explain, because when you're a youngster and you don't see a sport on TV, why would you start playing the sport? So
correct.
The more we can get cricket back on TV, we've got some plans back home as well to get some more cricket on TV. We've got like 10 seconds of cricket a year on national TV, so that won't help. So we're working on some plans there to get some more cricket on the box, and hopefully that should help some more youngsters to find the way to the cricket grounds.
Well, I'm sure that's a conversation we can probably contribute to at some stage. One of the great bits of added value that a lot of sports organisations are looking for now is to add to live streaming by being able to provide broadcasters, television broadcasters, with footage and content. That's a big shout for LBW, and it's given. And I thought, from where I was sitting, I thought there was a noise there.
Particularly heard two noises.
Yeah.
One woody one and one
scuff.
Yeah, so curious to see what happened there.
That'll be, of course, from the replay from behind the batsman, very difficult to tell if there was an inside edge or not. I'm sure we'll get the inside track on that from Hamish Gardner later on. A fine innings of 52 comes to an end there. The replay now, and from our position behind the batsman, it looked very much like he'd caught an inside edge. But looking at the replay there again, it does look like it's hit him on the full on the outside of the pad, and he stepped across his line a little, and not a huge amount of objection or from the batsman, which is usually a sign that they know the game's up, and Hamish Gardner departs. But well, deserved his round of applause from the spectators who've gathered here on the terrace in front of the pavilion at Clydesdale. a valuable 52 in a total of 157. And the new batsman in for Scotland is Michael Leask, who has impressed greatly at the North Sea Pro Series. And also, I'd say in a more limited way, at the T20 qualifiers in Abu Dhabi last year, when of course Scotland failed to reach the World T20 in Bangladesh with a couple of slightly calamitous performances towards the end of that particular campaign.
Paul van Meekeren returning to the early end.
So the tall figure of Paul van Meekeren is back on at the Kirkcaldy Road end. And he will be bowling at Preston Momsen. And good delivery to start his over.
Good to see Van Meekeren starting well. He usually, when he gets a second or third spell, has some problems adjusting, but he's right on the money straight away. Good to see. Youngster that came through the age groups from early age and obviously still being very young. Now on the big stage. Good to see him perform well today.
A little bit shorter, and that ball scurries away down behind square leg, and Bakari will field in the deep, and Momsen progresses to 43 with those 2 runs.
Partnership broken at last. Exactly what the Dutch wanted.
That one just worked off the legs by Momsen, who's determined, running right from the off there. It was a signal that he wanted 2 from that shot and gets them with some comfort.
If Van Meekeren bowls that line, I think acting captain Swart will no doubt change the field pretty soon. Let's see what happens now. Better line.
That's
no action needed from the captain if he bowls this line.
Yes, a ball more like the first of the over and less like the second and third, which were both creeping down leg, but that a much fuller delivery and bowling wicket to wicket. And he comes again now. That one's shorter, and he's drawn the top edge. Bakari is underneath it, and that's safely caught. And Momsen drawn into that shot, perhaps unwisely, on 45, and 2 batsmen that were well placed only a couple of overs ago have now fallen. And could that be the crucial breakthrough for the Netherlands, I wonder?
It definitely came at the right time. 2 set batsmen, like you say. Partnership broken, 2 new batsmen at the crease, and Bakari, making no mistake, obviously did exactly the same in his batting innings. Tricked by the bowler for a big shot. And Van Meekeren picking up a wicket. And with the wicket, there's some tension back maybe in the Scotland camp, who were cruising with 2 set batsmen.
So the new batsman for Scotland is Richie Berrington, playing on what is now his home ground. The thumbs up there in our general direction from Paul van Meekeren towards Ed sitting next to me. And a thumbs up back from yourself.
Well-deserved wicket for Van Meekeren.
Yes, he's played very well.
He's done well with the bat, like I said, and now...
I was impressed. As
well.
Yeah, he comes in again, this time to Leask. I was very impressed with him with the bat. I thought the cameo he played at the end in support of Rippon was invaluable, and actually didn't look like a number 11 at all, because a couple of the shots he played were, you know, would not have been out of place much higher up the batting order.
And also Malik batted quite well.
And Malik as well, yes. Agree.
He's a very valuable tail ender.
He looked nervous in his first over or two. He looked a little edgy, but he played himself in very quickly and looked quite comfortable after that. I thought it was an excellent tail end performance from the Dutch batsman.
And much needed, I might add.
Yeah.
I think Michael Swart should have stayed at the crease a little longer. Obviously, Boran not in great touch with his shoulder, hurting him basically all the time for the last few weeks. That obviously doesn't help if you use your right hand quite a bit.
Indeed. Moving quickly on, Peter Saylor is on from the Meldrum Gardens end. And Richie Berrington just playing himself in. Off stump.
This time getting away with it. Doesn't find the gap. Strozinski in the deep. Makes no mistake.
So my apologies, or our apologies for that little break. Just occasional little technical difficulty here with the internet connection, but for the most part, hope you're very much enjoying the coverage. In the interval there was just a 4 from Leask, which was well timed, and Scott's batsmen should get 2 from that shot by Leask out into the offside. He's moved himself in this over quickly on to 6 runs, 8 runs I should say. Good over there for Leask, but his job I would suspect is more about steadying the ship than anything at the moment. Scotland losing 3 wickets in a very quick order. First to go in that group of 3 was Hamish Gardner, who departed having just made his half-century, and he was quickly followed back to the pavilion by Preston Momsen before Richie Berrington was out LBW for naught off the bowling of Saylor.
83 needed of 16 with Paul van Meekeren steaming in again.
A shorter ball. Produces nothing, dot ball there. I'll just have a look at the bowling figures for the Dutch bowlers. Bakari, 7 overs, no maidens, 22 for 2. Very efficient bowling from him. Malik, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 29 for naught. Meekeren, 7 overs, no maidens, 30 for 1, not including this one, of course. Saylor, 6 overs, no maidens, 30 for 1 also. That's in the air and just escapes the short mid-wicket fielder. And carries on eventually to be fielded by Michael Rippon, but a couple of runs there for the Scots. Difficult from this angle to judge how close that was, Ed, but
good fielder as well on that position. Peter Saylor, safe hands. Good chase by Michael Rippon.
David defends that one. Just going through the bowling figures and carrying on with the bowling figures, I should say. Sailor 6 overs, no wickets, 30 for 1. Ripon 4 overs, no wickets for 24. Michael Svart 3 overs, no maidens, 17 for naught. And finally Myberg 1 over, no maidens, 9 for no wicket. So great bowling figures there for Bukhari, and good figures too for Meekeren. Plenty of cricket left in the match.
And hopefully for Paul van Meekeren, early in his career, coaching staff has worked hard on him to...
And that is a catch. And very badly timed pull shot there has brought another wicket for Paul van Meekeren. Shorter ball, there had been it's had a couple in the last couple of overs, and he tempted the batsman on every occasion to take the shot. And a super one-handed catch by Peter Sailor. And you said just a moment ago what an outstanding fielder he was, and well, he certainly demonstrated it there. Here's the replay.
Safe hands by...
safe hand, I think you'll find.
Correct.
Super catch. And the cameraman, our ball following cameraman up on the roof above us, in equal disbelief, so much so that he went straight past Peter Sailor, expecting the ball to travel all the way to the boundary, and it didn't. It was snatched from, plucked from mid-air, one-handed by Sailor. Great reaction stop. Let's just, I think it deserves another look. Let's take one more look at it again, and slow it right down to give you the chance to see it. That's a terrific catch by Sailor.
Peter Boren carrying the drinks, captain. Sight I have not seen too very often. Obviously the Dutch too short now. The injured Vivian Kingma, another bowler who didn't join us on the trip after getting injured on Sunday, playing club cricket. Replacement players on the plane at the moment from Amsterdam. Peter Boren obviously injured as well. So good effort by the remaining bowlers. That's why we probably saw a sneaky over of Stefan Myberg, who just hasn't been bowling very often in the Dutch squad.
So the Dutch very much in the driving seat now. Scotland 173 for 6. We're in the 35th over, and a clutch of wickets falling in the last few overs. That's a much fuller delivery, and that was certainly a chance at a run out. Direct hit would have certainly taken the wicket of Josh Davey from substitute fielder Van Shelven.
Dutch in the field with 10 at the moment, with Bukhari running off, I presume, to have a little pit stop, and Boren unable to field. 10 Dutch players in the field.
So I think we're going to pause for drinks, and I think a moment of reflection for the new Scots batsman might be necessary. It's 25 past 5 and the score is 174 for 6, and at 10 past 5 the score was only for 2. So a terrible 15-16 minutes for Scotland, a potentially match-turning 15 minutes for the Dutch. But at drinks here in Glasgow, Scotland 174 for 6. So my thanks to Ed van Nierop, and allow him to go back and resume his duties with the Dutch camp. And he leaves a considerably happier man than at the moment he joined us earlier on in the innings, with Scotland chasing 253 for victory and currently 174 for 6. A nightmare 15 minutes for the Scots, in which they've lost 4 wickets, 4 important wickets in the middle order. And just 15 or 16 minutes ago, we were talking about this as being a comfortable position for Scotland. It's considerably less comfortable now, and here to talk with us about that is Bob McFarlane from Cricket Scotland. Bob, good evening, or good afternoon I should say. It's almost evening. Good afternoon to you, and welcome back to our commentary box. It's been a while since we've had you in the commentary box, but it's a pleasure to see you again. It's been a bad 20 odd minutes for Scotland.
That's for sure. Very bad 20 minutes, yeah. 4 wickets gone, and position looking a little bit perilous now. Safian Sharif just arrived at the crease. He's a very good striker of the ball. I think some of the dismissals there, perhaps careless shot making and learning to keep the ball on the ground, the old adage, Jack.
Certainly it was a good start for the Scotland team, and Callum MacLeod started off well, and then there was a great partnership between Momsen and Hamish Garner, who I thought batted very responsibly, very level-headedly.
Yeah.
And to lose both of them in such short order is a little bit careless.
Yeah, good partnership between Hamish and Preston. They're clubmates at Carlton, of course, and Hamish has been in the runs recently, and I thought, given that he's come into the side pretty much at late notice there, he's acquitted himself very well with his 52. Played a lot of very nice shots and looked in control, as most of the Scotland top order have done, and then they've managed to get themselves out, really, I think. Perhaps needing to just think about, as I say, some of the shot selection there against some of the Dutch bowling. But I think the Dutch were just equally as guilty of that in their innings. So
I think that's very true. I think Preston Momsen in particular will be disappointed at the manner in which he lost his wicket, as I suspect will Callum MacLeod. You've been sitting up in the pavilion. We didn't have the best angle to see the 2 LBW decisions. Any disquiet, particularly about Hamish's, which we thought might have got an inside edge?
Didn't hear anything from the pavilion, Jack, but I thought the other one, looking from where I was, I thought Richie had a fairly good stride in. Richie Berrington got a fairly good stride in.
That was our interpretation from here as well.
Alec Dowell is obviously the best view of the game, and in terms of disquiet, there was none at all from the Scotland bats as they passed me. Not even that much muttering under the breath, really, but I think they're learning now to keep their discipline when they perhaps get the rub of the green going the wrong way against them. I thought I couldn't see if there was a rub on Gardner's, but Gardner didn't say much when he passed, as I say, so nothing coming from the dressing room that I've heard either.
Fair enough. It is in the past, and the destiny of this result is in the hands of the 2 batsmen at the crease now. Safian Sharif facing, and that's outside leg stump. A sort of muted, hopeful appeal from the new bowler at the Meldrum Gardens end, Michael Rippon.
Haven't seen much of this lad, Jack, really, Rippon.
Well, nor I, Bob, and I was asking Ed van Nierop about him. He's quite a young player who's come into the squad, but I was very impressed with his innings of 49 not out, which really rescued the Dutch total in the first innings here.
Yeah, possibly just 20 or so more than what Scotland would have hoped to concede after their good mid-innings efforts there to restrain the Dutch. He seems to bowl Chinaman more than anything else, this lad. A little bit coming out of the back of his back pocket.
Yeah, being used predominantly, I think, today as a relief bowler, just to give the main bowlers a little bit of a rest, as Stefan Myberg was earlier. That one's a bit down the leg side and will be tucked away down to fine leg by Safian Sharif and fielded by Paul van Meekeren, who's having another young player for the Dutch who's having an excellent game. And Josh Davey brings Josh Davey to the strike, and he is on 5 with Safian Sharif on 3 now. Ripping in again, and
left for everyone.
Rather unusual set of circumstances there, but should be stopped right at the boundary next to us by Michael Svart. The players will run 3. Attempted run out is unsuccessful, and umpire Dowd signals a wide, which I think was interesting. Again, our angle's slightly skewed here, Bob, but I think that was quite clearly down leg side. But wicketkeeper Barresi, I think, expected Josh Davey to do something with it, which he opted against. Instead, left it, and Barresi left it, and off it went to the boundary.
Profitable non-shot there.
Certainly was. Certainly was. So Sharif just tucks a single in the direction of square leg to bring the over to a close. And 36 overs gone now. Scotland 182 for 6, and in search of 71 runs off the remaining 14.
Interesting equation, especially with Sharif at the crease, because he's been striking the ball very well for his home club, Falkland. A big century at the weekend there. It's second of the season, so he has the ability to hit the ball.
Yes, I haven't seen him bat in a while, I must admit, but we shall see. A change of bowling again at this Kirkcaldy Road end, and no, I tell a lie, my apologies. It will be oh no, it is a change, because of course Meekeren was on the last over. So Malik is back on at this end of the pitch in front of us. And the clouds get ever fewer in the sky, and the sun shows no sign of losing its heat as we approach the early evening here in Glasgow.
It's been a lovely day here.
It certainly has.
Beautiful to play cricket in these conditions.
And Malik comes in with Safian Sharif facing. 25 to 6 in the evening, local time. Wherever you are watching in the world, we hope you're enjoying it. We've heard from viewers in Australia and in Portugal, and we have viewers in the Netherlands. And pretty sure none of them are enjoying a day as wonderful as this. Sharif just happy to defend that. Dot ball for Malik.
We've got you nicely placed in the shade here now, Jack. You're not feeling the heat of the sun as much, but it was lovely in the pavilion there, and the crowd are certainly enjoying the sun today.
The pavilion at Clydesdale is a southwesterly facing pavilion, and that ball just didn't lift at all, and Sharif caught out by the low bounce from Malik. And it will be very interesting to see that one again. He
just didn't seem to get up at all, Jack.
He reacted slowly, but a quite unusual bounce there. Here it is again, just shoots through on him, doesn't it, underneath the bat?
Never nice to get one of those, particularly not
in a position such as this.
In a position such as this, and absolutely killer blow there. Puts a lot of doubts into the incoming batsmen's minds as well, and you see that kind of ball.
Well, the bounce has certainly been the key factor in the bowling performances of both teams, and on a good length that ball by Malik, and it just didn't get up at all. It just stayed low and shot through, completely deceiving the batsman. And Scotland now in a perilous position at 182 for 7. The new batsman is Majid Haq, another player who knows this ground very well and should know the pitch, as he is a member at Clydesdale.
Experienced campaigner here, Majid. Going to need all his experience to get us through this.
He is, of course, also the club captain of Clydesdale. And a momentary pause in proceedings while the sight screen is moved.
First left-hander in the Scots order today.
Some confusion over our talkback system between director and camera operators. Somebody seems to have hijacked our frequency, so quickly moved some onto another one. So after some delay, the sight screen's moved. The ground staff, who have not been worked particularly hard on a day like today, are now back in position and helping the umpires out. And Majid seems quite determined to get this absolutely right before we resume play. Majid's certainly capable of scoring runs, Bob. He plays down the order quite low in Scotland colours, but bats much higher up the order for his club.
Yeah, he's actually got a good liking for the Dutch bowling as well, Jack, because Aberdeen a couple of years back he had 122 not out, batting at number 3 in the 4-day game up there, and batted exceptionally well for his 100, a game which Scotland won. So the Dutch will know that Majid's capable here of digging in and providing support with Josh that's needed to get them over the line here. But it's a big ask now on a wicket that seems to be deteriorating slightly.
Indeed, and you can probably just see in your pictures the cloud of dust from the pitch that is billowing its way across the infield. Majid's off the mark with a single. A nice straight bat to that behind point.
I had a good look at the pitch at the mid-innings interval, and
yeah, because you said it wasn't working, so I tried to take it out. Should be fine if you give it a sec.
So 37 overs gone, and Not just, of course, the loss of wickets that is making this Scottish position precarious. It's also the tying up of the run rate as well, because with the loss of wickets and the introduction of new batsmen, it can take them time to settle in. And of course they have to get used to the constant rotation of bowlers, which is a feature of this format of the game, as a cloud momentarily passes and plunges us all into relative darkness. Michael Zwart is back on from the Meldrum Gardens end.
Taking the pace off the ball again, Jack. Good move on this wicket by the look of it. Making it very hard now for Davy to push the ball away.
That's a full toss. That will fall in the gap. Not by much though, actually.
No, I don't think that went where Josh had planned it to go.
Malik, I think it is, out at long on. It's difficult to see how far Malik actually is. It might be more like, I think it's more like mid on, to be honest, isn't it? It's not anymore. It's now mid off because
I think he's pulling up to the circle now. Yeah,
because Majid is now Majid Haq is now on strike. The left-hander ready to face Michael Zwart.
Good attacking field setting from the Dutch here, though, Jack, leaving the slip in at this stage of the game. Pressing with 5 on the offside.
So,
Majid taking his time again,
as always. 68 runs needed, and just the faintest of touches there from Majid down leg side. It might run to the boundary. I doubt it. It will be stopped, and Michael Rippon has successfully done that, but he's only saved 1 run. Majid ran 3 there.
Yeah, Davy quick between the wickets there to get back to the danger end. Good piece of running from him.
See, is Majid looking as... I'm not sure if Majid's looking quite as fit as I've seen him in recent years.
Yeah, interestingly, didn't bowl his spell of overs today either, Jack. It must be the first time for a few years you've seen that.
That hasn't happened, yeah. So Zwart again, and Josh Davy happy to turn that one into a full toss. He's middled that one over towards the mid-wicket boundary. Great foot movement to get himself into position, knew what he wanted to do, and connected with it perfectly, and a good 4 runs there for Josh.
Good use of the feet from Josh. Very confident young man when he's batting, and a good stroke player.
And a reverse sweep attempted there by Davy, and just getting a little bit lucky. It's a shot we have seen attempted by a number of batsmen today on both sides, in orange and in blue, as Zwart comes in and bowls again to Davy, and another good connection from Davy out towards the mid-wicket. A slight misfield by Van Shelven, but doesn't cost the Dutch anything. Just a single for the Scots, and it takes their score on to 193 now for 7. So 60 runs required and 12 overs remaining, 72 balls. Should
just up with the run rate, Jack, 5 and over.
Yeah, just in theory, of course, perfectly achievable, but we have to remember that 7 wickets are down.
Just on the subject of Majid Haq's fitness there, Jack, I watched him in the recent Pro Series against the Dutch in the North Sea Pro Series that was played down at Dumfries. 2 days played down there, which were between the Scottish Hurricanes and the Scottish Reavers, the Scottish Highlanders and the Scottish Reavers. And Majid had to come off during the second game there for a slight treatment to a hamstring injury, and just wonder whether or not he's fully fit from that.
That's what had crossed my mind a little earlier. So Malik now bowling, and that's down leg side. And just a little flick from Josh Davey there. So in actual fact, a good stop by Wesley Barresi, moving crab-like across to his left to stop the ball. But Malik again just veering down that leg side. We've seen him do that on a number of occasions from this end. That's a better ball, and well dealt with by Davey.
Good solid defence there from Josh. Seems to vary his pace quite a bit, this lad as well, Jack. It's not shy at putting in the quicker one like that. It's very skiddy action.
So plenty of retweets and favourites going on Twitter, but the comments have dried up somewhat in the last few overs. Remember, if you would like to get in touch with us, the hashtag is very simple. It's SCOVNED, Scotland versus Netherlands. SCOVNED, and that one again just drifting down leg, but Davey unable to take advantage of it, and a little bit of bat and pad as it trails to short leg, and another dot ball and no runs for Scotland. So Malik managing to do his job. Get in touch, tell us what you think of today's game. Who do you think is going to win today's game? Most importantly, it's a game very much balanced on the knife edge at the moment, and Davey able to make contact with that, but just a little tweak in the field there has brought Michael Svart into square leg. I think perhaps just sensing the Malik wasn't quite delivering on his line.
Yeah, sensible field setting from the Dutch here again. No, they've got an interesting field now for this stage of the game, where Malik is definitely concentrating on a leg side line with 5 fielders on the leg side, and making it difficult there for Josh Davey to get any purchase on the ball at all.
So end of the over, and Scotland now 193 for 7. Welcome back to Clydesdale Cricket Club in Glasgow, where we are approaching the climax of the first of 3 internationals between Scotland and the Netherlands. Just a quick reminder of what's happened today. The Netherlands won the toss and elected to bat, putting on a total of 252 to set Scotland a target of 253. Top scoring was Michael Svart with an innings of 62. And Eric Swarzinski and he with a partnership at the start of the innings, with Swarzinski scoring 29, that set the Dutch off to a reasonably good start. They then followed a mid-order collapse with Captain Boren going for 7, Ben Cooper for 10, Madasser Bukhari for 7, and then Peter Salar for 11. And that left the Netherlands in the precarious position at one point of being 159 for 7. A swing and a miss there from Majid, with Madasser Bukhari back on from the Meldrum Gardens end. But the introduction of Ashan Malik and Michael Rippon steadied the ship for the Dutch. Michael Rippon taking the lead with an excellent innings of 49 not out, and ably supported with cameos of 12 and 14 by Malik and Paul van Meekeren. So Bukhari comes back in again and comfortably contained by Majid Haq. So that took the Dutch innings to 252 for 9 from a a position of weakness, they emerged with a competitive total, one that was defendable and has proved to be so far in this game. Another playing a miss there from Majid. I wonder if that was a slightly slower ball on that occasion by Bukhari. Scotland in response started strongly despite the early loss of Kyle Kurtzer to an excellent diving catch by Wesley Barresi. And a partnership of some value to Scotland emerged between Preston Mommsen and Hamish Gardner. Not to mention Callum McLeod's innings of 37. But with the fall of Gardner came the fall also of Mommsen, and then the very quick dismissals of both Richie Berrington and Michael Leask, and the wickets have continued to fall here with the loss of Safian Sharif, and Scotland now find themselves 193 for 7, chasing that target of 253. A little bit of a edge there from Majid Haq. It comes down to Van Meekeren at third man. It's the end of the 40th innings, and Scotland move on to 196 for 7. 57 needed for victory. From 61 runs, just one ball left in this over from Mudassir Bukhari. On a big top edge there from Davy. Ball popped up at him, and that's another wicket for the Dutch, and could be a crucial wicket for Scotland to lose at this stage. Talk us through that, Bob.
Josh seemed to be wanting to play that through the onside there from Bukhari, and whether or not it moved a little, but he got a very thick leading edge and it just popped up, spooned up to mid-on. Very straightforward catch there for the in-rushing fielder, and a disappointing dismissal for Josh Davy, who's looked promising with a couple of the shots that he's played, but he'll be disappointed with that dismissal, I think, Jack.
Yes, indeed, a leading edge from Josh Davy, and he shakes his head as he makes his way back into the pavilion. Disappointing end to an innings that actually looked like it might have a little bit of promise, Bob, and
yeah, I would think probably safe to say Josh would be the last of the recognised bats there, with no disrespect to Majid Haq, but you would have hoped that Josh would have been able to hang around and push this total up towards the 250 mark in the last 10 overs. So it's been a disappointing run for the Scotland batsmen here, with simple enough dismissals, and I'm quite sure there'll be plenty there to give the new coach a bit of food for thought for selection
over the
course of the next few days.
Talk in a second about the incoming Grant Bradburn from New Zealand. First of all, let's turn our attention to the incoming batsman, and the new batsman for Scotland is Ian Wardlaw, who's playing with number 8 on his shirt, and he will find himself very quickly into the action and on strike for the start of the 41st over, which will be bowled by the impressive Paul Van Meekeren. He's bowled very well today, this young lad.
Yes, he has. He seems to be bowling with a lot of rhythm. Rather a long run-up, as you can see, Jack, but he gets to the crease well and he accelerates towards the wickets. I watched him here last month when he was playing for the Dutch side, the Hurricanes, and he had a good game here that day as well. And a handful on a fairly lively track, I think.
Good pace on the first ball of the over. He's just been off for a short period as the Dutch team mix up the pace. He's playing with a smile on his face, which is always nice to see from any player, whichever team they're playing for, because if you can't do that, there's no point. In comes Van Meekeren, and that one stays low on Ian Wardlaw. And
not a great deal of feet movement from Ian there either, in fairness. Probably not feeling too against the May weather. In some cases we were called off for a couple of games, and some games were a bit on and off. And
the final match in particular, I know it was we saw you at Grange, and it was a great shame not to be able to finish with a flourish, because it had the makings of a very good game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it would have been a good contest as well between what I would have possibly judged were the best two sides in the competition. The Seafarers and the Highlanders were possibly better than the other two sides that were there. But it was a competitive series with a lot of good cricket being played, both here and in Holland, and I think it will certainly do the home cricket a lot of good, because of the fact it increases the competition places. And there's a few more guys given the opportunity, because obviously you've none of our English string from the counties able to play in that competition. So a lot of good youngsters coming through. I was particularly impressed with the Highlanders two spinners, Cheeky Gassane and Michael Watt. They had an excellent series given their age and their experience. Bakari to continue from the faraway end, and again Wardlaw wafts the bat at that.
Not the first time we've seen that since he's arrived at the crease. It's maybe the third time we've seen that similar action, and even the shot that he pulled at the end of the last over, a little late on it, and lucky that there were no fielders in closer order to take advantage. Here's Bakari again, and that was a bit forlorn. Wardlaw still just finding his feet.
Bakari's still a bit of a handful, one of the best bowlers in associate cricket in the world at this point in time. Always a handful. He was the mainstay of the Hurricanes side for the Dutch Pro Series games there, but bowled well in that series as well. It's no surprise that Wardlaw's having difficulty in getting this away, as he's on the money with most of the balls there. Wardlaw to face Bakari.
Yeah, in comes Bakari again, and Peter Saylor able to field that shot comfortably. So Bakari in again, a slower ball there from Bakari, and absolutely
dug out with everything really there, wasn't it?
Yeah, only just. He doesn't look comfortable at the moment, Wardlaw.
I think he'd probably be a bit more comfortable bowling on this rather than batting on it, Jack, at this stage of the day.
I think that's probably safe to assume. So in comes Bakari again, an excellent over so far, and that's bouncer that time that Wardlaw's happy to leave, and he gets a little bit of a stare, and the over's over. And
that could be an interesting one tomorrow.
Yes. Here's a taste of your own medicine. So at the end of the 42nd over, I hope I'm correct in saying, as I look at the scoreboard, it's 197 for 8, 56 required for victory, and
he struck that well, John.
Michael Rippon, I just caught there as he was chasing, trying to back up Malik there, and as the ball disappeared across the boundary, there was a slight roll of the eyes. So Malik unsuccessful. Very well struck though by Wardlaw. It was a nice shot. Timed it well, and Malik perhaps could have done a little better, but will not be too harsh on him. The Dutch fielding generally has been excellent so far, particularly the substitute fielder Van Shelven.
That's probably one element of the game that the Scots will look back on, Jack, and express some disappointment, was the amount of catches that went down in their innings. There was a few chances went down that would hopefully have expected to take, a few good catches as well, interspersed, but there was some bits of fielding that would be best described as ordinary.
So let's take a quick look at the Dutch bowling figures, and Mudassar Bakari is sitting currently in 9 overs, 1 maiden, 25 for 3. An outstanding bowling performance from Bakari as Van Meekeren comes in to bowl again at Wardlaw, and that's a slower ball, and well, it never looked the most comfortable innings for Wardlaw, and he's played across the line at that one from Van Meekeren, and is bowled for 5 runs, and he will depart, and Scotland's position becomes ever more parlous. Going through the, continuing through the figures, we'll just take a quick look at the replay again. Just a slightly slower ball there, Bob, in your opinion?
Yes, I would agree with that, Jack. Outthought by Van Meekeren there. Van Meekeren had put one up, which Wardlaw had driven there to the offside boundary via the fielder, as you said, and then the next one was a softener which whistled past his ear, and I think Wardlaw probably realised then he wasn't going to get too many more pitched up from Van Meekeren, and he's done him with a slower ball that was pitched up, and he was through his shot, looking to push that through the mid-wicket area, I would suggest, from what I saw of it, and left a big gap there in the gate, and Van Meekeren castled him.
Is going to have to be a very impressive last wicket partnership. Our good friend Donald McLeod is looming large.
And on his family across from New Zealand, and I'm sure that he'll pick out a few things there that he'll be able to impart to the players that will no doubt help the Scottish side over the course of the next few days and in the future to come. I think the Scotland side, possibly their harmony may have been disrupted by the changes they've had to make. You know, obviously know that we had injuries to our regular keeper Matt Cross today, couldn't play. No disrespect to Callum McLeod, but he's basically not an international class wicket keeper, although he did very well today and taking a couple of really snorting catches. But Matt Machin missing as well at the top of the order, just to give us that bit of stability, was possibly another area where we could have improved. Again, his replacement Hamish Gardner did exceptionally well with the bat, so I think it's good that we've got guys that can come in and perform when we have injuries, but again, perhaps gave some of the wickets away just a bit cheaply there, and they'll reflect on that overnight, I'm sure, and we'll see how we start again tomorrow when we just go back at them and get back at the Dutch hard.
From a Dutch point of view, however, some good performances from them. Not a tremendous amount to cheer about with the bat, save for the innings of Svart, but they must be very pleased with the performance of the youngster Michael Rippon, and the way he was supported by the tail end to give them that chance. But really their major success today was in the bowling, and particularly the bowling of Paul Van Meekeren and Mudassar Bakari.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Bakari is a class performer. Van Meekeren's a young guy with a big future in the game, I think, coming across. He's got real pace, he's a big, strong, athletic guy, and he runs in with a bit of speed there, and on a fairly an easy paced wicket here today. I think really wasn't shifting around that much, but he bowled with good line and length, and I think you look at the comparative figures to the Scotland opening bowlers. Safian Sharif was fairly tidy, but Ian Wardlaw will be disappointed he went for 50 plus, and probably Michael Leask, the spinner, will be as well, when you're looking at the bowling and how tight it would be. Probably at the end of the day a fair result, to be honest. The Dutch There's a lot of experienced campaigners in that Dutch side, and it showed today. I think that they've still got it on occasion. Consistency's been their problem in the past, and it'll be interesting to see how they pitch up tomorrow. And I'm hoping that the Scotland side can come out fighting and put out a better performance tomorrow. I know that, like we mentioned just as I came on the air there, the LBW decisions for Hamish Gardner and Richie Berrington came at a bad time for us. Obviously the umpires are fairly sure of their job there, and I know they're very capable umpires, so no doubt about the decisions, but a body blow probably to the Scotland middle order at the time that we lost those wickets when we were needing to chase on and push on. We never really got in charge of the run rate early doors, and we were sticking along nicely at it, but sometimes when you've got players with the abilities such as Callum McLeod has at the top of the order to push on, then you tend to get ahead of the game, and we never really did that today.
Just a reminder, the last wicket falling off the bowling of Malik, the top edge coming from Ali Evans, looping over the head of Wesley Barresi, who tracked back well and took a comfortable catch in the end. And we'll just hear the bowling figures. And Bakari was 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 31. Malik was 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34. Van Meekeren was 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 39. And those were the main figures for the Dutch. So the clearest blue sky we've seen all day brings to a close our coverage from Glasgow of this first 50 over international between Scotland and the Netherlands. It's finished in the favour of the Netherlands. They have run out victors by 44 runs, 252 for 9, 45 runs, my apologies, 252 for 9, and Scotland all out chasing that target for 208. My thanks to co-commentators throughout the day, to Bob McFarlane, who's been with me for the last hour, to Eddie Van Neerop, to Rod Lyle, Mike Stanger, and to Alan MacLeod of BBC Alba. My thanks also go to Cricket Scotland and KNCB for their cooperation, and finally to our sponsors and broadcast partners, Prosperity Financial Solutions and Cast Accountancy, without whose support we would not be able to bring you the coverage today. I hope you have enjoyed the coverage at home. Remember, there are 2 further games in this series tomorrow, beginning at 10:45, and then again on Friday. The forecast for tomorrow is set fair, and we're looking forward to another glorious day of cricket. But for now, from Glasgow, from me, Jack McGill, and the production team here, it's a very good evening.